Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this panel on consciousness in support of Amudim. We are really lucky tonight to have Rav GOLDBERG Pinson. I've known Rav GOLDBERG Pinson for several years now. I would say he may be the most knowledgeable person on Jewish mysticism, at least people that speak English. And we have Mark Gober, a consciousness author and podcast host. And we're really lucky to have them both together. This should be interesting. I would like to start by asking Mark, since I don't know you so well, where do you get your knowledge from?
Well, my background is in business. I worked in investment banking in New York during the financial crisis, spent 10 years at a Silicon Valley strategy firm, worked my way up to partner there. But 4 years ago, I was listening to podcasts and learned about some phenomena that I was not familiar with previously, which some would call paranormal. And that led me to start to research science around the nature of consciousness and whether consciousness is in our brain or beyond the brain or the fundamental basis of all reality and things of that nature. So my information, at least initially, has come from looking at science and interviewing many scientists and practitioners, but I'd say more recently, as this 4-year period has evolved, through meditation and through my own personal development, I've had personal experiences too.
So as an analyst, you'd call that a bottom-up approach?
Sounds right to me.
Okay. Rabbi Pinson, can you describe what you do a little bit and where you're getting your knowledge from?
What I do is, that's a very big question, Levi. First of all, I try to live. I think that's the first,
right.
That's a big thing, to live fully and to live deeply and to live with a deep level of consciousness. There's two sources, two streams of wisdom or streams of information. One is the text. So basically, we have a living embodiment of spiritual teachers and masters throughout the years, great Kabbalists, great rabbis, that spoke about their own personal experiences, which means that we believe that when it says about Mount Sinai, about Mount Torah, that Kol Gadol Yosef, that was a great echo that did not end, is that the sounds of Sinai, the reverberations of Sinai, of the revelation, is continuous. And when a person evolves their consciousness into a higher level, they can actually tap into that sound of revelation. So it's not just information that's written on a book that's given over because one person figured this out intellectually, but it's actually experiential, that these are experiences that these great mystics and Kabbalists and rabbis throughout the ages have experienced in their own life and then written them down. And that's one source of information. I think the second source of information, which is important for every person, is that a person has to really evolve themselves in order to get this type of information, that it's not just reading it from the text, but it actually becomes a living tradition, that we have a real relationship with, we call, in Hebrew, we call Elokim Chaim, a living God. That our relationship with Hashem is not a relationship with an idea, not a relationship with a stale idea, certainly, but a relationship with a God that's a living God. That our presence of living with the Noichas B'nai Hashem, living with the presence of God, is something that should be a vibrant, experiential, and intimate experience that we experience moment to moment.
So if I may interject, I would say the basis of your knowledge is from the text, and then you've experienced things from there, because we've gone to some of the same schools. You're obviously a lot more learned and knowledgeable than me, but you're taking a top-down approach, and it's actually very interesting. And let's see if the both of you come to the same conclusion. By the way, I'm Levi Nagel, and I'm dialing in from Los Angeles. I'd like to jump right into a subject that may be hard for some people that have suffered traumatic experiences, or and so much so that they're in a state where they're trying to shut things down and maybe even taking substances to shut out things in life. This concept of whatever's happening to you is not actually happening to you, but it's happening for you. And we have sources for this in the Mishnah. I guess it says we should say that Bishvili Nivra Olam, the world was created for me. Everything that's actually happening is happening for your benefit. Rabbi Pinson, would you like to elaborate on that and how that really works?
The idea of that everything is happening
For you.
for you.
Versus you.
Right. So there's a way to come to life. Let's just say it like this. There's a way to come to life, which is that we say that mikra likra, this is like in Hebrew means that this is a happenstance. Something just happens. So when the Rambam, which is a classic writer in Jewish law, speaks about this in the laws of kindness, he says that if someone says that things are just a mikra likra, things are just happenstance, this person is called an achzari. This person is called in Hebrew literally translates as a cruel person. But the root of the word achzari actually comes from the word achzar, which means that you're becoming a foreigner or you're becoming alienated from life. That the real way to live and to live deeply is to understand that there's really only one. Now, what does it mean that there's really one? When we say that Hashem is echad, that Hashem is one, it's not only that there's only one God, but actually the truest definition is Hashem echad means that there's absolute monotheism, which means that there is only one. And this one is reflected into many. And it's reflected into the duality and the multiplicity of creation, but it's a one in its essence, on the level, the deepest level of soul, it's actually connected to one. So in the place of that oneness, in the place of Yechidah, is a total interdependency or interconnectivity between everything that's going on in creation. So on one level, we'll say like this, that on one level, and I think you can experience this, you'll understand what I'm trying to say, is on one level, we're all interconnected on a finite space level, time, space, consciousness level, where we're all in the effect of something. So that's like the world we'll call the world of nature. So in the world of nature, we're all interconnected, and we know this, that the entire ecosystem is one system. It's one dimension, and there's multiple aspects of this dimension, but every part of creation is interconnected, and you do one thing, it affects the entire cosmos. But then there's another thing, which is where you actually become not just in the effect of life, you actually also become the cause of life. So I'll give you another analogy of this. So there's the creator, which is the koyach, let's call it the shefa, the source. And then which is the mashpia, the giver. And then there's the makabel, which is the receiver, which is the effect. So when you live in a place of the effect of life, and living in the effect of life means you're just reacting to life. Something happens to you, someone insults you, you get angry, someone says something nice to you, you feel good about yourself. You're basically, the weather is nice, you feel good. Whenever you're reacting to life, you're actually in the effect of life. So then you subscribe to the world of nature. You're also interdependent, and your reaction will have an effect, but you're not causing anything. You're not actually creating anything new. The moment you choose to recognize what we'll call the Tselem Elokim, or the Neshama, the spark of soul, or your higher dimension aspect of the creator aspect within you, the possibility to become a mashpia, to become a giver, you actually become the vessel, the conduit through which the divine life force, the koyach hashefa that comes into this world, is the cause of the effect. So not only are you in the effect of creation, but now you're also in the aspect of creation. You're actually affecting creation. So that's how I would say that's like the two levels of the interdependency of life. So the first recognition is that we're not a zar to life, we're not a foreigner to life. And because that's cruel, we're actually, everything is part of us, and everything's part of the achdus. Now in that itself, I would say that there's these two levels, where one is where you're just in the effect of things, and you're in the effect of everyone's bad mood. And a person is in a bad mood, and the person's thoughts affect what's going on in the world, a person's words, and certainly a person's actions. But everything that a person does, a person releases, I don't want to call it energy, but it releases like vibrations for every thought that a person has, for every action a person does, for every word that a person says, and that reverberates through the entire creation. So we have a choice whether we're going to be on the level of effect, which we're just the makabel of life, or just receive, or there's a shlas asur, to become like the creator, so to speak, just like the creator is a teva tov, the nature of good is to give goodness, is to be a mashpia, to give. when we decide to give to life, to further life, to be better in this world, to make better choices in this world, and create goodness in this world, we're actually becoming part of the Creator's light, the key, and therefore we can further things and not just be in the effect, but also be in the cause.
Mark, let me jump to you. Let's what would you say, even with somebody not making any conscious decisions whatsoever, whatever's going around around them, would you call that happening for their benefit? And happening to them is happening for their benefit and for them? How would you describe it?
Well, my short answer to that, I would say, is generally yes, but I'll take a step back by explaining the worldview that I now have based on the science that I've looked at, which is now turning more into lived experience, but this will be the basis for many of my answers. Basically, the way I look at the nature of reality is, to use an analogy from a philosopher named Dr. Bernardo Kastrup, he says it's like we are whirlpools within an infinite stream, where this infinite stream is the consciousness that is the underlying basis of all reality. So this sense of experiencing that we all have, that's innate in all of us, that's consciousness. And this idea that I'm describing here is that we are all part of a unitary consciousness, but we are individuated whirlpools in a larger stream. So we have this sense of being an individual, even though we're interconnected to the broader stream. And to quote Erwin Schrödinger, the Nobel Prize winning quantum physicist, because a lot of quantum physics gets into these similar ideas too, he said, in truth, there is only one mind. And so this is in many ways similar to what Rob Pinson was saying, that we're interconnected. It's almost like we are dissociated aspects of this unitary consciousness. And quickly, the way I arrived at this idea is through looking at phenomena where our consciousness seems to exist beyond the body. One in the area of psychic phenomena, and this is drawing on many scientific peer-reviewed papers, research at Princeton University. Actually, the US government ran a psychic program. So tons of evidence in that area, which is sort of like water from one whirlpool entering another whirlpool. So part of one person's consciousness getting into another person's consciousness, or another part of the stream, this non-local consciousness. That's one area of science. The other is survival of bodily death. So things like a near-death experience, or children who have a memory of a life that is not their own. And this is referring to research done at the University of Virginia, where children, over 2,500 of them, describe some life, and the researchers are sometimes able to find evidence that historical records, medical records that align with what the child says. So all of these independent areas of scientific research suggest that consciousness exists beyond the body. So it's sort of like when a whirlpool in a stream stops being a whirlpool, the water flows back into the broader stream. It doesn't leave the stream. So if we accept this one mind view of reality, this one stream of which we're individuated pieces, and if we accept this idea of reincarnation, which I alluded to through the children with past life memories idea, and then also in the near-death experience, for example, if a person has cardiac arrest or some kind of physiological trauma, upon being resuscitated, they sometimes describe this elaborate reality. Sometimes it's multidimensional. They talk about unconditional love. They sometimes meet deceased relatives. Sometimes they see things in the room that are later verified as accurate, meaning
we'll get into those subjects. I want to get into those subjects later. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly. But there's a life review is something that comes up where people relive their life in a flash, and they see how they interacted towards other people. And the reason I want to point to that is when they come back into their body, they say, wait, what matters in this life is how we interact with people. And sometimes the little things are actually the big things. And life seems to be about testing ourselves in a sense. How can we act in a caring, compassionate way? And life seems to bring people these circumstances so that they can test themselves and see how well they do. And perhaps the reincarnation cycle allows people to learn different lessons through different vessels.
So, okay, so on that note, let's use an extreme example. And let's say there was a child that was abused as a child, did nothing wrong and was abused. Was that for their good? How would you see that?
I think it's a complex question. I do think there is an element of karma to the extent that the human mind can understand it, where something from a past life may be impacting what's happening in this life. And in connection with that, there is a potential learning from something that might seem dark from a limited perspective. If we zoom out and take a helicopter's perspective and look down, we might see there are some broader benefits that we couldn't understand from the smaller view.
Rev Pinson, do you have anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very complicated question, and it's a very, so the answer, of course, is yes. Of course, the answer is that there's some learning thing, but the answer is also no, and there's both simultaneously true. And I'll give you a little analogy of a story, which is a story of the Baal Shem Tov, that the Baal Shem Tov once, after the Baal Shem Tov passed away, there was a terrible decree. There's something very terrible that was going to happen, and his student, the Maggid of Mezrich, was upset at his teacher that passed away, at his Rebbe, and in his mind he said, you know, when the Rebbe was alive, when the Baal Shem Tov was alive, we'd get together, we'd say, you know, Tehillim, we'd do different rituals, and we were able to mitigate this decree. And now the Baal Shem Tov sort of passed away and doesn't really care anymore. So the Baal Shem Tov appears to him in a dream, and he tells him, I hear that you have issues with what's going on. And he says, yeah, I'm very upset that you see this terrible decree that's about to happen, and you don't really care anymore. You left this world and you don't care. So the Baal Shem Tov says, yes, from my worldview, which we call like the helicopter view, but a bigger worldview, when I could see the whole story, I actually see it as a positive thing. So the Maggid said, so what should I do? Should I stop praying? He said, no, you have to continue praying, because from your perspective, it's still negative. So the moment we choose to justify abuse in any shape or form, because we say, oh, it's, you know, it's karma, and the child has to learn something, and the person, that's the moment we allow that to happen in this world. So therefore, we have to fight any type of negativity, certainly that's perpetuated against young people that don't have really choice. We have to fight with all our possibility, with any type of means that we have, to ensure that this never happens to any child in the world. We have, in our understanding, we have to say this is the worst possible thing that should happen, and therefore we have to make sure that never happens. Once it's past tense, which is it did already happen, God forbid, if things happen, then we can talk to the child at some point in this person's life without justifying and saying, what was the light, what was the perspective that you learned from this experience that allowed you to grow to be that person, but never to justify it while it's happening, because then we give credence and we allow evil to survive. And we have to.
There are times, and again, the reasoning behind that we don't necessarily understand in this lifetime, as both of you are saying, but there are times that something terrible happens, and then a person hits rock bottom, and that opens a new door into being able to go to a new dimension, a higher level of consciousness that they weren't seeking before, or they never would have gotten to otherwise. And again, whether it's good or bad, we don't judge for other people. We assume everything is good.
Right, Levi, you can only say that to yourself.
Right.
A person's only allowed to say that to himself. A person can say, I'm hitting rock bottom. What am I learning from the experience? When it's another person, you're never supposed to say that. That's the other person's choice.
Thank you. So, Mark, I want to delve into another subject within consciousness. As different levels of consciousness, I want to hear how you see things. I've had some experiences myself, let's say being hypnotized to be able to see past lives. And the way I understood it was my conscious mind was being shut down, which allowed me to tap into my subconscious, which wasn't limited by time and space. But my understanding is, and again, I don't fully comprehend this, and this is part of why I'm asking, we have different levels of consciousness within us, and I would like to hear, Mark, how you see it. And also even like where they're physically located within the body. So we have the conscious mind, maybe the subconscious mind. We have what we call, and maybe Rabbi Pinson will elaborate on this, we have the spark of God within us. We have a soul, and there's supposedly different aspects. And some are located in the brain, some are located in the heart, some are located in the lifeblood. Mark, do you have anything you can share with us as to any of those, any different levels, and then how to tap into these different levels of consciousness?
Sure. So as I said, I view the body as the vessel, the vehicle for this broader consciousness, and in that capacity, it actually acts as a limiting factor. It's a filter of consciousness rather than the producer of consciousness. So the brain, contrary to a lot of popular scientific thinking, is limiting a much broader reality. So we only see a sliver of it. And so the body and maybe it's not just the brain, maybe it's other aspects of the body that allow us to tap into different parts of the stream, so to speak, these different dimensions of the broader stream of consciousness. And how we can do that, there are kind of a number of areas I've seen scientifically where this occurs. I mentioned a near-death experience. That's an extreme case where the person's brain is completely knocked out, and yet they have a hyper-lucid consciousness. People also talk about psychedelics, in which the brain functioning is actually reduced during the time of the psychedelic trip, but people talk about other dimensions of consciousness. And the area where I've maybe experienced this most to a small degree is in meditation, which is a way of quieting the brain and maybe opening up the filter a little bit. And I've had varying degrees of experiences through that.
Rav Kinson, do you mind elaborating about on the different levels within the body, I guess, today, at least in Jewish texts, and what you actually know in terms of the soul and where that is in terms of the spark of God, or what that's considered? Is that the soul? How would you describe it?
Okay, so first of all, I would just say, to get back a little to what Mark was saying, is that there is a level where the brain is actually a jamming system, where really our consciousness is much larger than the brain. And that's why people that actually do go through near-death experiences, which Levi, you should know because you sponsored this book, this about the near-death experience and the afterlife, which is this idea that when people go through these near-death experiences, as the brain is shutting down, something really phenomenal is happening. You would think that people lose memory, but what actually happens is actually the reverse, is people start gaining new memory that they never knew they knew, because the brain is sort of like the filter that holds onto the ego and says, okay, this is my narrative, this is my story, this is the information that I need to have. That's something that was created most times by youth or sometimes by education, and there's a certain type of story that we assume I'm this person and that person, therefore this is information that I need, and this is subliminally. We don't do this, consciously, that this is information I need, this is information I don't need. The information that I don't need are completely blocked out. And when a person is the brain, it's mostly part, we'll call it like the left part of the brain, the very analytical part of the brain that's trying to make sense out of things and trying to logically define things, what we call the moich bina. When that's slowly quieted down, then higher levels of our consciousness, which is moich chachma, which is the potential of the right part of the brain, which is connected to higher parts of the brain, higher parts of consciousness start becoming revealed. So there are different, when we talk about consciousness or soul or the energy, of course there are many different levels, and we have different words for this, like nefesh, ruach, neshama. We have different words for these things. When we talk about the physical energy of the body, like the body itself has like a certain energy that's animated. That the difference between a live body and an unlive body is that there's a certain animation to the body, even if the body is quiet, it's pulsating with life. So that's like the nefesh. That's like the lowest level of energy. We'll call it the nefesh kiyum, and nefesh chiyuni, like a very low level of nefesh, which exists within the body. And as let's just say this like a little bit differently. Like if the body is the definition of the body is connected to time and space, and time and space is very absolute in the world of body, and which means that everything has a very specific time and a very specific space. The level of nefesh, which is like the soul animation of the body, the more soul, the less time and space. So when you say that a person has the power to move, to walk, the fact that something can walk, or let's say, for example, the difference between a stone or a plant, that even though they both have a liveliness to them, and a stone is also animated and it's full of life. If you really look deeply with a microscope on a stone, you'll see that it's teeming with life. But on an observable level, it seems like it's a doimim. It seems like it's inanimate. But then you see a vegetation, which is that it's moving. So it's moving out of its space. So that's the definition of something like koyach hatzemech, nefesh hatzemech, which means that it's already a more expansion. And then you have like an animal or something that's more alive, a more sentient being that's actually moving about, not only in its same locations, expanding. So we'll say that has a higher level of nefesh. So, and the same thing also within the body. There's a part of the body that just allows the body to expand. So that's one level of nefesh, where the body is just expanding. There's a part of the body which allows us to move. There's a part of the body that allows us to dialogue, which means to enter into your space. So in Hebrew, this is called like the nefesh would be connected to one level, the ruach would be connected to another level, the neshama will be connected to speech, which is the more I'm actually exiting my very defined space and I'm expanding my vessel to receive, and I'm expanding myself, that I'm going beyond the time and space, that's the more consciousness, the more level of soul we have. So the deeper experiences that we have, when we have these deeper experiences, we feel less time and space. So for example, even a very simple example, let's say you're sitting and speaking to someone and you're really enjoying the person's company. So 5 minutes or 5 hours can feel like 5 minutes. But if you're sitting with a nudnik or someone that's really bothering you and you're sitting for 5 minutes can feel like 5 hours, because time expands and contracts according to the level of connection that you're having. And the same thing also with space, like literally with weight. If you're holding your child that weighs 20 pounds versus you're holding a bundle of rocks that weighs 20 pounds, it's going to feel different. The 20 pounds of rocks is going to feel like 50 pounds. Your child's going to feel like 10 pounds. Because the more connection you have, which means the more you're going out of your ego, out of yourself, the more you exit the world of time and space, the more you enter into the infinite aspect of creation, of the underbelly of creation, which is infinity. So these are all different levels of consciousness that we're constantly trying to evolve. Now, usually we'll say that, you know, the higher levels of experiencing that, you know, you talk about meditation, or you talk about prayer or davening, which is like a form of meditation where you really get to the point of the peak of Shemona Esrei, which is Hashem Sefasai Tiftach Ufi Yagatil Osech. When a person says that, what according to the Maggid and according to the great teachers, what a person is saying is, now, God, you speak through me, because now I'm just completely submerged in something that's larger than me. And that has to be experienced, not just spoken about. So the more we have these deeper experiences, like an exaggeration that is correct, like exaggeration state would be like a near-death experience. Or like you said, also sometimes trauma. Sometimes you're very stuck in your ego and you have a very traumatic experience and it breaks down the ego, and all of a sudden you open up, and or it could be something very joyful that, you know, you're feeling tremendous amount of joy. And, you know, there's a Hasidic analogy that's brought down by the Rebbe Rashab, like, you know, if you're dancing at your daughter's wedding and someone steps on your foot, you're not going to feel that pain as much as you're sitting on the train and someone steps on your foot. Because the more you're connected, the more yichud you have, the more connectivity you have to something that's beyond you, the less you feel time and space. So these are all different levels. You know, there's multiple levels we can talk about, but they're different grades of consciousness, which at the ultimate peak is the level of Yechida, the highest level of soul, which is paradoxically something that you would think it's the collapse of self in something larger. But the truth is that it's actually Yechida Liyachda, which means my uniqueness within the uniqueness of the Creator, which is the idea is that the ultimate objective of life is not the disappearance of self. The ultimate objective of life is not the disappearance of ego, but it's the transparency of ego. The ultimate objective is not to become nothing, but it's to become something and nothing simultaneously. To truly be my full self as a complete expression of my yichudius, of my individuality, with the recognition that this individuality is an expression of the ultimate individuality, the ultimate I of the Creator, expressed within every single I of creation.
A lot of children just do it originally, just to get a taste, like you smoke a cigarette behind your father's back, you smoke it. But this is stuff that doesn't let you alone. Once you start with it, it's the boss. And basically, it's a problem that is constantly a problem, will be a bigger problem, but for that, we need an organization like this to take it head on, to be able to tell the people, yes, we know that you failed, you know this, that, but there's no such thing as a failure. The only thing you have to do is learn, when you hit bottom, learn how to get back up on top. That's what this organization is about.
So Mark, as a spiritual junkie, I'm going to ask you, how would you get to that? What would be the easiest way to get to that state without using external substances, in your opinion?
Well, I'm trying it myself. And I left my firm about a year ago and didn't have a plan for what I was going to do next. And I ended up going on 2 silent meditation retreats earlier this year, right before the pandemic hit. One was 6 days, one was 5 days. And that really kicked off a meditation spree where I'm now meditating 5 hours a day. Since February. I was up to 10 hours at some point, and I'm basically doing what Rav Pinson was saying without saying the actual Jewish prayers, but the intention of the meditation is this desire to basically surrender, to be embodying the broader stream of consciousness, intelligence within the vessel, and to be this nothingness but uniqueness at the same time. That's the best way I can describe it with words, because this is all happening in the silence. So for me, it's taken just a lot of practice because I'm a very mental person, and I wasn't interested in any of this stuff before. I couldn't meditate for 15 minutes a year ago. But I found through this process, there is a palpable energy that comes into the body, which is now increasing and entering different parts of the body that have come about through this process of silence and surrender. So from my own personal experience, I would say that meditation and having this general life intention, whether it's in meditation or otherwise, along the lines of what Rav Pinson said, is a way to get there.
Let me ask you this, because I'm not supposed to be the one coming with the answers, but would you say when you're using external substances, your first high is probably your highest high, and within, at least, okay, I found within spirituality, you can keep going. It's like unlimited. The way you're describing is you're trying to reach nothingness, but there's an unlimited level of that that you can keep going, and every time you're getting to a higher high. Would you see that to be the case?
Well, my sense is that it's the process is infinite. There is no final end point, but there is a constant striving to optimize our utility as a vessel. That's the way I put it from my own experience, that I want to be the best vessel I can be. And then that in turn leads to different experiences. I mean, sometimes the experience is less transparent and less obvious, and other times I feel it more. But in the course of researching other people that have been through this journey, I think there can be a tendency to want to latch onto the experience itself, to say that I felt so much bliss or whatever, and now I've arrived. And then that can lead to an attachment to a state, which is almost counter to the process itself. So really for me, as I said before, it's about the intention of why you're doing it. And then the states will be what they're going to be, because really the individual is not in control of the ultimate state or high that's experienced.
I just want to go back a little bit, and I know this is a little technical. I was asked to be on this panel yesterday. Then they gave me your name, and I looked you up on YouTube, and I saw you talking about something, and you said something very interesting, to me at least. It was, and I don't remember what you were referring to, but you spoke about the brain as being a filter, which I understand that to be the case too, that at least the conscious brain that we're calling conscious brain. And then when you shut that down, or whether it's through hallucinogenics or through meditation, you're basically you're slowing the brain function, and then you're able to see more things or experience more. But you mentioned something that there is something within the brain or within the head. What were you referring to? Something spiritual or something? Did you call it the soul? I don't know what you called it, but you said the location was in the head.
Well, some scientists speak about the pineal gland, known in some traditions as the third eye. And I know in the Jewish tradition, there is the tefillin goes on that spot as well. So some people say that is an area that kind of connects the body to the spirit, and some say that the chemical DMT, which can be taken externally as well, ingested, but it's also released naturally by the body, which connects to these other realms of consciousness. So I would say from my own experience, one of the first things I felt at the first silent meditation retreat, 3 days in, I started to feel pounding right here. And I didn't make anything of it at first, other than why am I feeling pounding in that spot? And we were it was kind of a non-denominational Buddhist retreat center that we were at. And there were statues of people with a dot there. And I said, oh, wow, that's the third eye pineal gland that everyone was talking about. So I haven't been able to correlate that with experiences yet, other dimensional experiences beyond the fact that it starts pounding at certain times.
Rav Pinson, you see, I was always led to believe in the neshama, the soul is in the heart, but I think in the Tanya it says something about either the neshama or the chelik elka is in the brain. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate there?
So basically, in the Tanya, basically, because it's talking about the difference between the animal soul and the divine soul. So once they give an analogy of where is it within the body is the part that's most connected to the vitality of the body, which is like what the heart distributes the blood. So that's like very visceral, very, very mundane. That's like what, like it's the life force that's pumping through us. So that's connected to the nefesh habahamis. That would be connected to like your animal soul. Again, that's not a negative thing. It's the ego that's survival, that's healthy to survive. And then there's the capacity of the brain, where the brain allows the possibility on some level. This is not the highest level of soul, but the brain is sort of the ultimate medium that we have experientially that allows us to enter into another person's space. We can think I can think how you're feeling. I can think how you're thinking. So that idea of me entering into your space is already a movement outside of myself, outside of my ego. So that by definition reads already an expansion. I'm moving to a higher dimension where it's not just about circulating my blood for my survival, but I'm able to identify with your problem. So if you're going through a hard time, I can think it through with you. So that ability to enter into another space is really just another way of saying that there's a higher potential within the person. So the Alter Rebbe in the Tanya is trying to explain that where would that be within the body? Where do we find within the body a capacity to be outside the body? That's in the brain. So which part of the brain exactly, again, the pineal gland and DMT, all this type of information. So there were a lot of philosophers like Descartes and people that actually believe this. In the Hasidic text, there's definitely mention of different parts of the brain. And there are different parts of the brain, and one is connected to Chachma, the right part of the brain, left part of the brain is connected to Bina, the frontal lobe is connected to Das, which is the connectivity to part of it, and then the Kesser is like the crown of the head. So there's definitely, we don't really know the brain. We have a very little amount of knowledge of what actually the capacity of the physical brain is. That's one of the untouched places of research. It could be eventually we'll actually find that, and I do believe it's true, that there has to be some place within the body where there's everything has what we'll call like a mamutza. Everything has like an in-between state where it's not that, it's not the other, but it connects things. So everything in life is like that. So there has to be a space within the physical self that allows us to have access to something that's outside the self. So what part of the body would that be? That would probably be in the brain. That's what the Alter Rebbe was saying, that the part of the brain that becomes, so it's not just only a metaphor, but it could be that's the interactive, the in-between space that allows for something higher to come through.
That he's referring to chelik elka mimal is in the brain. Is that what he said?
Yeah, the neshama. Yeah, chelik elka mimal. But I just want to say like this. Like we talk about neshama. It's a big word. Soul. It's a very big word, and there's many different levels of soul, and we mostly identify when we talk about soul, or like we talk about experiences. We identify things with their experiences or the feeling, but the truth is that the soul is the backdrop. It's the experiencer. It's the feeler. It's not the feeling and it's not the experience. But our minds cannot grasp the experience itself because the mind is the experience. The brain is the experiencer, or the higher level of consciousness experience, but it can't grasp itself because then itself is an experience. So the only way we can actually like really get in touch with our soul is actually to feel ourselves as watching ourselves. So that's why in the Zohar it says that, in Tikkun Zohar it says that the word das, which is like the frontal part of the brain, which is connected probably to the pineal gland or the third eye, that das is actually, in reverse is aid, which is witness. So it's like the witness self, the part of self that observes self. And that's the self that's beyond the self. And so there's multiple layers, because as you're going deeper into yourself, you say, okay, that's the part that's watching myself. And then you have another voice and say, and that's the part of me that's saying to myself that's watching myself. So there's layers and infinite layers of that, we'll call that conscious self.
Right, there are certainly multi-layers, and that I know from firsthand experience. And again, I'm not anywhere close to any of your levels. But it's very interesting that a lot of these things were taught to us and they went right over my head. Like, for instance, one of my favorite books is The Power of Now. If you have to put it down into 2 lines, it's probably that he's worried about the conscious brain becoming, instead of becoming a tool, taking over, and then focusing, instead of being present, worrying about the future or worrying about the past, and that's where all anxiety comes from. But we have a saying from the Ebenezer, which was 1,000 years ago, and it's made into a song, Avar ayin v'asida dayin v'hod v'karafayin daigid minayin. So we have these teachings in Judaism, but it's just, we don't necessarily experience it. And then when people like Mark come along, or other New Age teachers, I guess, they allow us to experience and understand what it was that the great masters were teaching that we, just went over my head. Maybe you were able to pick it up over the years through the text, but most people miss it within our community, I think. But,
no, I mean, Levi, the very simple answer to the reason for that is very simple, because it's massly, it's taught to the mass. So when you teach very deep spiritual teachings to the mass, you put in you dumb it down to the most simple form, and you give people just the words. And then the people, you're supposed to ask the question, like, what am I actually learning? What does it actually mean? And then you have to like internalize that. So, okay, so you get the information, and school is, and unfortunately all schools are like this. School is a very good place where people learn information, but they're not teaching people how to live. And what that's part of the maturity, when you take the information that you learn and you say, okay, so what did that information mean? These are teachings that are actually represent experiential experiences, not just information, because information is just information, who cares? And then you have to say, okay, so what does that really mean to me?
So part of why I was bringing all this up is because I think it's important for everybody to realize there's so much more to tap into, even in ourselves, not even in ourselves, just in ourselves. We could spend a whole lifetime tapping in, and and it could be so enjoyable, and we don't have to chase anything else. Mark, where would you say the gut instinct comes from?
Well, to me, everything is derived from this unitary source, the one mind, the one stream of consciousness. So all novelty, all knowledge, all creativity, intuition, it's seemingly coming from that one place, and we are the vessel and receiving it in however manner we do that, whether it's through the brain, other parts of the body. I don't think science understands properly how that works.
So creativity, gut instinct, and everything else, you're saying we're just tapping into this larger consciousness that's not within ourselves necessarily, we're just a part of.
Right. It's more like memories, knowledge. Those are things that we tap into using different aspects of our anatomy, and likely the brain is very involved in a lot of that. But it's not housed in the brain, but rather the brain and the body are mechanisms for tapping into this stream of consciousness.
And if somebody wanted to tap into one thing versus another, let's say to their gut instinct or to creativity or to anything else, do you have techniques that you would recommend?
Yeah, well, there are lots of people who have many techniques for how to do things like this. There are some in the psychic realm, certain types of meditation to be able to tap into different whirlpools in the stream, or things that are far away in space and time. I think meditation generally is a way to do that, but the type of meditation might lead to different aspects of it. I think there's also a trial and error aspect where something might seem like an intuition, and then you might act on it and realize, wait a second, that was just my ego or some part of my overthinking that actually clouded out the real insight. So it's something that I still work on, where I feel like I have an intuition towards something, but maybe it didn't turn out to be right. But now that I think about it, the number one signal for me that I'm on the right track, at least in my own life, is passion. When I feel like I need to go towards anything and like there's no question about it, I've learned that is me tapping in somehow, because usually when I'm following that passion and not in an unbridled manner and not hesitating, it works out well.
I'll just say, Levi, like this. First of all, I would say what you said about the high. So the Alter Rebbe once said that if the sinners of the world will know what kind of pleasure they can experience when they have dveikus with Hashem, they have unity with Hashem, they will leave all their past.
Drop everything else.
Yes, they become great tzaddikim. because that's the pleasure. That's the physical pleasure that a person has. It's the sensation of pleasure throughout the body. Now, regarding to gut feelings and creativity, I think it's a larger conversation, but I just want to say very short that not every gut feeling is correct. Now, I do feel like creativity does come from a very, it's quite a muscle. There's a very potential that we can be creative. It's very distinct. Every person has a creative ability. We are part of the creator that gives us the creativity ability. But when it comes to like a voice that tells us something, how do we know if the voice is real or not? So first of all, you have to really know yourself. And that's a process. So like trial and error, really to understand who you are. But there's also a very simple parameter how to know when a voice is true. So there's a famous story in the Talmud in Gemara that talks about a character called Acher. He became a great sinner, and the Mayor was a student says, you know, tshuva, like you should do tshuva. Acher, you should do tshuva. So he says, Shamati mechuri apargo, I heard from behind the curtain. He was a great mystic. He says that I heard Seshuva Banim Shuvim Chutz Ma'acher. I heard a voice that says everybody can return besides Acher. So I had a very deep intuition, deep gut feeling, and I heard this voice that came out, this heavenly voice that said that everyone can do better, everyone can return, everyone can change their life besides me. So therefore, there's no use. So he hears a baskol, he hears a divine voice that says this. So the Baal Shem Tov says that this is a baskol of klipa. It's a negative voice. Because any voice that tells you you can't is negative. Any voice that says you can, it will work out, it's going to be good, is a positive voice. Any voice that says it's not going to work out, doubts yourself and puts it's impossible and says you're never going to amount to anything. You're never going to reach any level. All those negative voices that put you down and doesn't allow you to grow and to be something and to be your maximum most. All those voices are negative. So I would say, like, how do you know if a good voice is correct, if a good gut voice is correct? You have to see, is this voice actually allowing me to become more, to be a better person, a better Jew, to be more connected to Hashem? Is this voice allowing me to further things, or is it putting me down? If it's putting you down, it's the voice of Klipa. Don't listen to it. Shut it down and move on.
So on the subject of reaching higher consciousness, you have people that are, you'd call asleep. They're just focused on the details in front of them and reacting to that. And then sometimes something happens in life and that opens your mind to that there is more out there. And then you become curious and you start searching and start actually experiencing. And then you realize that is the greatest pleasure. Mark, would you say that one can wake somebody else up? Or does that have to happen on their own? Just the beginning of that journey. Does that have to happen? Does something have to happen to that person on their own, or can another person wake up somebody that's what I'm calling asleep?
Yeah, well, I've thought a lot about this question because it's informed my own personal journey. Roughly 4 years ago, I didn't know much about any of this, became very passionate. And since then, I've ended up writing 2 books and doing a podcast series and doing lots of talks on this topic. So when I first learned about this stuff, it was just, I was curious to learn because my worldview shifted. I used to think consciousness comes from the brain. That's how conventional science teaches us. There's no real meaning to life. The universe is random. When you die, it's over. That's it. And then I learned maybe that's all wrong, Mark, that there's a lot more, we're interconnected, that consciousness is beyond the body. And I wanted to tell as many people as I could because this had a major impact on my life and how I prioritize things and the way I just looked at life. So for me, it ended up the way of disseminating information is to write books and give talks and do podcasts. And what I've learned is that people have to be ready on their own. Forcing people does not work very well. So what I've tried to do is make the information accessible and provide resources for people so that if they are interested, they can pursue it. And there's a fine line between doing that and being pushy and trying to force a belief system. So I really try hard to present the information for those interested. And usually when I have one-on-one conversations or even in a room, I can tell who is receptive and who is not. And when there's a lack of receptivity or a wall there, it's usually best to kind of back off. But when people are receptive, at that point, one can, I think, initiate or potentially expedite someone's awakening by providing certain information. Like certain things I'll notice, a light bulb goes off in a person's head. And then it's really their journey, but it's like we're all guiding each other towards this evolution and we play different roles.
Yeah, I do think generally a person has to be ready, and it's just the openness. I don't even know if a person needs to know what they have to be open to. They just have to be open to the possibility that there's something different. Because when we're stuck in our own narrative of what the worldview is, and we're holding on it very dearly, and we're protecting it, no matter what happens in the world, nothing's going to change. No matter you see Kriyas Yamsuf, you see the sea split. There's a famous medrash that says that Rosh Shifcha Layam, that even the maidservant of Israel saw more than the great prophet of Ezekiel by the splitting of the sea. So the obvious question is, why call her a maidservant? She's the greatest prophet. She's greater than the Cheskel. The answer is because she's still remaining the maidservant. She wasn't affected. She saw, but she didn't know what she was seeing. She wasn't open to see it. So if you prepare yourself and you're open to the experience, then you can become something and you can actually experience something. But if you don't, the sea can split in front of you and you just don't notice it. So I think, yeah, there's a need to, there has to be some type of opening, some type of, even a small opening, even a desire just of the possibility of something.
So on that note, the term mitzvah, which refers to the commandments, the 613 commandments, the Kabbalah explains that mitzvah is milashon safsa v'chibur. Mitzvah is in the root word of connection, and we're connecting to God. And it does explain that we're connecting to God on a higher level than the way He permeates in this world, and therefore we really can't. Most people cannot feel it unless they're really a righteous person that have no blockage, no sin blockage, so to speak. So most people doing the mitzvahs do not actually feel the connection. My question is, who are you actually helping by doing the mitzvah?
You mean if you're doing it without intention? That's what you're asking?
Even with intention, it's by definition either forced or robotic. Because if you're not feeling the connection, what are you actually accomplishing by doing the mitzvah?
So there's an idea also. Okay, I'm not talking about the halachic parameters of you have to do a mitzvah, whether it's halachically required for you to do it and you have to do it no matter what. I'm just talking about, like, you're asking about the opening, like a feeling of the connection. So this idea that achar hamaisim l'shachma levavos, that sometimes actions, that's actually a path to openness. So sometimes a person's working from a top-down idea. So I'm going to open up my consciousness. I'm going to open up myself. I'm trying to daven correctly or pray, whatever the practice is, but it's like more an internal practice. So I'm going to be open, therefore I'm going to start feeling it. That's one path. But the other path sometimes is, let me just do these actions, at least with the intention that they should do something. And the actions themselves, by the recognition that these are an action that is connecting me to the divine, that eventually opens up the heart, that your consciousness opens through the actions themselves, by doing the actions. So it follows. Your mind follows your actions. So instead of the actions following your mind follows your actions. So I believe that even if a person is doing something by rut, but they're doing it over and over again with a serious commitment to that, sort of that creates the space for the opening to occur. Besides the fact of the halachic requirement that you have to do the mitzvah because you're commanded, but that's a separate issue. But the idea of the mitzvah as a chibur, to feel that connection, a lot of times, I would just say in general, like just the fact of doing things in an absolute way, you're just doing it because you have to do it. And even if you feel like you say that, you feel forced, that in itself already creates the possibility that there's something higher than you that's commanding. So when you live your life, you say, okay, I'm a very selfish person. I like to do things the way I want to do them. I want to do them always because this is the way I feel. I don't feel, I'm feeling it, I'm not feeling it. And then you say, but you know what, for these 10 minutes a day, I'm going to do something despite the fact how I feel or I don't feel. That in itself is saying that I recognize that there's something more than my ego. There's a recognition that there's something higher. And the more I believe in the absoluteness of that idea, the more I actually connect to that absolute. So sometimes the Kabbalah soil, the rut of just doing it, by accepting it, that actually shows to me and allows me to open myself up to something that is actually larger than me. So it's specifically what I don't understand in a way that actually really opens me up. And I'm not stuck in my ego.
I see that the hour is up, as you say, when you're having fun and you don't realize what time it is. Could either of you or both of you, maybe to end this, give us some technique, but to give us an actual experience, maybe even for somebody that's just ready to open up, something that you can share right now that someone can do at home when they're watching? Huh?
I'll let Mark do that.
You let Mark do that?
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's really began with curiosity and asking questions and not assuming that I know everything. And Rob Pinson was alluding to this idea of openness. I think that comes and stems from humility, the understanding that in a human body with a human brain, there's only so much that we can understand. And we can only understand things in a certain way, like, the concept of infinity. We acknowledge that it exists, but our brain can't comprehend or grasp what that is. So when we start to break down how much we don't know in life, then we realize that what we think we know might be leading us astray. So to have that openness, that mentality, that doesn't mean to believe everything we hear, but the humility, I think, opens doors, and it opens doors spiritually, but also in every aspect of life.
That's Kabbalah.
That's great.
That's old style Kabbalah soul. That's what he's saying. Just accept. Do it.
Just be open to more.
Exactly.
You don't have it all figured out. Yeah, that was great. I think that's a great note to end on. And thank you both very much. Thank you, Amudim, and thank you all for tuning in. Have a great night.
Bye.
Unite to Heal, a 36-hour live stream benefit for Amudim. 36 hours, 36 events, over 100 top leaders and entertainers. all to benefit Amudim, an organization that's there for us, for the children, adults, and families in our community worldwide every single day of the year. Unite to Heal begins with you, and we're counting on you to get to the $5 million goal by tomorrow night. It's a 36-hour event. We are already at just under $200,000, thanks to all of you who've already donated. And we're looking to get to $5 million by tomorrow night. So as you watch and enjoy all the information and all the entertainment and all the great panel discussions, remember the key is to be there for Amudim. Hit the Donate Now button on unitetoheal.com and be as generous as possible. The CEO of Amudim is Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. Good morning, Rabbi Gluck. I'm sure you're very excited this morning because often you've turned to the community for help, and there's no reason to think that they're not going to come through this time as well.
Good morning, Nachum. Thank you so much. I am very excited, and I'm also very nervous. I'm going to say it straight. You know, this last 8-9 months has been difficult for everybody, and particularly as far as funding is concerned for Amudim, with an increase of caseload and the need for more funds. So I'm really hoping and praying that today we're going to see the same that we've seen in the previous years that you've helped us with. So,
couple of things we should point out to everybody. The first thing is this is a unique event. You've had great live stream events in the past. We did a wonderful one last year, but this one has taken months to prepare, and it involves a whole bunch of incredible people from around the world. What makes this 36-hour event different?
So first of all, I wish it was months to prepare. I have to give a very big thank you to Yami SCHACHTER and the entire crew at Charity Bids for really pulling this off in less than 6 weeks. So it should have taken months. What makes it different is we were really looking to accomplish two things at once. Number one is the world is in turmoil, and a lot of people are struggling. We wanted to find a unique way to give people some positive vibes, some good entertainment, some things to enjoy, while at the same time giving them the understanding of what Amudim needs. And that is why this is so different, because it's not just like what we've done last year where we just spoke with, you know, survivors and victims and people that we've helped and some political leaders, but it's really taking it another step. That's going to be for tomorrow, but we're taking it to another step, and it's really giving people, and the beauty is these segments, there's something for everybody.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot to take in and a lot to enjoy, no question about it. And we should also mention that Amudim has become an international organization. Some people may find that hard to believe, but you're literally helping people not just in the U.S. and Israel, but in 40 countries around the world. And all of this has become even more difficult to do in the past year. Now, in a couple of minutes, we're going to be speaking to your staff members who've been on the front lines of what it's like to fund and to clinically help so many people through this whole COVID situation. But just explain to everybody how this blossomed into an organization that's helping people literally around the world.
It's really 3 words: word of mouth. It wasn't advertising, it wasn't marketing, it wasn't looking, it was just people reaching out from everywhere and us trying to find a way to fill that need and fill that void. And there's currently clients in over 406 cities around the world that we are helping. And it's just, you know, I'll just say it straight. I just take a moment and reflect and think how Mendy Klein, Zechron Levracha, must be looking down from Shemayim and really just shepping nachas on the over 8,500 people that we've helped since inception and the over 3,500 this year alone. It's been beautiful, and I just want to say it doesn't mean that there's that many people with problems, which there are, but it means a positive thing. There are that many people that are prepared to reach out for help, and that's beautiful.
And you've mentioned that he was the one that really encouraged you to go international, and what a tribute this is to his memory. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, you'll obviously be on many different segments that are going to be happening over the next 36 hours, and of course our big live event that'll wrap things up tomorrow night. I know you join me in encouraging everybody to please donate. It's a $5 million goal. It's attainable, certainly, but it is very necessary. $5 million is not something that is just a made-up number. It's a serious number that will add to an already larger budget than that, an annual budget that's even larger than $5 million. So please give what you can, unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com. Click on the donate button and be as generous as possible. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, I thank you. More coming up as we continue here at unitetoheal.com. I do remind everyone that there's 36 hours, 36 events, and over 100 top leaders and entertainers are going to be part of this incredible broadcast. It all culminates tomorrow night in our live event from right here. After 34 and a half hours, we will gather together and we will ask you to really wrap this thing up in as grand as a fashion as possible. Devorah Perlman is the CFO of Amudim. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. And Miriam Lankry is the clinical director from Amudim. Thank you very much for being here as well. Miriam, we'll start with you. You have seen, it's now December, you have seen over the last 10 months, I am sure, a big increase in your department. What's it been like trying to help everybody clinically during all these months of COVID?
Good morning. Thanks for having us. It's so nice to be here. It's been really overwhelming. That's the truth. There's been a tremendous increase in the amount of callers. I have to say that my clinical staff, my clinical case managers rose to the occasion incredibly. We all had to work from home. Tzvi Gluck has it set up that our phones, our computer systems, everything's able to be remote, and that was a blessing. I think he took that on several years ago. He wanted to make sure that if anything ever happened, we would be able to do this. So, so we all were working from home. The staff rose to the occasion. We even had to hire 3 new people during this time period to be able to service everyone during this time and handle all the calls that were coming in. We set up a hotline just for COVID that now, fortunately, we were able to close so that people who didn't need Amudim services per se would be able to just get on the phone and talk to somebody. Just, I'm really stressed out. All the kids are home. I haven't been able to go to work. There's just a professional on the other end of the line to speak to them and help them with their stress during this time.
Can I assume that every department that you lead, every type of situation that comes across, does every one of them increase during COVID? I guess some more than others, but did all of them increase in terms of the number of people that you had to service in each department?
Yes, absolutely. All the areas required more. Schools were reaching out because students, teachers were more stressed out about having to do Zoom school. The case managers were getting much more calls. All the different areas of Amudim had a big increase in volume.
And situations that arise from families being cooped up, and I'm sure people can think on their own of some of those types of situations. Those obviously became very, very filled with tension.
Sure.
And your phone kept ringing.
Our phone kept ringing.
And,
yeah.
And you were there to help people out.
Yeah.
So COVID-19 has really increased the caseload, has increased the work, and obviously has increased the need for people to support Amudim. And that's why we're asking everybody to please be as generous as possible today. unitetoheal.com. Be as generous as possible by clicking the donate button. Devorah Perlman is here, CFO of Amudim. Well, that's a good segue. I ask everybody to give money. I ask everybody to be generous, and you are the person who is responsible to deal with the finances of Amudim as responsibly as possible. What has the last 10 months shown you in terms of the work of Amudim and the need for financial assistance?
Well, as Miriam mentioned, our case volume has increased so tremendously, and we really, our case managers at this point are so bombarded with work. We really, even though we did hire 3 new staff members, we really are looking to bring on even more help to help with the additional cases that have been coming on. We also have a long waiting list of clients that are waiting for help with support for therapy subsidies, and unfortunately we haven't been able to help them as much as we would like to, and that's really one of the things that we're really hoping to get from this event today, is to help raise funds so that we could help our clients get the help that they need.
A lot of people might think that achieving the goal is going to make your job easier. The reality is that, thank God, the more money comes in, the more people like yourselves are able to service those in need in the community, and you won't have to hopefully make too many decisions about where the money goes. Hopefully it'll be enough to fund all the different departments that you have with Amudim. So again, everybody, unitetoheal.com, be as generous as possible. So Miriam, is there one department that you could explain to us has been, unfortunately, exploding with cases at this point? Is it in fact cases of domestic abuse or things like that that arise from very tense situations at home over the last 10 months?
So it isn't one, it's an increase in all the departments. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, domestic violence, people who are cooped up at home or are being told you can't leave the house because it's dangerous, you can't reach out for help, are at much higher risk right now. People who may have actually achieved sobriety and no longer suffer from addiction the way that they used to without access to meetings or with the increased stress are struggling much more again. People being cooped up with, victims who've been cooped up with perhaps with uncomfortable situations at home have to find solutions, creative solutions to get to feel safe.
Has your staff had to deal with situations they never had before? Like are they being introduced to scenarios that they really did not see in the regular work of Amudim in years past?
Yes, definitely. We came to a situation, especially around this all kind of broke Purim time and Pesach, people were in situations where they were stuck at home. And most of the time I've spoken to people directly who said, usually I can go out for a meal, I can leave, I can find an escape route if the tension in my home gets too high. And now I can't do that. I can't go to people. I'm stuck at home with people who I'm not comfortable with. And it was quite stressful. We were able to, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but we were able to put certain people in safe environments without giving too much detail for people who really had no other choice.
Right.
And that was something that really helped people who had no other option.
Then on top of that, the financial strain that families went through, even families who, thank God, are peaceful, families that can get through a yontif together without any issues, and Baruch Hashem, there are many of those.
There are many, yes.
But the financial strain that this past year has had on everybody just increases all the different problems that families can have.
Yeah, I spoke to a relatively young man, father of 4, community askin involved with a Hatzalah type organization, volunteer. He called really at his wit's end saying, I'm collapsing. And this is somebody who no one would ever imagine was struggling. And I spoke to him for a long time and helped him get to therapy in his community. And after a few weeks, he let me know that things were better. But the stress, the financial stress, the pressures, normal everyday pressures, being a Hatzalah type member, seeing, tremendous tragedy as well, the combination of everything was overwhelming, and he needed help. And I was so glad I let him know that he was strong for reaching out. Because when you reach out for help, that's strength. You can do something about it. Suffering in silence until you explode is not a solution.
Devorah, did Tzvi and you have to make tough decisions that people come to you with cases that, where someone would be better off in a rehab center, someone would be better off being put in a safe space, as Miriam described, but all that costs money, all that, it requires finances. Are you sometimes put in a position of making tough decisions just based on what the organization can afford?
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, the financial situation has affected not only individuals, but our organization as well. Many of our supporters are not in the position to support in the way that they have in the past. And unfortunately, we have many clients who, are not able to afford the help that they need. And although we would love to help everybody immediately, some of them are either not getting the ideal help that they need, or they're unfortunately on a waiting list, waiting for this campaign to be able to help them.
Amudim's helping a lot of people every single day, and the point that Devorah just made is so vital, and that is that there are people who are in need of help, but sometimes the funds are not there. On top of that, there are donors who've been very, very generous over the last many years who are not able to be as generous. So those of you who are capable, those of you who've been able to hold on to your jobs, who've had very successful 2020s, and there are a lot of people watching right now who've had really successful 2020, please go to the donate button on this website, Unite to Heal, unitetoheal.com. Be as generous as you can and be one of those people that really can make a difference. We love all the small contributions. They're wonderful and they add up to a lot of money. But those of you who are capable of giving at a much higher level, believe you me, that money is going to be utilized very, very well. Devorah, I'm sure you join me in asking everybody to be as generous as possible. And when we say $5 million, that's not even your annual budget. When we use the goal of $5 million, we're talking about a percentage of what Amudim really needs to get through an entire year.
Yeah, yeah. Our budget is even larger than that, and unfortunately, our budget keeps growing every year. You know, just like Miriam mentioned, our case volume every single year since our existence has just grown tremendously, and it's definitely a challenge to keep the for the funding to keep up with it.
Do you have a lot to do, Miriam, with the international aspect of this? Are you sometimes advising people in other countries that this is the type of person or professional you need to go to, or the type of people you need to bring in for a certain situation?
I supervise the Israel branch.
Wow.
They call me. They know, of course, the people on the ground better, but they reach out to me, and I supervise them as well. I've spoken to people in Mexico, Argentina, in Chile. I lived in Chile for several years, so I learned Spanish while I lived there, so I get a lot of Spanish callers. England and Europe in general, as far as China and Australia, people have reached out to Amudim. Depending on the time zone, sometimes we'll send it to the Israel office to manage, but as a general notion of what type of therapy people should go to and what they should look for, we're supervising all over the globe right now.
So you're one of the reasons that Amudim is so successful internationally.
Internationally, yeah, we try.
The language helps. The fact that you're in touch with every country helps as well.
Yeah.
I want to thank Devorah Perlman, CFO of Amudim. I want to thank Miriam Lankry, Clinical Director from Amudim. And I know that both of you join me in encouraging everybody to be generous and help you continue to do your amazing work.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Everybody out there, UniteToHeal.com. You know what this is? It's a 36-hour live stream benefit for Amudim. 36 hours, 36 events, over 100 top leaders and entertainers. The website is very simple, UniteToHeal.com, and it begins with you. Unite begins with you. And right now, we're just at around $200,000 of a $5 million goal, which will culminate tomorrow night with our big live event. In the interim, you have 36 events to watch and be part of, and you have the ability to donate and help Amudim get to their goal. We want to make this as successful as possible. We want everybody out there to literally make this a successful crowdfunding campaign. We want the entire crowd, all of you, to be part of this. Please support Amudim. Use these 36 hours to share the information with your friends, to put all of this on your Facebook and Twitter feeds, and to make sure that people enjoy what they're watching, and at the same time, give to Amudim. The work of Amudim somehow over all these years has become so vital in our community worldwide. And now we look to you, all of you watching from around the world, to be as generous as possible. UniteToHeal.com. Recommend the site to everybody out there, and make sure to give as generously as possible. The donate button is prominent on the site, as you can see, UniteToHeal.com. We have 36 events, and you're about to see a really excellent sample of those events. There's a piece done by Shlomo Simcha and the Maccabees entitled Moshe Aaron Reimagined. It is brought to you by our friends at Charity Bids, who have done such an incredible job, a yeoman's effort to put together this unbelievable live stream event. And this show, this piece, will give you a taste of what is to come over the next day and a half, over the next 36 hours. Moshe Aaron Reimagined, UniteToHeal.com. Keep giving, everybody. Keep giving.
Oy moy shviaroin bkhoy ano hushmuy lebkhoy leishmoy Hashem Elokeinu Hu Yato Aniso Kel Noisei Yisalo Hu Yevenoikei Malalilo Yisalo
Moshe Aaron reimagined. Shlomo Simcha and the Maccabees, just one sample of the great entertainment that you're going to have over the next 36 hours as we are uniting to heal at unitetoheal.com to benefit Amudim. We have reached $202,000, a figure that will make our next guest very happy, very pleased, and we're asking everybody to continue to be as generous as possible. Go to unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com. It's 36 hours, 36 events, including tonight's Holy Yid Squares that I have the honor of hosting. And it's over 100 performers and entertainers and leaders from around the world. At the same time, we're asking you to consume and enjoy all of this content while supporting Amudim by clicking on the donate button and being as generous as possible at unitetoheal.com. David Solomon is with us. He is the Amudim chair of the Board of Governors, and he also chairs the Audit and Finance Committee, and could speak about the need for a $5 million successful campaign over the next 36 hours. David Solomon, welcome.
Good morning, Nachum. I'm thrilled to be here, especially having grown up listening to you every morning on JM and the AM.
Thank you.
Shout out to my folks in Queens who we woke up to you. So good morning.
I appreciate that very much, and a shout out to them as well. So David, when did you first get involved with Amudim?
So it was probably about between 3 and 5 years ago. I sort of knew Tzvi, and Tzvi approached me to get involved, and I think I was sort of skeptical. I said, listen, I have lots of demands on my time. I don't really know much about Amudim, and if I get involved, I'm going to demand a very high standard of corporate governance and transparency. Those were two things that were very, very important to me. Tzvi is super persuasive, as you know. And there's no saying no to Tzvi. He worked on me, and I had the dual punch of Mendy Klein, Olav Shalom, and the two of them finally sort of cajoled me and perhaps forced me to get involved. And I'm really happy. It's been a fantastic opportunity, and I think we've pivoted the organization in a fantastic direction.
So from your perspective, you could tell those who are watching that Amudim is what type of organization financially?
We are aiming for excellence constantly, and we are constantly pushing ourselves to be the most transparent organization from a fiscal perspective. The board in particular is an active working board that cares very much about the fiscal health of the organization and viability, and we value these are hard-earned dollars that folks are donating, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We also have a fantastic finance team led by Devorah Perlman, our CFO, who you just met. And both from a lay perspective and an internal team perspective, there's a really unique partnership. We spend a lot of time on it. We sweat every detail. And our donors know that they are funding very valuable work, and every penny is accounted for in a very serious way, and we take that responsibility seriously.
There are different organizations, guidance departments that monitor charities. Are those, the well-known ones, aware of just how fiscally responsible Amudim is?
Yeah, it's important to us to have a fantastic 5-star rating on each of those groups, like Guard Star.
Right.
Anything we qualify for, we're at the top of the rating system. That's something that we watch very carefully. Our financials are online, which is quite rare, and we want people to have full transparency, and we're happy to show donors the books at any time. We take that responsibility seriously. We want to be best in class from a corporate governance and financial perspective.
You know, as a community, first of all, as a community, we could be very proud that we have an organization like that. But aside from that, as a community, we always wonder about organizations that do get government assistance. I have to assume that Amudim is a beneficiary of because of their amazing work for the community. And we want the government and those who look closely from Albany and Washington to see a Jewish group that is taking fiscal responsibility very seriously. It does only good for our community in general when that's their impression. I know that's important to you as well.
Yeah, this is something core to what we're doing, and I can't tell you how many Jewish organizations have reached out to us to emulate this model. And listen,
I'm glad to hear that.
We hope it spreads, and we're proud to be a role model in this respect in the Jewish community. Not only the care and devotion for our clients, but also how do we treat the donors, and how do we spend their hard-earned money.
All right. With all the assistance from different sources that comes in, you, David Solomon, can sit here today and tell everybody watching that we still need a successful $5 million campaign between now and tomorrow night. And that $5 million will go a long way to help a lot of people.
Absolutely. We're counting on your support. We need your support. COVID, we needed your support before COVID. COVID double underscored and bolded how much we need this support. The people have been cooped up for 9 months. It exacerbates a lot of underlying problems, and the call volume, as Miriam alluded to earlier, is off the charts. Right. We also need to be supportive of our caseworkers. This is money. This is not a luxury. This is necessary.
You're on the Board of Governors. You probably, as you were watching all this develop in March, April, May, you were probably saying, how much more can we do? How could we be tapped to the point where the finances are going to dry up? The finances won't be there to continue this amazing work.
Yeah, we had a lot of tense Zoom meetings and calls, the board, our financial staff. We're thrilled that we made it through, but we're not there yet. And we take the viability of the organization very carefully. We're careful never to borrow. That's something which is important. And we want to meet our commitments to the community, and we have, and we hope to continue to do it for a long time. So thank you to everyone in advance for everything you've done heretofore. We look forward to your support going forward, and we hope to be here to serve the community, COVID, non-COVID, whatever Hashem sends us.
It sounds like the board could have thrown up their hands and given up, but it's not that type of board. It's not,
no way.
Even with COVID, it's not going to scare you guys away.
We've got a bunch of fighters, both on the Amudim professional team and also the board, and we've had fantastic support of people like UJA Federation. I think without them, we may not have made it through COVID. Both from a tangible support and from a professional and executive development support. There are so many things that we've learned from them and others, other groups that will be highlighted throughout this live stream that really helped us. So we have fantastic community partners. Amudim is community. It's part of our slogan. And it's not just the big donors, and it's not just the big federations or foundations. Every single donor counts.
Yeah, and on that topic, and it's a great way to segue into our next pitch. I mean, I'm sure you have colleagues out there, and you know people who have been very generous in the past and found this year to be very challenging. Could you just tell everybody out there why even the smaller donations, when someone's giving $18, $36, $100, $500, whatever it may be, and are not doing the $10,000, $20,000 level, explain why that's so vital and it really helps you increase the donor base?
Tzvi and our entire team look at every donation. I just saw a bunch of smaller donations scrolling across the stream. You can't imagine the psychological support that it gives to our board and to our professional team to see all sorts of names coming through. And to some degree, our community is 1 or 2 degrees of separation. You may know someone who donated to Amudim. I bump into people all the time who say, hey, David, Amudim helped me with this. I called Tzvi about that. I spoke to Miriam and her team about X, Y, and Z. We're all connected. The community is super connected, and every donation is tracked. Our statistics are fantastic. We track just like we track every case in every community, and we know how much we're spending in every community. We track donations. Seeing the support of the broad Jewish community and beyond is very gratifying to the team, and it is the jet fuel that propels us.
Phenomenal. And Tzvi doesn't know how to say no, nor does the board know how to say no. So whenever someone
and we can't say no to him.
Correct. So whenever the board is approached or Tzvi is approached to help with any case, they jump into action. David Solomon, I thank you. Continued success with the organization.
Thank you very much, Nachum.
And I'm going to remind everybody that unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com. It's an amazing opportunity for everybody out there to be a large donor, a smaller donor, to give what you can, and to continue enjoying this live stream while being as generous as possible. Please, please utilize these 36 hours and the 36 events and the over 100 leaders and entertainers that you're going to be meeting in this unique format over the next day and a half. and be as generous as possible. We have incredible stuff coming up. I mean, I'll go through it before this hour ends. Some amazing events and performers. That'll be coming up over the next 36 hours, plus the Holy Yid Squares game that's going to be happening tonight, which I have the honor of hosting. But as all this is going on and you're enjoying all the panel discussions and all the wonderful brand new content that's being offered and unique content that's being offered over the next 36 hours, please be as generous as you can. Amudim is there for everybody. Children, adults, and families in our community worldwide, every day of the year. UniteToHeal.com. Hit the donate button. We have 3 guests who are going to be joining us. Here in our studio is Miriam Reinitz-Kops. Welcome and thank you for being here. And I'm told that we're going to be joined by both, there they are, Rivki Milgram. Rivki, hello to you.
Hi, hello.
Thank you for being with us. And Gita Reinitz-Bassman is with us as well. Gita, hello and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Miriam, I'll start with you. This is, it's funny, Tzvi introduced this whole area of Amudim during COVID to us, a situation like yours. Just a few weeks ago, I didn't even realize that Amudim had jumped in to help people in this type of situation. Miriam, describe what your family recently went through and what Amudim did to help.
So I would say it's a little bit of a lighter story.
Right.
My little sister, Gita, she's up on the screen over there, was going to be getting married in September in Israel. And my sister Rivki and I were trying to get there. So it was a little bit complicated at the time. We weren't really able to get into Israel so easily because of COVID, and there were so many requirements. And Rivki and I kind of turned to each other and said, we're going to do whatever it takes to get into Israel. So let's start buying COVID insurance and getting all of our documents together. And you contact the consulate and you give them this entire document just under a certain level of megabytes. And you send it in for them to come back and say, sorry.
What month did this start? That you were starting this effort?
So they don't want you to apply
until
2 weeks before your travel. So they'll reject it right off the bat if it's not within 2 weeks of travel. So it's a funny little game where you have to get it just in the right window. And we really wanted to be there for her. I guess, what makes our situation a little bit, that brought it to the attention of David Kushner out of Philadelphia is that we don't have parents. Gita, we lost our mom when Gita was only 3, and then our dad when Gita was 13. So she started a life for herself in Israel. She made Aliyah, and she built something for herself over there, and we're so proud of her. And we wanted to be there to see her get married to this incredible guy, Lior. And David sympathized with that. We didn't think that it was a sympathetic story, but one of the incredible things about David and Amudim is that they look at you and say, this is what you need, don't you? And I'm so happy that he did, because what he did for us was he got in direct contact with the consulate and made sure that we were able to get in. We just kept getting rejected again and again. And he saw a story and he communicated it to them. And I just remember on a Saturday night, I was missing a document, which is my birth certificate, and I had no way of proving that I was Gita's sister. And I'm just, why else would I want to get on a plane?
During COVID.
During COVID. And also, isn't it Israel? Don't you guys see that, aren't your intelligence is so much far superior than anything her sisters more than I do. But I sent my husband back to the apartment to look for we found my father's death certificate and my grandfather's death certificate, which we were able to just piece things together. And David called me and he said, the lady at the consulate says, what's this girl doing bothering me? Tell her she's fine. She's going to go to Israel. Wow. So Rivki and I packed our stuff up and went, thank God, we got to see Gita down the aisle. It was really beautiful, really emotional. And we thank David so much for seeing what we needed more than we did.
So Amudim is relentless, sometimes in a really, really good way.
I just love that they use their resources, and it didn't necessarily cost anything.
And they don't give up.
Yeah, oh gosh, David is relentless.
Let's turn to Rivki for a moment before we get to the Kala. Rivki, what are your impressions and what do you remember about this whole episode?
I just remember telling my sister Miriam, this isn't bull. We're never going to be able to get to this wedding. Just give up. This is not happening. And thank God, my sister Miriam also, she's relentless and she never gives up. And I was so thankful to be able to be at my little sister's wedding. It was so special. It was so meaningful. And I'm very grateful that Amudim was able to help us out with this. And that my sister Miriam also didn't give up. And I'm I'm just very grateful to them.
Sounds like you guys went to the right address, because Amudim won't give up, and they'll make sure to always do what is necessary to help people out. And this is a perfect example, as you said, a lighter story or a simcha story, as opposed to the majority of the Amudim cases. And now to the Kala. Gita in Israel, I assume. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
So what was it like when you were sort of not sure if your closest relatives and those you care about most would possibly not be at the wedding?
So for me, it was actually a lot more complicated than it was for Miriam. We got engaged back in March with a 6-month lead time, and we said COVID's going to be over by then, and then 3 months in advance, 2 months. A lot of people here are changing their wedding dates, canceling their weddings. And I said, we have to keep the date. We have to keep the date no matter what. And then a few weeks before the wedding, when I saw that it really looked like none of my siblings would be here, I had nightmares. I kept envisioning myself under the chuppah without a single family member.
Aye.
And like Miriam said, after all the work I did to build myself up, to build a career, to be independent, I felt like an orphan. Like I felt the same way like when I was 13 and I was just orphaned. And I said, if I don't have one family member under the chuppah, maybe we should push off this wedding. Like that's, to me, it was really that important. It felt horrific. I was like, it's like Cinderella, but in a bad way.
So it didn't matter at that point. It didn't matter at that point how many people were at the wedding, because if you remember August and September, that was a big issue in Israel, right? How many people can be at a wedding? The most important thing is who was at the wedding. And thank God, because of Amudim, you had the people there that you wanted.
They showed up on like Thursday afternoon. We hosted like the Shabbat before the wedding. Imagine hosting, like, come, we got your favorite foods. Like, I was so excited to have them. Exactly like you said. I said, let us have 5 people on the beach, as long as, you know, it's someone who watched me grow up and can transition me from one stage to the next. It doesn't matter if it's 500 people, but nobody from my family. And you gave us really the biggest gift that I could ever have asked for.
When Rifki and Miriam got back on the plane to leave Israel, were you sort of like, I cannot believe this actually happened?
I think we're still kind of in shock. And to be honest, we hadn't really even heard of Amudim before, but learning more about what they do and how it's all heart. When I see the dollars coming up on the screen, it's just like, you're basically funding incredible people, helping as many people as they possibly can. David, he wanted to help my other sister in London. Unfortunately, she couldn't. It was a little bit more political there, but he just wanted to help. And I can only imagine the other staff members of Amudim, if they have that same heart and soul. All it is about touching as many people as possible and making life better for Jews around the world. And I don't know, what's more important.
Well, you said it best early on in this conversation when you said whatever people need, they want to help get it done for everybody. Rifki, how do you look back once this whole episode ended?
I still think about that wedding and how incredible it was and how amazing it was that I was able to be there. And I'll never forget that, for the rest of my life. I'll always think back to that unbelievable day and story. And it was just really incredible. It was really, really incredible.
Gita, does Lior know that Amudim was instrumental in making the wedding even better?
Oh, he knows all about it. We've donated twice already. We discussed it from our new joint bank account, how much we're giving and what we're doing. And I don't know who is happier, me or him. Like he just lit up at the chance to spend some time with my sisters, at the chance to really combine his families. And he was just in his glory. Yeah.
Well, Gita, mazel tov to you and continued success. And to Miriam and Rifki, we'll wish you mazel tov as well, because Amudim helped make it a really simcha for the Kala, for everybody at the wedding, and especially for the sisters.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Amudim does amazing work, everybody. This is one, I like how Miriam put it, it's a light story, but even when it's a desperate situation that involves a really, really cool and wonderful event, like a wedding, they're there for everybody. So please, give what you can. Go to the unitetoheal.com site, which I'm assuming you're on right now, unitetoheal.com. Click on the donate button. If you noticed, we're about to hit $220,000. $220 out of an amazing campaign goal of $5 million, which we hope to hit by tomorrow night. So please Keep it coming at every single level. I want to take this opportunity now to announce and to bring in Sholem Lemmer. Sholem Lemmer has a great brand new selection entitled I'll Rise Up. This show, this portion, this special video that we're presenting is sponsored by Vantage Point Capital and our friends at Vantage Point Capital, and I hope all of you are being very generous at this time to the people at Amudim. Sholem Lemmer for you on UniteToHeal.com. Keep giving, everybody.
Founded on the pillars of kindness, compassion, and dignity, Amudim is there to serve community members in times of crisis. Amudim functions as a confidential resource center that provides meaningful assistance, enduring support, and direct referrals for individuals and families, and ensures that every person facing a crisis has a place to turn to. At their lowest points, in the darkest hours, Amudim is a beacon of light, helping people overcome their challenges and helping them rise up.
Broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find that fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move the mountains, we gonna walk it out. Move the mountains. I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, high like the waves, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other. Oh, we will rise, we will rise, yeah, we will rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up, high like the waves, we'll rise up, in spite of the ache, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times.
Sholom Lemmer, I'll Rise Up is the name of that selection. Thank you to Vantage Point Capital. Everybody out there, I have great news. We are at $225,000. What a start. It's 1 hour so far, not even an hour yet. 1 hour so far of a 36-hour event for Amudim. $225,000. Can we get to a $5 million goal by tomorrow night? The answer is yes. And don't forget, we wrap up tomorrow night with a great live event starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us for that. We'll have amazing guests, great conversation. Make sure to be with us Monday night Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday night, to wrap this whole thing up. And tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the debut of Holy Yid Squares, which is going to be featured in the 8 o'clock hour Eastern Time tonight, right here at UniteToHeal.com. A lot of great events. A lot of wonderful things are happening. We need you to keep it coming. And I'm talking about the funds. I'm talking about the money. I'm talking about this campaign getting to $5 million. Keep on donating. Click on the donate button, UniteToHeal.com. Encourage everybody through your email, through your telephone and WhatsApp and Facebook and Twitter and every type of social media that you have to be as generous as possible and keep Amudim going. It's a $5 million campaign which will wrap up tomorrow night.
Hello and welcome. My name is Rabbi Efrem Goldberg, and I have a true privilege and honor to share this conversation with Mori Rabbi, Harav Schechter Shlita. It's truly an enormous privilege and an opportunity for all of us to learn. I'm so excited to be able to do this conversation on behalf of an extraordinary organization, Amudim. Amudim and Tzvi Gluck and the entire staff administration and all of the volunteers are performing the greatest chesed there is. People in their most vulnerable moments, individuals who are in crisis, to show up, to intervene, to be able to hold up and to be able to place people in the environment with the support that they need is literally saving lives. We've benefited here in South Florida from Tzvi's vision and leadership, from Amudim's hard work, and so have countless others, not only where Amudim is headquartered, but really around the world. And so as we begin, I want to encourage everyone to continue to support this extraordinary organization. Go to amudim.org and do what you can to enable it to continue to do the wonderful work it does in literally keeping people alive. As I mentioned, for me, it's truly an honor and a privilege. I'm humbled at the opportunity to have a sichas chulin, to be able to have this conversation with Mori Rebbe. The Gemara tells us in Sukkah, in the name of Rav, how do we know that even the informal conversation of Talmidei Chachamim requires limud? It's worth studying, it's worth capturing, it's worth listening to. For all of us who know Mori Rebbe, for all of us who know Rav Schechter, we know what an extraordinary Talmid Chacham he is. We know his encyclopedic knowledge of Torah. We know the enormous shoulders he has in issuing psak halacha on issues, on dvarim ha'omdim berumo shel olam, the most significant issues of our day and any day. Particularly in this period, we still find ourselves in this pandemic. How many of us have relied on Rebbe, on the psak, on the guidance, on the leadership, on the direction in moments of terrible crisis, halachically and otherwise, to know how to navigate these dark times. Many of us, most of us know that side of Rav Schechter, and as someone who sat in Shir, I can tell you the goosebumps I got each day in the 2 hours from drawing from the width and breadth of Torah all over. But our time today is not about the formal Torah per se. It's not tapping into this outstanding Talmid Chacham's knowledge of Torah, but rather it's a sichas chulin, to be able to learn informally from the conversations, from the life, from the relationships of this Gadol with other Gedolei Yisrael. And so, Rebbe, I can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart for giving me and us this opportunity to be able to have this conversation. And I want to begin by asking Rebbe, how important is Shimush Talmidei Chachamim, the experiences and the stories that we're going to hopefully, please God, draw from, of the opportunities Rebbe has had to meet and spend time with Gedolei Yisrael? How important for an aspiring Talmid Chacham, for a Ben Torah, to be Meshamesh Talmidei Chachamim, to engage that sichas chulin, to not only learn in the Beis Medrash and in Shir, but to learn from leaders outside of it as well?
Attitudes are also part of the Masorah. You don't just have a dry Masorah on the dinim, and in this case it's mutter, this case is aser. You have to see what are the attitudes of the Rabbeim. It's important to pick up from the earlier generation what their attitudes were on many different things. You have to know how to weigh. You have different, in Shulchan Aruch, there are always different opinions. You have to know how to navigate, which is the accepted opinion, which is the generally accepted opinion. You have to see the Mahalach HaChaim that these Gedolim had. Very important.
What is Rebbe's, we all know Rebbe as one of the Talmidim of Hakim, of the Rav, of Rabbi Soloveitchik, and the continuation of his Mesorah, of his legacy. What are some of Rebbe's earliest memories of Rabbi Soloveitchik? What drew Rebbe to be a Talmid of Rav Soloveitchik?
What happened was, I think 2 years before my bar mitzvah, my father took me to hear Rab Soloveitchik's Yortzeit Drasha. He had Yortzeit every year on Gimel Shvat for his father, at which time he would deliver a talk for 4 hours. First 2 hours would be a shir and halacha and gemara. Next 2 hours would be a drasha, hashkafa, on that halacha topic that he had just given the shir on. And he had to prepare me in advance. I was before bar mitzvah. He prepared all the gemaras with me. And Rabbi Soloveitchik was such a good Bal Masber. The yeshir was in Yiddish, but I understood Yiddish because my father used to give drashas in Yiddish. So I understood the shir. So my father took me maybe before my bar mitzvah. And then when I was in third year high school, the Rebbe recommended to the principal of MTA that for the next year, my senior year in high school, they should put me in Rabbi Soloveitchik shir. But because I was so young, so they said I should be in another shir, Rabbi Gerelik shir, the other days of the week. So I should be tied down every day. I should have a shir. That time Rabbi Soloveitchik only gave a shir twice a week, on Tuesday and Wednesday. So they felt I should go. They were both learning the same Gemara, Sanhedrin. Rabbi Soloveitchik and Rabbi Gerelik. The whole yeshiva was learning the Gemara, Sanhedrin. So I was fortunate. I was in Rabbi Soloveitchik shir when I was still in high school. And I learned by Rabbi Soloveitchik for 10 years. My impression is that those were the best 10 years of his life. They were the best 10 years of my life. I think those were the strongest years that he gave shir in the yeshiva. I see people from the years before my time, they really can't say over things in halacha from the Rav. They can say over drushes, but somehow the shir was too hard for them. By the time I came to the shir, he lowered it down a little bit, so I understood everything that he had to say. And my father was thrilled that my father had learned by Rabbi Moshe Soloveitchik. My father was thrilled that I could follow Rabbi Soloveitchik shir.
And is it true that that Rebbe would only write down notes from the Rav shir occasionally, not even in real time? That Rebbe was paying attention to the shir in real time and only recording the notes later?
I used to learn. I had a chavrusa whose family lived in Boston. He lives now in Boca Raton. Herbie Millen, Hanoch Millen.
Sure.
Rabbi Millen, he's retired now. Rabbi Millen told me that when Aaron Lichtenstein learned by the Rav, he used to write the notes on Motzei Shabbos. So I thought, why did he do that? The shir was on Tuesday and Wednesday. Why did he write the notes on Motzei Shabbos? I must have had a good reason. So I assumed he probably thought over the shir. And then he realized you have to rearrange certain ideas. The Rav worked it out. So that's what I did for quite a few years. Then, after a few years of doing that, I wouldn't write any notes at all during the shir. The shir was Tuesday and Wednesday. I would write the notes on Motzei Shabbos. Then I found out that Rabbi Millen meant when Aaron Lichtenstein was going to Harvard and he was staying in his parents' home and he learned with the Rav on Shabbos afternoon, then he wrote the notes on Motzei Shabbos. But I was already so used to my system, so I continued like that till I started to go on dates. When I started to date, so sometimes I needed Motzei Shabbos or Sunday night to write the notes. So then I started writing the note during the shir. But in all the early years, the first 7-8 years, maybe even more, of the 10 years that I learned by the Rav, I only wrote the notes down on Motzei Shabbos and on Sunday night. Yeah.
And we're so fortunate and blessed to have those notes because they form the basis of many of the svarim that we have of the Rav on Gemara, on Halacha, on Lamdas itself are derived from Rebbe's notes, right?
Sure.
So it's a great bracha. Did Rebbe have an opportunity to have a relationship outside of shir with the Rav? Was the Rav approachable? What kind of time was spent or what opportunities were there for Rebbe to develop a relationship and to be mishamish the Rav outside of shir itself?
When I was in this year, Abba Brunspiegel was a roommate of mine in the dormitory, Rabbi Brunspiegel. He spoke Yiddish because he was a European. So he was very close with the Rav. He would go to the Rav's apartment and talk to him a lot. I was younger, much younger than Abba Brunspiegel, and I never had that, I never went to his. In later years, after my time, the younger boys always went to the Rav's apartment. They would walk him home to the dormitory, from the shir to the dormitory. Then they would sit and chew a zira for a whole afternoon. I never did that. The only time outside of shir was when I would visit in Boston. So then I would be in Maimonides. I would stay every so often either by the Millens or stay. My aunt and uncle lived for a while in Boston, and my grandmother lived for a while in Boston. So I would stay with relatives or with friends and daven by the Rav and Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, to see how he davens on Yom Tov. So that there, everything was informal. Then he was very friendly with all the Balabatim in the shul.
And the opportunity to observe him and to learn from that in that setting. And I know Rebbe used to emphasize in Shir from the Haftorah we just read to look for a Rebbe who's Dama Malach Hashem Tzavakos. And one sees that, I guess, in the everyday life.
Rabbi Soloveitchik had a practice. Whenever he would do something, he would explain to the people why he's doing it. So I remember on Mitzvah Yom Kippur, he would, on Leil Yom Kippur, he would fold up his talis. He said, the whole Issa of holding a talis today is only Hachana, but Leil Yom Kippur, you're permitted to make a Hachana for the morning of Yom Kippur. Or someone just called me last night from Eretz Yisrael, Mendy Gopin. So he tells me that he used to sit near the Rav of Maimonides. So whenever it would be, Yom Tov would be on Erev Shabbos, so he would make an Erev Tavshilin. So the Rav would always fold his talis after Musaf on Yom Tov and explain to the people that since we made an Erev Tavshilin, so we're permitted to fold the talis today for tomorrow. If we wouldn't make an Erev Tavshilin, it would be mutter. Remember, on Mitzvah Yom Kippur, if the weather permitted, he would always go say Kiddush Levana, and he would always explain, but on Mitzvah Tisha B'Av you can't. So Tisha B'Av you have to wait till you put your shoes on until you eat. So Yom Kippur, we're in a happy mood, so you can say Kiddush Levana right away, even though you don't have shoes on, even though you didn't eat any food. Whenever he would do something, he would always explain to the people around him. So those who didn't spend time in Boston are missing all of these explanations. He always explained everything.
And many of those explanations are recorded, obviously, in Nefesh Harav and the further volumes that gives us, those who didn't have the privilege of learning by or spending time with the Rav, access to those minhagim. We're not going to go in chronological order, but really going on a tour with Rebbe of the Gedolim that Rebbe met. So again, not going in order, but going back in Rebbe's life to being an MTA. There was a time in MTA where some of the Talmidim were sent to Lakewood to learn with Rav Aaron Kotler and to spend some time there. Rebbe was among them.
I was the only one from high school. The others were older than me. The others were in college or in smicha already. Rabbi Moshe David Tendler was my Rebbe in first year high school. And this was the summer that I was going to turn 14. I was still only 13. I wasn't even 14 yet. So Rabbi Tendler sent a group of 10, 15 boys to learn in Lakewood. It was a very tiny yeshiva at that time. They didn't have thousands of students. They had maybe 100, I don't know. Rabbi Tendler's middle brother, Yossi Tendler, who passed away a few years ago from Baltimore, he was then learning, he was single then, he was learning, so he was looking after us. And so Rabbi Tendler, I'm not sure, I think he wanted to give chizuk to Lakewood, so he sent another 10, 15 boys there. The others were older than me, I was the youngest one.
And when Rebbe was there interaction with Rav Aaron Kotler? Did Rebbe have an opportunity to meet him?
There wasn't too much interaction because Rav Aaron Kotler wasn't there the whole week. He just came Shabbos and he gave the shir. That's why they don't have any tapes of his shir, because he wasn't there in the weekdays. On Shabbos you can't tape it. And then he was going. There was a Knesset Agdola, which the Aguda was having in Eretz Yisrael, so he was going to leave. So I remember that Shabbos he gave his shir. We learned there, I was there for a short period of time. So we learned Gittin Daf Yud Gimel, the while that I was there. Rabbi Aaron Kotler gave a shir not on the Daf. It was something on Bava Basra, and I didn't understand one word. So right after the shir, everybody ran into the back room. I didn't know where's everybody running. They said, Yankel Schiff says the Chazar shir. Yankel Schiff was the star student. I think he prepared the shir with Rabbi Aaron Kotler in advance. Later, he married the daughter of Rav Soloveitchik. So I ran to the back room also to hear the Chazar. I didn't understand one word that he said either. So then we had Shalosh Udas, Shabbos afternoon. So I wanted to hear this person, Yankel Ship. So I sat down next to him, and he was talking and learning. I still say over some of the things that he told me about Minchas Chinuch, about Eidish Atiyach Al Azima, that I remember. And And then on Motzei Shabbos, I remember that Motzei Shabbos, they said Kiddush Levana must have been Tammuz. I don't think it was Av yet, it was Tammuz. Middle of Kiddush Levana, someone taps me on the shoulder. The Rosh Yeshiva wants to talk to me in his office. I went to his office, and he says to me, Yingala, little boy, tell me over the Shir. I didn't understand one word in the Shir. I understood the Yiddish, but I didn't understand what he was driving at. So I started to fumble for something. I started to say something. He said, I don't know what I'm talking about. So he said, that's good enough in Yiddish. That's good enough, Shai. But he was very nice.
Amazing. And moving over to sort of a different world, did Rebbe have an opportunity to ever meet the Lubavitcher Rebbe? Did Rebbe interact at all with the Lubavitcher Rebbe?
Little shaykhs when my first child got engaged. So Alta Metzger met me. He used to teach in Stern College. Maybe he still teaches in Stern College. I don't know. And he met me and he asked, tells me, Mazel Tov, your daughter got engaged, would be interested in getting a bracha from the Lubavitcher Rebbe. I had no shaykhs with the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So I said with a straight face, I'll ask my daughter, let me write down your phone number. I'll ask my daughter if she wants a bracha, and if she does, then we're going to call you on the phone. So I went with the Kala and some of the children. I already forgot. They have pictures of it because they took pictures of everybody. So Rabbi Metzger arranged that I should be on the VIP line, that they don't have to wait too long. And and I remember the people already in Crown Heights already heard that I'm going to come on Sunday to get a bracha from the Rebbe. So one of the people called me up on the phone. He knew that I had published a Dvar Torah about Land for Peace, and the Rebbe was opposed to Land for Peace. That's what I wrote. It's against the din. So he said when he heard I was going to go visit the Rebbe, he said, give the Rebbe a copy of your Dvar Torah. So I said, that's a chutzpah. The Rebbe does need my approval. The Rebbe says his opinion. He says, no, mark my words, the Rebbe will appreciate it. So I felt so uncomfortable. So I made a Xerox copy and I brought it in a manila envelope. And then at the end of the whole conversation, the Rebbe gave everybody $2, gave a bracha. We're about to leave. So I said, Yankel Rubin, I pinned the blank. I said, Yankel Rubin said I should give you the Dvar Torah that I wrote. I felt so uncomfortable giving him my Dvar Torah. So he says to me, he said in Yiddish, it says in the Sfarim, Dvar Torah moes kindness, which means a different thing. So he said, if someone gives you that Torah, you have to give him money. So he gave me another $2 and he put it on the table next one. So I thought he was going to put it in the Shemus or something. So years later, years go by, and we're on vacation in the summertime, and our next door neighbor and the next cottage is a Lubavitcher Chassid. And on Motzei Shabbos, they watch the movies of the Rebbe, greeting all the people on Sunday morning. So who's there online? Rabbi Herschel Schechter, Zechan Levracha, the one who just passed away a few years ago. So he's online, and he meets the Rebbe, and he says, the Rebbe says, what's your name? He says, Rabbi Herschel Schechter. So he says, oh, the Rosh HaKolah from Yitzchak Chana, you're the one who gave me the Torah on Land for Peace? So he says, no, he was my father's age. He says, no, the president of the Mizrahi, and the president of the RCA, and the president of Soviet Jewry, the president of the presidents, comes to the president of every organization in America. He was the one who brought Rab Soloveitchik to the Farbrengen also. That time Rab Soloveitchik visited. So he said, he's not the one. So apparently it did leave an impression on him that I gave him that Torah on Land for Peace, and he remembered it. I was very surprised.
Yeah, he supposedly had an amazing memory and obviously exposed to so many people, and yet remembered who they were. In this horrific pandemic, we've lost truly special people, great leaders, great Rabbanim. Among them was the Rosh Moetzes Gedolei Yisrael, the Novominsker Rebbe. And I know that Rebbe had the opportunity to have a relationship with the Novominsker Rebbe when he lived in Washington Heights. I believe Rebbe David maybe in his shul, and even at some point took over his shir. What was Rebbe's relationship like with the Novominsker? What stood out about the Novominsker that we could learn from?
When the Novominsker Rebbe came from Chicago to Washington Heights, they appointed him the Rosh Yeshiva and Broy's Beis Medrash. So whoever was officially the Rosh Yeshiva and Broy's Beis Medrash was the rabbi in the Aguda Minyan. So there was a couple of years where there was politics in the yeshiva. Now there's also politics, but different kind of politics. At that time, I didn't want to daven in the yeshiva because of the politics. I used to daven in the Aguda for a few years. So the Novominsker Rebbe, when he came from Chicago, took over Rabbi Naftali Friedler used to be the Rosh Yeshiva before him, and then he went to Gateshead to be involved in Gateshead Yeshiva. So Rabbi Friedler used to give a shiur every Shabbos afternoon for the parents of the students in the yeshiva, that they should be able to learn together with their children and to know Chidush Torah on the daf that they're learning. So Navi Minsker Rebbe took over that shiur. When he first came, he was used to screaming very loud, speaking very loud, and he strained his vocal cord so much that there was a chashash he would lose his voice. So the doctor told me he's not allowed to speak for around a year. So he couldn't give the shiur on Shabbos afternoon. And the weekly shiur, the daily shiur that he gave in the Broyes Yeshiva, he would write it on the blackboard and distribute. He would write it up and distribute to the students. So the shiur on Shabbos afternoon, he asked me to pinch it for him. That he had seen a lot of my notes. Apparently someone in Chicago had a copy of my notes from Rab Soloveitchik's shiur. So he says he knows that I know how to say a shiur. And for quite a few years, something like close to 10 years, I gave the shiur on Shabbos afternoon. That was officially the shiur for the parents and the grandparents of the students who are learning in Broyes Yeshiva. We used to go visit him a lot, yeah. We used to go visit him because he lived in the neighborhood. We used to talk and learning, yeah.
I think it was, I think Rebbe has shared that early in Rebbe's marriage, Rebbe and the Rebbitzin went to Eretz Yisrael for some time, hoping Avir to Eretz Yisrael would bring brachas. And on that trip, correct me if I'm wrong, that it was on that trip that Rebbe went around to different Gedolei Yisrael to get brachas. Included among them was the Stipler Gaon.
Sure.
The Stipler. What was that conversation? What was that bracha? What was that like?
What happened was we didn't have any children. We were married a while. We didn't have any children. So we went in the schus of visiting Eretz Yisrael. We should be blessed with children. So we stayed in Bnei Brak for a while. So someone said I should go to the Stipler. I had never heard of the Stipler before. His forum were not yet available in America. They weren't available in Eretz Yisrael either. He didn't sell it in the stores. You had to go to his home. So they told me, go to the Stipler and you ask for a bracha. So I said, what do you do? Well, how do you ask for a bracha? So he said, first buy a copy of it. First buy some svarim. After you buy Sefer, then you. So I came. They didn't tell me the whole story. He was hard of hearing. He had a pad of paper in front of him. So he screams out in Yiddish, what can I do for you? So he gives me the pad of paper. I should write it down. So I wrote down I want to buy his Sefer on Kiddushin, because that was in the middle of the summer, and the yeshiva was going to learn Kiddushin after Labor Day, that September. So he climbs up on a ladder, he gets the Kiddushin, I give him the money, he starts giving me the nickel change or the quarter change. I said, you can keep the change, a big deal. So he says, no, business is business. He's not a poor man, he doesn't need donations. So he gives me the quarter change. Then he screams out in Yiddish, what else can I do for you? So I wrote down on a piece of paper that I'm married and we don't have any children. Can he bless me with children? So he gave a bracha, I should be blessed with children. Then he screams out in Yiddish, what else can I do for you? So I wrote down on the pad of paper. I was embarrassed to say I was a Rebbe in the yeshiva at that time. I was already a Rebbe because I didn't have a beard. So I thought it'd give me a hard time. So I said, I learned in a kollel. I learned in America in a kollel. Can you give me a bracha to have? It was true also. I was learning in the kollel also. So I said, can you give me a bracha for hatzlach and learning? So he screamed back at me and he says in Yiddish, all the brachas in the world are not going to help. Sit and learn and to be matzliach and learning. Doesn't help to get brachas to be matzliach. You sit and learn, you'll be matzliach. Yes, that remains with me.
It's such a different image of today. We're going to Rav Chaim Kanievsky, going to his son and the chutzner and the lines and the access, and one is lucky if they get a bracha v'hatzlacha as opposed to the what else do you need? What else can I do for you? The world has changed so radically in that way, I guess, and in that time. Was it also on that trip that Rebbe met Rav Shach, went to Rav Shach, and Rav Shach served some chocolate bars, some special treats?
Sure. What happened was Rav Shach gave a shiur in the yeshiva, and I listened to the shiur. So after the shiur, he walked over to me and he says, Shalom Aleichem, he says in Yiddish, where do I come from? He knows that I'm a guest. So I asked my wife later on, how did he know I was a guest? And she said, of course, you're the only one who was wearing a straw hat. Everybody else was wearing a black felt hat. I was wearing a dark straw hat. So he came up to me, he says, where do you come? I said, I come from America. I learned in the yeshiva. So he said, I should come visit him. So I didn't know, whenever I went to visit people in Eretz Yisrael, I always went with my wife. I didn't realize his wife was an invalid. She was bedridden for many, many years. So I came with my wife. So when we came, so he apologized that his wife is not well now. He didn't tell me she was bedridden for years. He tells me the wife is not well. She can't come out of the bedroom. but he didn't. So he wanted to talk to me in learning, but he felt that it's improper to talk to me in learning. My wife would just be sitting there. He was giving a shir on the sugya in Kiddushin Daf Yud Gimel about Shibura Deraisa, Lav Deraisa. He told me over Ramban in the end of Baba Basra on the topic. So he felt uncomfortable. How can he talk and learning and keep my wife sitting there? So he gave her a chocolate bar, and he said she should eat the chocolate bar. So she felt uncomfortable eating a chocolate bar. So he said, no, it's kosher, it's kosher. You see, if it has, he says in Yiddish, if it has this emblem from the Badatz, that means that it's kosher. You came around, it's a kosher, it's kosher. She felt uncomfortable eating in his presence. So Kolzman, she was eating the chocolate bar, he was talking learning. The second that she finished the chocolate bar, he felt it's not proper, so he stopped talking and learning. It wasn't their eretz to talk and learning when she's sitting and waiting there. That was interesting.
Such a different time. And again, the Rebbe had access to these Gedolim because they were so much more accessible. They were so much more available than the world that we live in today. Was it also on that trip, or was it a different period that Rebbe spent Shabbos meals at Rabbeinu Shfinkel, that Rebbe was exposed to Rabbeinu Shfinkel?
Yeah, the first time we visited Eretz Yisrael, Rabbeinu Shfinkel, when he was a teenager, was very friendly with my father-in-law. My father-in-law learned in Europe in the Mir Yeshiva as a teenager, so they were very close friends. So he only wanted, my father-in-law gave us a list of all of his friends. We should go visit them and say hello and eat by them. So he only wanted, when we were in Yerushalayim, we have to eat all the meals by him. We didn't do that, but we ate more by him than by anybody else, sure. He was very friendly. He was a big kibitzer. He was a big joker. He had quite a sense of humor. Yeah.
What were those meals like? We have the image of big Rabbanim, of Gedolim, that the meals are Kulo Torah. Was there also Sichas Chulin at those Shabbos meals? What were those meals like?
Yeah, sure. I remember that year Tisha B'Av. We ate quite a few times by him. I remember one of the meals we were talking about, that year Tisha B'Av fell out on Shabbos, and it was a nidchet to Sunday. So I brought up in conversation, it says in Shulchan Aruch that there's no chinuch on fasting on Tisha B'Av. Mishnah in the end of Yoma says there's a chinuch for fasting on Yom Kippur, but there's no chinuch fasting on Tisha B'Av. So if a child is before Bar Mitzvah, he's going to be Bar Mitzvah next week, he's healthy, you don't make him fast on Tisha B'Av. So the shaila is, what if the child is going to be Bar Mitzvah on Yudov? He was born 13 years ago, Yudov. And this year, Yudov, he is Bar Mitzvah, and everybody else is fasting on Yudov. But on Tisha B'Av, he's not a Bar Mitzvah. Is the fasting on Yudov a Tashlumin for yesterday? So since yesterday he was not a Bar Mitzvah, so he doesn't even have to fast today on Yudov, because he's not mechuyev to do Tashlumin. He was mechuyev in the first place. What do you say? No. And that year that Tisha B'Av falls out on a Shabbos, the Iker Takana from the very outset was that you fast on Yudov. Because the Gemara quotes Rabbi Yechanan, Yerushalmi says, Rabbi Yechanan said, if I would have been there at the time of the Churban Abayis, he would have instituted Tisha B'Av on Yudov, because the main Streifus Beis HaMikdash took place on Yudov. So I was talking to Rabbeinu Shfinkel about that diun in the Yerushalmi. Maybe the cotton shehigdal on Yudov doesn't have to fast because it's Tashlumin for yesterday. So at that time, all of his daughters were married except for one. The one is now married to Rabbi Lapyansky. So she was sitting and listening, and she was giving a running commentary on everything. So she thought that was humorous. Is that Rayon? That the kid doesn't have to fast, even though he is Bar Mitzvah today on Yudov, because yesterday he wasn't. Whoop. She was interesting. She was giving a running commentary whenever we would speak. Yeah.
It's amazing. I find it very instructive and inspiring that Rebbe's associations with each of these visits, and they were more than a few years ago, is by the Chidushei Torah, or the Torah that was shared. Today, many young people, they meet somebody of great stature, and all they care about is getting a picture with that person. All they care about is the ability to tell others they met that person. But obviously, Rebbe is sharing with us that what's most important is to be able to learn Torah from that person, and to associate the visit and the person with the Torah or the Chidushei Torah that one got from that experience in almost every one of these stories. Let's come back, if we could come back to America. In Rebbe's first Sefer Eretz Hatzvi, I believe one of the Haskamas is from Rav Pinchas Hirschsprung of Montreal. Why did Rebbe choose Rav Hirschsprung to give a Haskama? Was there a relationship? Rav Hirschsprung was one of the few who passed the pin test on every daf of Shas. What was that relationship?
it wasn't my choice. I had a boy in my shiur, Abi Schmidman, whose parents lived in Montreal. His father, Shia Schmidman, was a rabbi in Montreal. When the Schmidmans used to live in Riverdale, we used to learn Chabrusa once a week on Thursday nights, unless he was busy with something in the shul. So this boy, Abi Schmidman, is now a rabbi in Philadelphia. So he insisted, he knew I was working on a sefer. He insisted he's going to get Rav Hirschbaum to write a haskama. So I gave him all the mamorim, all the essays, and he brought it to Rabbi Hirschbaum, who read through the whole thing. He read everything, and then he wrote a haskama. He wrote the haskama on Motzei Shabbos, and he looked on the calendar, and he wrote the date for Shabbos. So if you check in the calendar, it sounds like he wrote the haskama on Shabbos, because he wrote the day of the month with the Shabbos Digga date. And then when the sefer was printed, so I sent him a copy. So one of my sons went on a Pirchei Aguda visit to Montreal. And then when they met Rabbi Hirschbaum, so he said, "Oh, you're Rabbi Schachter's son. Ask your father, why did he change 3 things in the sefer?" Wow. He read the whole sefer before it was printed. Then he read the whole sefer after. And he realized that I changed 3 things from the time that I gave it to him to the time that it was printed. Ask your father, why did he change 3 things in the sefer? He had big respect for Rabbi Soloveitchik. He heard the return from Rabbi Soloveitchik. That's why he was very nice to me, because he knew that I was a student of Rabbi Soloveitchik, so he was very nice to me.
That is extraordinary. We just lost Rav David Feinstein, Zatzal, and the world is still in mourning from that loss. I believe Rebbe consulted him with Shilas and had a relationship. I know even Mishpacha magazine in their article that talked about Rav David talked about the other great Rabbanim who would consult with him, and Rebbe's name was listed in the article in the magazine among those. What was that relationship with Rav David? What was Rav David like? What kinds of issues did Rebbe consult halachically with him about?
I really didn't have with Rav David Feinstein. Every so often when people would discuss a shaila with me, the Rav Moshe had a tshuva. So a lot of Rav Moshe's tshuvas are not written so clearly. See, every so often he has a heter because there was one condition in that case that he forgot to write, and the whole heter rested on that condition. So the Rabbi David Feinstein was there when his father was writing all these tshuvas. I think Rabbi Ruma Feinstein, I was told, was learning in Cleveland, and it tells the yeshiva at the time. But Rabbi David was there with his father. So he knew all of these tshuvas, and he knew under which conditions they applied, which conditions didn't. Every so often there's a contradiction between different tshuvas, and he's the only one who knows what the answer is. He knows what's missing in the tshuva, what conditions. So every so often, people had serious shilas, and I was not in a position to give them an answer. I would recommend they better go to Rab David, because he can't take the Igros Moshe at face value. A lot of times there's information missing.
And obviously in Washington Heights, Rav Schwab was a Rav in Washington Heights, and there was a relationship and overlap, and what were some of the lessons or insights from the relationship or from conversations with Rav Schwab that Rebbe can share with us?
For quite a few years, maybe 5 years or so, I was officially the rabbi in the shul Kahal Adas Yeshua in Paramus. At that time, it was a branch of Broyas. So issues came up, and I had to usually discuss the issues with Rabbi Schwab, because they're supposed to follow the psukim of the Kehillah. So once a year, every year, I would go with my wife, with all of our children. We would visit Rabbi Schwab on Chalamoid Sukkos, usually Shabbos Chalamoid Sukkos, and we would stay for a long time. He would tell us stories. He would talk about his visit to the Chazon Ish. He knew my wife's uncle, who was killed by the Nazis. He knew from Europe, Aryeh Stam. His name was Aryeh Stam. He said when he learned and tells, that was the Elter Rabbacha that he looked up to. He wanted to be like Aryeh Stam. So he would tell us about members of the family, my wife's family. He would tell us stories. He would talk halacha. I remember on one occasion, he was giving me an instruction. Look here, young man. When you're in the rabbinate, you can't always be machmir on everything. Sometimes you have to adopt sometimes you're forced into adopting a lenient position, otherwise he's going to lose everything. He was talking about wearing a sheitel, that a Lubavitcher young man wrote a whole sefer that the women shouldn't wear shaitlin, everyone should wear a tichel. No one should be made to wear a shaitlin. And he said he can't give a haskama. He was asking me, do I know who it is? The young man wanted him to give a haskama on the sefer. He had given a haskama on the previous sefer that he wrote, encouraging the men not to shave with an electric shaver. You shouldn't use shavers. So he gave a haskama on that sefer. So he wanted him the young man wanted him to give a haskama on this sefer. So he says he can't give a haskama on that sefer. He says you have to learn to live with certain kulas, otherwise you just lose all the people. That's an important lesson in life and in the rabbinate, sure.
How does one know, and in the rabbinate, how does one know what to learn to live with and what to pose the fight for?
You got to work hard.
That's the magic question. I know Rebbe and through the mishpacha had a close relationship with Rav Gifter. What was it like spending Yom Tovim and a relationship with Rav Gifter? What can we learn about Rav Gifter?
Usually Rabbi Gifter was on Shabbosim, not on Yom Tovim. My brother-in-law is Rabbi Gifter's son, one of my brothers-in-law. And whenever there would be a bar mitzvah or an oifruf or a sheva brachas, Rabbi Gifter would come. And we would spend time talking and learning. It was very pleasant. We spoke and learning. I remember then Rabbi Gifter, where he lived in Cleveland. So then he went to Eretz Yisrael for a few years, then he came back. So I remember speaking to him after he came back. So he makes a comment. He changed, while he was in Eretz Yisrael, he changed his derech halimud. Instead of learning so slowly, he says, I picked up your style to cover more ground, to go faster. And he says he thinks it's smarter. To go faster, to cover more ground is smarter. He was strong in learning.
Did he or others give advice to Rebbe as a Maggid Shir, as a Rosh Yeshiva, what was important and within giving shiur or growing a yeshiva, was there that kind of advice or give and take from a gifter or from others? Or it was more in learning specifically?
I don't remember from Rabbi Gifter. I just remember once Rabbi Naftali Neuberger was talking to me in Baltimore. Our three boys learned in Baltimore Yeshiva, one after the other. So we used to go once every year and a half, to visit the son who was in high school there in Baltimore. So once Rabbi Neuberger was talking to me about the politics. So he was upset. There was one Rebbe in YU who spoke to him on the phone for an hour, whether he should stay in YU, he should leave. And he says, trying to convince for an hour, he's not allowed to leave YU. You have to have a school like YU. Not everybody's going to go to Baltimore Yeshiva. You have to have a yeshiva for the other people also. And he was trying to convince this person for an hour. Then the person, after the hour, the person didn't listen to him and he left YU. So he was so upset. He said, so what did he waste my time for an hour if he's not going to listen to my advice? So he was just telling me I should stay in YU and I should be matzliach, and we have to cater to all the people. Not everybody is cut out to learn in Lakewood. Not everybody is cut out to learn in Baltimore Yeshiva. You have to have different yeshivas for different people. Yeah.
Rav Avadia, I'm not going back to Eretz Yisrael, but when Rav Avadia came to America, he came to YU. Was there a time that he was considering even a position at YU? He came to give shir as the Rav Rashi, or it was visiting in some other capacity?
I think he had completed his 10 years as a Rav Rashi, and Dr. Lamb invited him to come to be a Maggid Shir for a year. So there was no Havamina because he was busy starting the Shas organization at that time. So there was no Havamina. But Dr. Lamb thought that it's a Bo B'Cheshbon. So the minute he stepped on the plane, they already attacked him in the Israeli newspapers that he's selling his soul for money, that YU is paying him a fortune of money to come teach in YU, and he's going to take, he would never even look at YU, but he's selling his soul for money. Truth of the matter was, he never had a Havamina to teach in YU for a year, and he didn't take a penny. He didn't take any money. They were negotiating how much you're going to give him if he comes for a year. He said he can't come for a year. He's busy forming the Shas party. So I think he came for a week. So the first day he was here, he gave a shir in Lampert Auditorium. Second day he was here, gave a shir in the Old Base Medrash. Then the third day, they didn't know what to do with him already. What were they going to do for a year? They didn't know what to do the third day. So I always used to daven in the yeshiva, and I used to sit and learn after Shachris till 10:30. 11 o'clock, I would go home to have a late breakfast. So Rabbi Chalap came into the basement. He says, quickly, I should take off my talis and tefillin. Hacham Avadia is coming to his office. You have to get people to entertain him. We have to ask him shilas. So I went to the office. Rabbi Tendler was there. I was there. And we were asking him different shilas, what he would paskin. But it's a different style. It's a different style of psak that he had. Then the next day we met together with him in Dr. Lamb's office. He said we should ask him shilas, and Dr. Lamb, we were asking him shilas, but it's a different style of psak. Different style. Remember, at that time, Dr. Lamb was trying to convince me I should take off for half a year to get shimush by Chacham Ovadia. So I told him I wasn't interested. It's a different style of psak. I have a different style from Rab Soloveitchik, not his style. Very different style of psak. His svarim are beautiful. It's very pleasant talking to him and learning, but we don't always come to the same maskana.
His memory was, his ability to draw was extraordinary. I'm sure that was amazing to be exposed to. Rebbe's close with. I know Rebbe more appreciates Rav Shlomo Amar as a Rishon LeZion when he was the Rishon LeZion. How does Rav Amar's style compare to Rav Avadia's? What does Rebbe appreciate so much more about Rav Amar's style?
He's a very friendly person. He's very respectful to other people. He was always very kind. I was going to come to Eretz Yisrael. My son, Rabbi Shai, was going to have what they call a Yarchikala. It was around Thanksgiving season of the year, this season. He was going to have a Yarchikala for Balabatim who were coming from America. So someone contacted my son that Chacham, Rabbi Amar is marrying off a grandson. We would make him very happy if we would come to the wedding. So we said, fine. So before the whole Yarchikala began, we were there a day early. So before it all began, we both went to the wedding. He was so thrilled that I came. He insisted I have to sit next to him. He's pouring me one cup of wine, then another cup of wine, then another cup. I had more than Arbekais. Kept on pouring. I had to go. I hadn't Dav Ma'ariv yet, so I had to go Dav Ma'ariv. After I Dav Ma'ariv, I came back, and the other people were sitting there. He chased the other people away. I have to sit right next to him. That's when Mr. Trump was elected president. After the election 4 years ago, when Trump was elected president, so he tells me that they want him as the chief rabbi of Yerushalayim to send a congratulations to Mr. Trump that he was elected as the president, but he heard that his Goyish daughter married a Jewish person. How can he say Mazel Tov if there's an intermarriage? He heard that there was a conversion. Was it a valid conversion? I said, as it happens, I was part of the Bezdin. He was so relieved. Oh, it is really an Orthodox conversion. He's going to send a Mazel Tov. Good.
We think of, when we think of YU, we think of the leadership of the past, of the Gedolim, we think of the Rav, but there were obviously many others, European Rabbanim, Rosh Yeshiva, among them Rav David Lifshitz, the Suvalkar. What was Rav David like? What was the impact or impression he left on the yeshiva and on Rebbe?
Rav David was Loishina. He dressed the same way he dressed in Europe, and he spoke Yiddish all the time. He was the same as he was in Europe. He wasn't going to change. When the boys didn't understand Yiddish, they had to give the shir in Ivris. He didn't speak Ivrit. He gave the shir in Ivris. Everybody loved Rav David Lifshitz. Everybody loved him. Rav David would always ask you, "What are you learning?" Whatever daf and whatever mesechta, he would tell you what the Rashba says and what the Shittim Kubet says. He'd always tell you something. I remember on one occasion, he asked me, what am I learning? So I figured this time I'm going to fix his wagon. So I said, I'm learning Erechin Daf, whatever. He gave me on the spot, the Dvat Torah, Erechin on that Daf. He knew all over. He knew Kotchim, he knew everything. He was very, very, he was in the shadow of Rabbi Soloveitchik all the years. Not for Rabbi Soloveitchik, he would have been a bigger star. He was a star. He had a tremendous influence on everybody. I was never in his shir. But I always spoke to him in the basement. Everybody spoke to him. It was like everybody's grandfather. He liked everybody.
Who were some of the other Europeans, and what was the connection through them to that other world and to the Gedolim of that other world?
Rabbi Gerelik was always telling other things from Rabbi Davila Soloveitchik. He learned by Rabbi Davila in Europe. He was one of the lucky people. Davila had, I think, 11 seats on his dining room table, so he accepted 11 Talmidim. So they had a quota. Radna sent so many, and Meir said so many. Slobodka had a number of students came from each yeshiva. So he was one of the lucky people who learned by Rabbi. He would always tell Rabbi Divrei Torah. I remember the debate about Rav Davala more so than the Gemara that he taught. I learned Sanhedrin the year I was in his shir. He had a big influence on a lot of students.
And the Mashgiach, the lesson.
Mashgiach had also a big influence. A lot of things that he said were beautiful. He was really Slabodka. He represented Slabodka. It's a different world. Yeah, sure.
What, Mirtashem, after Me'eva Esrim and longer, what does Rebbe hope that we'll take from Rebbe? What does Rebbe hope Rebbe's legacy will be for his Talmidim, of what we remember? In addition, of course, the Svarim and the Torah and the Psak Halacha and the Shailas and Shuvas. But in terms of a legacy of life, a legacy of learning, a legacy of Hashkafa, what would Rebbe hope that if this interview were being done with one of Rebbe's Talmidim in many, many years from now, and they were asked, what was it like to be in Rav Shechter's shir, to be in Rav Shechter's circle? What does Rebbe hope that we're taking from Rebbe's legacy?
I have the impression that in every generation we have an obligation to transmit the Torah to the next generation. I think that's the mitzvah period of review. Kedem Matan Torah, the mitzvah applied even to the Bnei Noach. And a Jew would be Mekayim the mitzvah even if his children were not Jewish. But after Matan Torah, the whole nature of the mitzvah changed. It's no longer Milos Haaretz to populate the globe. The mitzvah only applies to Bnei Yisrael. And the nature of the mitzvah is you only yotz in the mitzvah if you have Jewish children. That's how the Maggid Mishnah learns in the Rambam. And the mitzvah is, and if you have children, you don't transmit Torah to them, you're also not Yotzif. And the Gemara would appear, you're only Yotzif if you transmit Torah to the children. The Gemara says, and all the poskim say if a person, Chavetz Chaim says, and many others say, and Eben Ezra, on the first page they say, if a couple is unable to have their own children, so they should adopt a child and they should teach Torah to the others, they should support yeshivas. The Chavetz Chaim said they support yeshivas. So the whole mitzvah period after Matan Torah is to transmit Torah and Yiddishkeit to the next generation. Every generation, people think differently, they dress differently, everything is a little bit different, but there has to be a hemshech, you have to have a continuation. So I think I'm doing not a bad job of transmitting a lot of things that I heard from my Rabbeim, and I hope that my students will also do the same. They should succeed in transmitting everything in Yiddishkeit that they picked up to the next generation.
How does Rebbe see the Talmidim of today as different than when Rebbe was younger? What's it like to be in yeshiva, the derech halimud, the challenges the Talmidim have? Does Rebbe feel things are easier or harder? Are they similar or are they very different than they used to be?
The challenges are greater, but I think there's more learning going on now. In our times, we didn't have so many svarim. Svarim are not so available. Even the Beis Medrash didn't have so many svarim. Now there are 25 sets of Mishnah Brura and there are 20 sets of Shas. Every table has a Shas on it. Yeah, there are more svarim now. I think there's more learning now than in my time. For sure, more learning now.
More svarim, more learning, and more distraction, more technology. It's also
more distraction, yes.
It's also harder. Just going back, we mentioned several of the chief rabbis that Rebbe was privileged to have relationships with. Included among them was Chief Rabbi Shapiro, and the time that was spent there. What are Rebbe's impressions of stories? Did Rabbi Shapiro share with Rebbe recollections of his exposure to his Gedolim, like the Chavetz Chaim and Rav Shimon Shkaf and others?
He told over different stories. He told over, I remember when he was a chief rabbi, so he visited the OU because he's in charge of the Hashgacha of Kashrus in Eretz Yisrael. So he came. He's very surprised at the system that we have here. It's much better than his system. And I remember once he was upset why I wrote that different Piskei Halacha for the OU. So one of them I quoted the Minchas Yitzchak. Minchas Yitzchak was dying wise from the Eirach HaRedis. That's in a certain sense, that's in competition with the Hashgachas of the Rabbanut, the Badat's Hashgachas. So I quoted, Dayan Weiss wrote so many volumes of Chuvas, Minchas Yitzchak. So I quoted something, Akula Babishalakim, if you have two tzdadim lahakil, you make them. So he was upset at me, why do you have to quote Dayan Weiss? That was the Psak HaMekubal in Europe. I don't have to quote Dayan Weiss. That was the Psak HaMekubal, whatever, the two tzdadim lahakil, you make them Babishalakim. I remember on one occasion he was giving a shir in the old Beis Medrash, Rabbi Soloveitchik was already very old, and he came in late in the middle of this year. Rabbi Avram was short. So he ran over to Rabbi Soloveitchik, and he kissed him. He kissed his hand. And then he went back to the podium to speak. So he said in Ivrit, he said, says in Shulchan Aruch, you're not allowed to kiss people in the Beis Medrash, but you're allowed to kiss the Sefer Torah. So he said, Rabbi Soloveitchik is the Sefer Torah. We're permitted to kiss him. That was very moving. He used to speak so quickly. When I remember the few times that I visited him in Eretz, he would speak so quickly. So in order to slow him down, I would switch to Yiddish. Then he would speak Yiddish quickly. Then I would switch to Ivrit. I kept on switching back and forth to slow him down a little bit. His style, his speech was so quick. He was very sharp. He was very sharp.
And he himself had met the Chavetz Chaim and Reb Shimon and others, right? He was a Talmud by them?
I don't even know. Rav Unterman was a Talmud by Reb Shimon. Rav Unterman, he was one of the earlier Talmidim, yeah. But I don't know if Rabbi Avram was by Reb Shimon Shkop. I don't know.
What did Rabbi Shapiro tell Rebbe about moving to Eretz Yisrael? I know Rebbe every time Rebbe speaks about Eretz Yisrael, the chiba for Eretz Yisrael, Rebbe gets emotional. It's visible. It's obvious, and it must be hard to not be in Eretz Yisrael. Did Rav Shapiro or any of the others in Eretz Yisrael give Rebbe a hard time about not moving there? You mentioned what Rabbi Neuberger said about not leaving YU. But what about moving to Israel?
I remember on one occasion, he had someone called me up. He wants me to visit him. I should come with my wife, my children. So his shamus came. He picked us up. We made up a date, the time. So he came and he was giving us all brachas. He says he's a kohen and he can give brachas. He gave brachas to everybody. And then he starts giving me a sales pitch for 25 minutes why I should come to Eretz Yisrael. They need people like me. He said for many years they had Rabbanim would retire from Europe and they would come to Eretz Yisrael. So the Badats had an abundance of Meira Hara, but they didn't have people who knew how to say a good knockout shir. So he says when Reb Shmuel Salant was getting old and he wanted an assistant rabbi to take over, well, he'll have to retire. So they were suggesting different people. The end of the story was that the Aderes came. They picked the Aderes. But he said at that time, the story goes that Rav Chaim Soloveitchik recommended that they should take Reb Bitzele Panovizha. Why? Because he said they have enough Meira Hara. All the retired Rabbanim can pass on all the shah. They need someone who knows how to say a knockout shir. Rab Chaim felt that Reb Bitzele Panovizha was the biggest Bal Mechadish of the generation. So Rabbi Avram said he read quite a few of my Divrei Torah, and he enjoyed them very much. And he was telling me, you wrote this about this, and he quoted Rab Soloveitchik about that, and he quoted the Ragachover about this. Not stam. He read them and he remembered them. He said, we need people like you in Eretz Yisrael to give a shir. And then he says, I have money, I have access to money. If you want, I can make you your own yeshiva, your own kollel. If you want, I can get you a job in an existing yeshiva kollel. We need people like you. Around 25 minutes, a whole conversation. Then at the end of the whole sales pitch, he asked me, by the way, in addition to giving a shir in YU, what else do you do? So I said, at that time, I used to give a weekly shir in Rabbi Luckstein Shul. It used to be a weekly shir. So he's asked how many people attend the shir. So I said, between 25 and 35 people every week. What else? I used to give a week. At that time, I gave a weekly shir in Queens. I still give that weekly shir on Zoom now. Okay. But it's for the group in Queens. How many people attend that shir? More. And then he said, and then once a month, I gave a shir in this place, and once a month over here in New Jersey, and this and that. So he adds it all up in his mind. He says, if that's the case, he takes it back. He says, if you're having so much influence in America that you give a shir every week and every month, that's such a big crowd, maybe you belong in America. The obligation to live in Eretz Yisrael is, if that's our makam. But if your makam is in America, so you belong in America. So that's why, because of him, I don't feel so guilty staying in America all these years. Maybe it is my makam. Maybe it is my makam to be Marbitz Torah in America.
And because of Rebbe, I don't feel so guilty. So it's passed forward to help us. Hopefully it's my makam too, even though for us, our Alibi B'Mizrach. On that visit to Israel, was it the first visit? Was Beryl Soloveitchik, Rebbe mentioned stopping at...
Yeah, sure. We visited Rabbi Beryl Soloveitchik. Yeah.
What was that visit like? Anything memorable from that?
Oh, that is very memorable. My wife will tell you all about that. He said, Schechter, you were supposed to come and learn by me. What happened? After learning by Rabbi Soloveitchik for 9 years, Rabbi Gerlich finally convinced me I should go learn by Rabbi Beryl Soloveitchik. Other people were telling me, people who knew Rabbi Beryl Soloveitchik and knew me, they thought I wouldn't be happy, I wouldn't like it, but Rabbi Gerlich convinced me. So that summer before I went to Eretz Yisrael, I already had my passport stamped Toshav Aroy, temporary visitor, because I was going to be in Eretz Yisrael for a year. But I hadn't yet bought the plane ticket to leave. So that summer, I met my wife and we got engaged, we got married, and I never went to Eretz Yisrael. So he asked me, Schechter, you were supposed to come and learn by me. What happened? How come you didn't come? So I said, I met my wife and I got married. So he said, so what? More than half the people who learn by him are married. I can come and I'm married. So I said, well, I have an obligation. I have to make a parnasa. I have to support my wife. So he says, I have a parnasa for you. So he tells me this story that when his father, Rabbi Abba, was a teenager, so the father didn't send him to university. Rabbi Abba never went to university. So people asked Rab Chaim, how is he going to make a living? He doesn't speak Polish. He can't be a shoemaker. So he says, he won't be a shoemaker. So he says, he can't be a tailor. So he won't become a tailor. He can't run a store. He doesn't speak this. How's he going to make a living? So he says, Rab Chaim said to them with a kpeda, he says, he can become a poor man. That's the parnasa. So he said, I have a parnasa for you. You can become a poor man. Come and learn by me, and you'll become an Oraman. So my wife said to him on the spot, who's going to bring the money from America? If my husband's going to become an Oraman. So he saw that she's a clever girl. So he saw my wife that was right after Tisha B'Av. There's a day after Tisha B'Av. So he realized that she had a sore throat because she wasn't talking clearly. So he said, did you see a doctor? So she said, he hears she has a sore throat. So she said, no, because it was a Shabbos that year. Tisha B'Av was on Shabbos. It was Erev Shabbos, and then it was Shabbos, and then it was Tisha B'Av. So she figured in 5 days it will get better by itself. So he tells her, dein Fasten is nicht gewesen kein Fasten. You shouldn't have fasted. You should have eaten on Tisha B'Av. If you're sick, you should have eaten. So she says, I didn't ask you. Yeah, she says in Yiddish, I asked my husband. I didn't ask you to show. What do you want? So from that point on, he stopped talking to me. The whole conversation was with her. He was a colorful character. I remember he said he can't give me any fruit to eat. We were sitting in his home. He can't give me anything to eat because everybody has a din of Am Ha'aretz. And Am Ha'aretz is Ein Anem and Al HaMaisa. So if he's going to give me fruits, I'm not allowed to trust him on Hafrashas Trumas HaMaisa. So he's going to give me a drink of a bira. There was a beer company. He shows me on the bottle, it says Totzeret Chutzlaretz. It's made from oats or whatever, grain that grew in England, I think. So that doesn't need, they don't need any namanis on Afchashas Trumas HaMaisa. Totzeret Chutzlaretz. The next day we went to Rabbi David Soloveitchik. He gave me grapes to eat. I was relying on he assumed that he's not an Amaretz. That's why it says the Aruch HaShulchan HaAsid writes, the whole system of Chaver and Amaretz, the whole system collapsed. So we revert back to the Ikar Adin. If a person is a religious Jew, you trust them. Yeah.
Amazing. I learned in Cambria Abna for 2 years. And my first year was the last year of Rav Chaim Yaakov GOLDBERG, that he was the Rosh Yeshiva, that he was at the yeshiva itself. But I believe Rebbe went several times, and Rebbe has a relationship with Cambria Abna still out of Yom Hazeh, but had a relationship with Rav GOLDBERG himself. What was some impressions of Rav GOLDBERG as a Talmud of the Chazon Ish?
Sure, he was always interested in hearing Hanhogas from Rab Soloveitchik. So I remember when I would visit, he said, tell me some Hanhogas. I would tell him, he said, yeah, Daddy knows from Rab Abel. He did the same. Tell me some new Hanhogas. You want to hear Hanhogas from Rab Soloveitchik. He had someone pay a fortune of money to make a Xerox copy of all of my notes from the Shurim. He wanted to hear what Rab Soloveitchik said on the Gemara. He was very strong in Drush. He was a fantastic darshan. Yeah, and he would tell all the stories from Rabbi Alvala. He felt guilty. He said when he was offered the position to be the Rosh Yeshiva in Kerem Yavneh, so he consulted Rabbi Alvala. So he said he was offered a position by the Mizrahi. So Rabbi Alvala said, what, to be a Rabbanus? So he says, Erger, worse. So he said, what's worse? A Dayanis? So he says, Erger, worse. What can be worse? A Rosh Yeshiva? So he said, yeah, Rosh Yeshiva and a Mizrahi Yeshiva. So Rabbi GOLDBERG said, Mistama, if they want Torah, so Mistama, we should give them Torah. So he said, Rav said, who says? Just because who says you should give Torah? No, he's not convinced. So he said, Rav did not give him his blessings. He went to the Chazon Ish. Chazon Ish was more down to earth. He was more of a RABBIS. So he said, the Chazon Ish was already at the end of his life. So he said, you take the position and you come back in half a year and we'll discuss it and we'll decide whether you should continue. In the half a year, he passed away. The Chazon Ish passed away. So he never went back to get the approval of the Chazon Ish. All of his life, he felt a little guilty. Rav Belbela never gave his blessings, and the Chazon Ish gave his blessings on the condition that he comes back in half a year. So maybe he's doing the wrong thing. He never came back. But everybody knows that he did a beautiful job, and he set up a beautiful yeshiva. Yeah.
I think there were several yeshivas in Eretz Yisrael that really tried hard to recruit Rebbe to come. I know Rav Goldberg was also a big admirer of Rebbe and wanted Rebbe to come to Karen B'Yavneh to be Maggid Shir. And I believe maybe Yeshiva Dakota, other yeshivas have tried through the years to get Rebbe to come as well. Does Rebbe struggle with that decision?
A little bit, not too much, but I feel that I'm having a certain degree of success here in YU. So I don't have to look for trouble. I'm succeeding here, so I stay here.
Was it on that first trip also that Rebbe met Rabbi Brzezowski from Panovich?
Yes. Yes, my father-in-law gave us a list of all of his friends. So we called Reb Shmuel Brzezowski. So he invited us to eat by him on Shabbos morning. On Friday night, we ate by Reb David Pavarsky, who was a good friend of my father-in-law. On Shabbos morning, we ate by Reb Shmuel Brzezowski. Nachon. I remember his wife, he had divorced his first wife. His first wife was the daughter of Reb Tzvi Pesach Frank. There's a whole story. He got divorced and he married this woman, Viennese woman. She was a tremendous chef, a tremendous cook. She was a very good cook. So we ate by him on Shabbos morning. So she gave one course, another course, another course. We were full. Then she gives the main course. So we said, we can't eat so much food. So he says to us in Yiddish, you're not going to insult my wife? There's a legitimate Erev in Bnei Brak. You're going to take the food home today on Shabbos and you're going to eat it at home. So we had to take the food home. Yeah. And I remember we came back on Sunday morning. My wife wanted to take photographs of them. So his wife said, 1 minute. She went to the next room. She put on the fanciest shaitel that she had. And then she came out for the picture. Yeah. They were all very lovely people. David Pavarsky and we ate when we were in Yerushalayim. We ate one Friday night by Chaim Shmulevitz, was also still alive at that time.
Wow.
Also friendly with my father-in-law.
Wow, that relationship opened a lot of doors. Sounds
Sure.
like it's really amazing. What was Reb Chaim like in person, Reb Chaim Shmulevitz? My generation, we know him through Sichas Musar.
Yeah.
Time with him.
No, he was very friendly. He had already had a stroke, so he wasn't able to speak. He wasn't healthy anymore. But he was carrying on a conversation. He was talking to us about how he deals with the American students who come to the Mirishah. You have to deal with them differently. They have a different psychology. Their mind works differently.
And did Rebbe ever overlap with Rav Nosson Zwiefenkel when any of Rebbe's sons were learning in the Mir or any of those trips to Eretz Yisrael?
I always used to go visit him in the summertime with the NCSY.
Right.
So I would always go visit. He was always very machabed me, I think because my father-in-law was friendly with his father-in-law. Fathers-in-law were friendly, so we're the next generation. So we're like first cousins. So he was always very nice to me. In fact, once he was visiting for fundraising purposes when he was already not well at all. He was visiting in Baltimore, and people were coming in all day long greeting him. So my son made a bar mitzvah, one of his children. So we were in Baltimore, and then they said, Rav Nosson Tzvi is there, we should go visit him. So I went in to visit him, so he stood up. I came to know him. The people couldn't believe it. They said the whole day he was sitting, he wasn't able to stand up at all. And then because I came in, out of respect for me, he stood up. He was very friendly with me. In the schus of my father-in-law, yeah.
What was his advice to Shai? Shai was learning in the Mir and had some decisions about where to go learn.
Yeah. He called in my son Shai on Matzoi Shabbos, and he said, I understand you're going back to America this week. Where do you plan to learn? So he said he's going to go learn at Lakewood. So he said, why Lakewood? So he said, because all of his chaverim from the yeshiva, they're all going to Lakewood. So he said, no, you're not going to Lakewood, you're going to YU. You're going to learn by your father, and you're going to have an influence on those people who I will never succeed in having any influence on them. They're so far away from the yeshiva. You're going to have a hashpah on them. So that he is very successful. He has a big influence on a lot of people.
Absolutely. Baruch Hashem, we've benefited here as well. And Rabbi Yisrael Rabbi Lau, the former chief rabbi, also Rabbi's had a relationship with.
Sure, he was always very friendly. He was always, even before he became chief rabbi, he would come a lot of times to the OU conventions. The OU used to have a convention every other year on Thanksgiving weekend. So I knew him from the conventions. He was a fantastic speaker. He still is. Still a very good speaker. He used to be outstanding. He used to be knockout speaker. Tremendously good speaker. Sure.
Amazing. Where our time is winding down, but this has been extraordinary. And I'm so deeply grateful to Rebbe for dedicating the time, but also dedicating the stories and letting us into this Sicha Schul. And if we have time for just a couple more questions, I know that, Rebbe's life is immersed among the Tanaim and Amoraim, the Rishonim and Achronim in a world of Shas and Poskim. But when Rebbe's nose is out of the Gemara, what are the Sfarim excite Rebbe? If Rebbe's looking to be inspired, to find passion or to be enthused hashkafically in learning and Amunah, what are the other Sfarim that Rebbe turns to?
I love the Mesilas Yesharim. The style is beautiful.
The Ramchal, the great
Sure.
Ramchal. Is there anything in Hasidus? I think Rebbe's previously mentioned to me significance of Tanya, Rebbe's relationship with Tanya.
Yeah, a little bit. My father had a Tanya in the house when I was growing up, so I looked a little in a Tanya. Yeah, my father never had a Sfas Emes, but because Rabbi Goldberg used to quote the Sfas Emes so much, I got a Sfas Emes. But it's hard to understand. Rabbi Goldberg was brought up with the Sfas Emes, so he understands the terminologies. I was not brought up with this, so it's hard to break through. It's hard to figure out what he's talking about.
Did Rabbi Soloveitchik, who in his youth had learned Tanya and Chaslavich and had that relationship, did the Rav ever communicate or transmit Tanya or those teachings as well? Did he instill that within his Talmidim?
He tried to. He used to say in public, he doesn't understand how a rabbi can give a sermon on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur without looking into the Likutei Torah, without looking in the Balatanya's collection of drushes. Because that's the way he always prepared a drasha. He always would look in the Likutei Torah and the Tanya. He always quoted from the Zohars or the Tanyas. The Zohars that the Tanya would quote, sure.
What would Rebbe say is the most important thing for somebody who's trying to succeed in learning, for somebody who's trying to grow? What are the keys? What are the key tools? What does a young Ben Torah, aspiring Ben Torah Talmid Chacham need to do in order to succeed in learning?
You have to cover ground the way they learn now in the yeshivas. They only learn the first 5 blot, the first 10 blot in the Masechta. That's a prescription for Amaratzis, as one of the Rabbanim says. You have to cover ground. You have to know. Not all the Yesodis will appear in the first 5 blot. On every daf, there's something important. You have to know all the Gemaras. And once you know all the Gemaras, everything fits into place automatically. When you first learn Gemaras, it's the loose ends hanging out. When you learn more Gemara, everything fits into place automatically. So that's important. That's our Soloveitchik always gave the shir. He wouldn't give an ingenious interpretation. He would show another Gemara sheds light on this Gemara. Based on that Gemara, you see that's the pshat over here. He would put everything into proper perspective. Whenever we learn a Gemara, every daf in Gemara there's a machlokes. So he would say the fact that they have a machlokes on one point probably indicates that they agree on 99 other points. So what are the 99 points that they agree upon? And then we'll try to understand, placing everything into proper perspective, what is the one point that they disagree on? So he would first give the background, what are the 99 points that they agree, then you would understand automatically what the one point of dispute is. He would always word everything so sharply that based on context, he would understand what the Nekudas HaMachlokes is. But he used to cover ground.
Covering ground.
Yeah.
The key is covering ground. I think Rebbe shared a story in Volozhin, the instruction they gave over Ben Azmanim one year after Elul. Did Rebbe share that story? About that they were going to be learning Baba Basra the next month, so they should see it once during Ben Azmanim.
Yeah.
Rebbe sharing that story. So Bekiyas, covering ground, not getting bogged down. What about in terms of tools for remembering? Rebbe seems to remember everything. Kol Tarakula. So how does somebody who's trying to work on memory? What are the tools for memory?
I think the Rabbanim in Europe used to review a lot. They used to chazer, like Rabbi Hirschsprung with Chazer Masechah Shabbos every Shabbos. So that was a big Masechta, but he knew it by heart. The Rabbanim would go through Rosh Hashanah every year, Rosh Hashanah time. They would go through Yuma every year. So they would go through Pesachim every year. So every year they would be reviewing. And then they would review all the Gemaras. So if you keep on reviewing, so you're not going to forget.
Is there a milah to when reviewing to try to remember dafka, which daf, which sin, and which sif? Is that part of Talmud Torah to be able to remember the makor, or is the most important thing to be able to remember the concepts and aliba de hilchasa?
You have to remember both, but I think more important is to remember the concepts. Rabbi Soloveitchik wouldn't remember the daf, he wouldn't remember which amud. Usually we remember, is it Amud Aleph or Amud Beis? Is it a big tais? Is it a little tais? He wouldn't remember that. He would say, it's somewhere in the end of Gittin. So what do you have there? What topic? So you tell him what topic. No, it's before that. No, it's after that. He would remember what the order is, but he wouldn't remember what the page looked like. He wouldn't remember what the page looked like. He would always ask Aaron Lichtenstein, Welcher daf, Aaron? What daf is? And he'd say, Daf Mem Gimel Amud Beis. He would always say, what daf? That was Yodua. Welcher daf, Aaron? He would always scream out, what daf? But Rabbi Soloveitchik wouldn't remember. He would remember the ideas, because he would always explain this Gemara in light of the other Gemara. The other Gemara sheds light, explains what the concepts are. You have to put everything all together, then you get a proper picture of what's going on.
I guess our last question, and if it's okay for me to ask it, is as a Talmud of Rebbe and for Talmidim, for people listening, it seems that Rebbe's been so successful, Baruch Hashem, has had such bracha in learning, and as a young age being appointed as a Rosh Hashiva, and as a posek of the OU, and in so many other areas of life. Are there any areas that Rebbe's ever struggled, that Rebbe's ever failed, and what does one do? What's the resiliency to be able to overcome where there is struggle and to be able to break through failure to succeed?
I had a very easy life. My parents were religious. I didn't have to fight with them. And my father was always learning. That's my image of my father's always. He always had Gemaras on his desk and Gemaras on the chair next to his desk. He was always learning. He was always looking and so on. And he didn't even have to encourage me. That's what I saw by my father. Life was easy for me. And then I went to the yeshiva. My father learned in yeshiva. My father learned by Moshe Soloveitchik. My uncles learned in YU. So everything came easy to me. And then I had good rabbeim. I had 8 Rebbe that I had was a star. The first year in high school, I had Rabbi Moshe David Tendler. We covered 40 blat and Bava Kama, almost all the Taisvas. 40 blat and Bava Kama, almost all the Taisvas. He wasn't going to tell us all the Shitim Kubetzes. We were too young children. Just Gemara, Rashi, and Taisvas, that's all. Then I had Rabbi Weiss, was fantastic. We learned Meruba and Achayvo. Then I had Rabbi Fishman, Zachan Levracha. Then I had Rabbi Gerela. They were all stars. All the Rebbes were stars. I had the easy influence from everybody. I had a very easy life.
Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. I want to thank Rebbe. It's been an amazing time together, and I'm so grateful that Rebbe has spent the time on behalf of everybody, on behalf of Amudim. And again, to remind everyone that Amudim is an extraordinary organization doing great things that's literally saving lives, and do what you can, please, to help support them. Amudim.org. That's what this particular conversation is part of a greater series of talks, and we hope that their services won't be needed ever or ever again. But unfortunately, while they are, we're grateful to Tzvi and to the staff of Amudim, to the volunteers, for always being there. So thank you, and thank you all for supporting Amudim. Rebbe, thank you so much. We should be zochet to learn from Rebbe, both Sichas Chulin and Sichas Kodesh. We should learn Torah for many, many years to come.
what a pleasure it is to be able to be on this segment for Amudim, a fantastic organization. I'm particularly fond of Tzvi Gluck, who is a dear friend for many, many years and who's done so much to help those in great need through his organization Amudim, and therefore I agreed immediately when asked if I could participate in this particular telethon. I'm not quite sure what to call it, Zoomathon, or some kind of fundraising effort that's going to hopefully raise the necessary funds to keep Amudim going for a very long time indeed. And I'm together today with Rabbi Goldstein, Rabbi Warren Goldstein, who is the Chief Rabbi of South Africa. And we're just going to be having a conversation. We're going to be shooting the breeze. We're going to be talking about the things that have been affecting the Jewish world over the past several months. I don't need to remind you that we have experienced some of the most difficult things that any human society has ever experienced in the history of humanity over the past few months. And it's affected the Jewish community. You know, universally it's affected the world, but in particular it's affected the Jewish community. And we'll be talking about that. And we're also going to be talking about the recent loss to the Jewish world of former Chief Rabbi of the UK, Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks, Zichrono Livracha, a very great man whom I knew personally, and I know Rabbi Goldstein knew well as well. So let's begin, Rabbi Goldstein, by saying hello. Just tell us a little bit about the South African Jewish community, because many of those watching this won't know much about the South African Jewish community. Tell us about your role as the Chief Rabbi, and then we can take it from there. How about that?
Okay, great. Thank you, Rabbi Duna. It's so lovely to be with you and to be in conversation with you. You know, I fondly remember my visit to your shul, to your city. It was so lovely to be in Los Angeles with you and to share a conversation. And so thank you so much for hosting me on this occasion and to have this chance to talk. And I think that that you're right, that really the world has really been through a very traumatic phase at this point, and something that we went through and continue to go through as the South African Jewish community, together with all human beings, every part of the world. I mean, I think that's been the most remarkable dimension of this experience, is that it has been truly a global experience, because we often talk about globalization, but really people's experiences from one country to another are so vastly different. And yet here, the entire world was thrown into exactly the same experience, with the same traumas, with the same challenges, perhaps with the same opportunities as well. And so it's been an experience which has been one which has brought a profound equality and unity to all of humanity, because of the fact that we've all been so affected by it. And you know, in South Africa, our journey was, I mean, we have in South Africa about 60,000 Jews, 85% of whom, or 80% of whom are in Johannesburg, the rest in Cape Town, most of the rest in Cape Town, and the rest sprinkled across the country, Durban and other places. And the country went into a relatively early lockdown, a little bit behind the rest of the world in terms of the progression of the disease. But really from the beginning of March went into a hard lockdown. We actually closed our shuls a week before the country went into lockdown, and we worked together with the Rabbonim, and we felt that it was the appropriate thing to do as it was starting to gain momentum, the disease. And we felt it was, in terms of pikuach nefesh, and I met with, with our Beis Din, and we came to that conclusion. And then the president reopened the country at the beginning of June, and allowed places of worship to reopen. And then we had, a big debate raged in our community at the time. And we actually, based on the medical advice, because at that point the infection numbers were surging dramatically, and I put together a medical panel, top doctors in our community, from our community, but nationally respected doctors, in areas of virology, in areas of hospital care, etc. And the medical panel advised me that we should keep our shuls closed, which we did. In fact, for all of June and July, all into August, and we reopened at an agreed medical criteria of when the rate of transmission dropped below 1, and we reopened our shuls at Rosh Chodesh Elul, and they've remained open ever since then, but with social distancing, wearing of masks, and the experience has been remarkable in the sense that the community remained cohesive and unified. And the shuls have been very disciplined, which I'm so proud of our community in that sense, that you go into our shuls today, everyone is wearing masks, everyone is social distancing. There's a real sense of taking this matter very, very seriously. And I think from a community point of view, but I think globally as well, there's a lot to learn from this experience and a lot to go forward with. And I have some thoughts, but I want to make sure that we're having a conversation here. But I have some thoughts on that, which I'm very happy to share. But I think that's kind of been our experience from a South African point of view in terms of dealing with the disease. And Baruch Hashem, the infection rates have remained low. They're starting to increase now. So there is concern about, what will there be a second wave or not? That's, please God, they won't. But South Africa as a country, and then within our community, has managed, thank God, to manage within what we've had to deal with. But I think the most important thing is that we should not emerge from this whole experience without learning something from it and growing from it. It's a point that Rav Yosef Dov Soloveitchik makes in his famous essay called A Deed of Fake, where he talks about when dealing with crisis, that we should not be a passive object of the crisis, where one is asking the question of why me and why this situation, but rather one should take an active role and say, let me be a subject, someone who's involved in and growing from it, and flip from being a passive recipient of the crisis to be an active participant, without being able to answer the question of why it happens, because that is in Hashem's hands, and we don't understand how these things work. Even Moses, when he was on Mount Sinai, the Talmud famously says he asked God, Tzadik Baralo, about the problem of human suffering, and God said, Lo yirani adam v'chai, no man can see me and live. So we can't know that, but what we can respond is, how can I grow from this? And that the halakha requires, based on the Gemara in Tanit and the Rambam, saying that in times of crisis we need to become better. We need to do tshuva. We need to repent. Not, says Rav Soloveitchik, because we're saying that the crisis comes because of sin, but rather that it is a causal connection. There is a sense, not a causal connection, but there is a sense of, in the same way that if there's a garment of four corners you put on tzitzit, if there's a situation of crisis, God's is, the halakha says we need to improve to become better. We never play God. We never say something happens for this reason or that reason. We can never know that. But our mission is to respond and to become better people from it, so that we're not just the passive recipients of it. And then when we become empowered and say, actually, we've been through this trauma, how can we emerge from the trauma better, stronger, more inspired, wiser from it? And I think, that would be a great question, for our chavrusa here, and I would be interested in your thoughts as to, what do you think we can learn from this experience? And, perhaps what have you learned? What, from your community point of view, I'm happy to share what I've learned. And I think that, I think there's an important conversation that needs to be had as the vaccine starts to become available, and as the world starts to see this crisis not coming to an end yet, but there's light at the end of the tunnel.
You know that we read in the Sefer Bereshit, the book of Genesis, the stories about Noach, and then Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, etc. And the Mefarshim struggle to understand why Noach was so unsuccessful, while Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov were so successful. And one of the differentiations between them was that Noach, in a time of crisis, did nothing to help humanity. All he did was he followed the directions of God, of Hashem, to build a teva, saved himself and his family, and of course it was important for the future of mankind that he was saved, but in the event he never made any efforts to see how he could help others, while Abraham, Yitzhak and Yaakov did everything that they could to foster a message of let's call it world monotheism, of recognizing God. Abraham had his tent open in all four directions, and Yitzchak was somebody who prayed for the world. Yaakov Avinu went out into the world, both when he went to Lavan and when he went to Mitzrayim. His family carried the message and wanted to make sure that the world would not just know of God's existence, but thrive because of it. And I think that in a time of great crisis, this is a time when we need to make sure that those people who are in need, who are in the greatest of need, recognize that it's a point of contact with them. Korev Hashem l'chol korev l'chol asher yikra'uhu be'emes. That Hashem is close to you, particularly if you call out to him in a proper way. And Chazal say that you don't just call out to God in a time of need, but call out to God when you're not in need. But it's in times of need when you recognize how much you need God, even when you're not in need. So I think that we live in Abrahamic times. We've just seen the Abraham Accords being signed between Israel and its former enemies in the Gulf states. And this concept of Abraham is something that we want to spring onto the world, particularly in a time of great crisis. Avraham Avinu, where we can echo his message, which is one of knowing God and of having a relationship with Hashem in the closest possible way in times of need. But of course, when the light at the end of the tunnel becomes the light that envelops us all, that we can embrace God even in good times, not just in bad. I think that somehow dovetails with your message, Rabbi Goldstein.
Yes, and certainly, and I think that part of what I think that people have learned, that I've learned, from this time, has been that it's been a time of looking to deepen faith and connection to God, because in a world of uncertainty, we realize that ultimately we are not masters of our own destiny. We are in God's hands, and the world has been so unpredictable this year. Who would have ever predicted that we would be scurrying around in masks at this stage of the 21st century, when we thought that modern medicine would be able to conquer anything? And yet, on the one hand, we've been, as humanity, been humbled by it, but also we've seen the greatness of humanity in producing a vaccine in record time, which has never been done in the history of medicine at this time. So we're seeing at this time both the vulnerability of the human condition, the frailty of the human condition, and the greatness of the human spirit, both coming together. And I think that really is reflected in that statement of our sages in the Talmud, when it says that the human beings, Adam and Eve, were created last in the 6 days of creation, because on the one hand, to remind us that we are the pinnacle of creation as humanity. On the other hand, to say, well, even a lowly insect was created before us. So there's this dual dimension of the human condition: awesome greatness because of the image of God that is within each human being, and yet at the same time profound vulnerability and frailty. And it's that paradox of the human condition that is so hard to grasp and to embrace. And this crisis has forced us to embrace both dimensions of the human condition: the vulnerability and the power, the sense of brilliance and achievement, as well as humble submission. And there is both of those two elements. And I think that as part of learning to live with paradox, that is so important, and that reflects truth, because truth is always complex. It's never going to be something which is simple and one-dimensional, because God is the creator of existence, and his wisdom and depth is infinite, and we can never probe it. And so therefore, whatever we encounter in reality is going to have all of these different disparate elements. But it is that dimension of the vulnerability of the human condition which calls upon a response of kindness and chesed, and looking after people and showing compassion and supporting one another. And it's that dimension of the greatness of the human spirit that brings out the importance of dignity and respect for all human beings. So we have all of these dimensions that come together, and that ultimately I think the lesson is, the Torah is a blueprint. It is the blueprint that God used to create the universe, and therefore is the blueprint to give us direction in all of these times. And I know that one of the great traumas in recent times, not related to the COVID situation, but a big trauma for the Jewish world, has been the passing of Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory. And I think, to me, this concept of a blueprint is something that he taught the world, he taught all of us, that the Torah has within it the wisdom to give direction to every dimension of human existence. And he was a prolific author and a brilliant orator, and in his writings and in his teachings, he showed the breadth and the depth of Torah to confront every aspect of society and to give it guidance. So to me, what part of his legacy is this concept of the blueprint, that Torah is in fact the blueprint. God looked into the Torah and created the world. And so if we're trying to navigate our way through this current crisis, the blueprint for the navigation through this crisis is going to come from the Torah itself. And in his books and in his life, he showed Torah to be the eternal fountain of wisdom, of divine wisdom, of godly wisdom that Hashem gave to us when he revealed his Torah at Mount Sinai, and that we have been learning for all of these generations. And through the eloquence of his pen and his mouth, he was able to show and give us all a glimpse of the tremendous brilliance of the Torah as a blueprint. And so I miss him personally as a friend. He was always so kind and gracious to me. From the moment that I was appointed as chief rabbi, he was one of the very first people, and in fact it was this week 17 years ago that my appointment was announced. He was one of the very first people who called me to congratulate me and to offer words of support and advice. And so grateful to him for his kindness to me personally, but I know that he shared that kindness with so many different people. And so personally, I feel a great sense of loss. But as the Jewish world, we've lost someone of such incredible greatness.
התורה מתארת מקרה שאדם פוגע בנערה, ומגדירה זאת התורה במילים קשות מאוד. התורה אומרת, כי בשדה מצאה, צעקה הנערה מאורסה ואין מושיע לה. ומשווה התורה את המקרה הזה, כי כאשר יקום איש על רעהו ורצחו נפש, כן הדבר הזה. כלומר, כשאדם פוגע פגיעה מינית, מגדירה זאת התורה כרצח, כרציחת הנפש, כהריגת האדם. ולכן, בדור שלנו קצת מודעים יותר לטיפול בקשיים בנושאים הללו, כי הדברים הללו כנראה שהיו מימות עולם. אבל בדור שלנו, ברוך השם, קמים אנשים ומעמידים עמודים כדי לסייע לאנשים ולמצוא את עצמם בחזרה בונים את הנפש שלהם. כי הנפש נפגעה, בין אם המדובר הוא על ידי פגיעה על ידי קרוב משפחה, בין אם הפגיעה היא על ידי אדם זר, בין אם הפגיעה היא בילד, בין אם הפגיעה בילדה, בין אם בנער ובנערה. בוודאי כאשר אנשים משנים את מקומם, עולים לארץ, ומעבר לשמחה הגדולה על הזכות לעלות לארץ, אבל לעתים גם הקשיים של מקום מגורים חדש הם קשים בפני עצמם. ומי שנפשו עוד פגועה ופצועה מעבר, וצריך עכשיו להתחיל לבנות את עצמו מחדש, כמה טוב שיש עמודים ישראל. גם מי שמגיע ללמוד בארץ, גם מי שמוצא את עצמו בארץ לתקופה, ואדרבה, הוא בא לחוש את אווירה דארץ ישראל מחכים, הוא בא ללמוד כאן, אבל עדיין נפשו פגועה מן העבר. ועמודים ישראל נותן את התמיכה, נותן את הסיוע. שבא לתת את הדרך הנכונה, הסיוע פסיכולוגי, כלכלי, אישי, לתת לאנשים את היכולת לבנות את הנפש בארץ הנשמות, ארץ ישראל. והדרך הזאת היא כל כך חשובה, כל כך מהותית, אשרי כל מי שיש לו את הזכות להיות מהתומכים ומהמסייעים לבניין הנפשות.
You know that a lot of people have been speaking about Rabbi Sachs, and I myself gave a hesped within a few days of his passing, and it's been such a tragic loss for the world. Perhaps if you can tell us the extent to which Rabbi Sachs was involved in Jewish community life outside of the UK and your own personal experiences with him. You've said that he called you when you were chief rabbi, but you obviously knew him. Perhaps tell us a story or two about your encounters with him and how he affected you and those around you.
No, I think that his impact is on the South African Jewish community was a very profound impact, which through he visited the community a number of times over the years. I hosted him on a number of occasions. His speeches were always very well attended. People drew so much from it. But what I've heard in the last number of weeks since his passing, both within South Africa and globally, so many people telling me the same thing, is that they read his Parsha article each week. They read his books, and people who never met him felt that they had lost their teacher and lost their rabbi. And that it was a real sense of that personal connection, that our sages talk about, Talmidim harem kabanim, that students are like one's children, and there was that element of him having an impact that people felt bereft, even if they never ever met him. What I was struck by in his visits to South Africa was also his warmth and also his excitement for life and zest for life, and the sense of really living with an urgency. I learned from him he was so prolific, not only in his writing, but also in his speeches and his actions and his work as chief rabbi when he was the chief rabbi of the UK. And he packed so much into his life that he lived with a tremendous sense of urgency, and that was inspiring. It was really the sense of not now when, and he achieved so much with such an exceptional talent that dazzled people. And I think that's a very important thing when you see someone who is focused and has a sense of the urgency of life, because life is short. And there was that famous statement of the Chafetz Chaim when people were traveling already to America at the time, in the early part of the 20th century, and they came back with stories back to Lithuania. And the Chafetz Chaim asked somebody, there's a famous story they tell. Maybe Rabbi Dun, I know that you go into all sorts of interesting historical stories, so perhaps you can verify this one for me. But I've heard it from a number of different people that people would come back and he would say, "What do they say in America?" And people would say, they would answer him, and they said that the time is money, and the Chafetz Chaim says no, time is life, and money is time. That enables you to afford things that maybe will give you more time to do mitzvahs in the world, but the ultimate thing about time is not money. Time is life. It's much more precious. It's much more precious than money, because what is the life that we have in this world if not just the time that we have here? And therefore we need to use every minute with such real energy and zest, and to squeeze every moment out. And I think Rabbi Sachs you know, when one looks at his achievements and the number of books that he published and articles and speeches and projects and programs, and doing all of that as, you know, as a chief rabbi, and you know, translating the Siddur and the Machzor and the commentaries on both, and it's astonishing. It's astonishing. It's a tribute to his breathtaking intellectual brilliance, but also a tribute to his commitment to using time and no bittul zman. It was, you know, it's something quite astonishing, and I think it's something that we all need to learn from.
You know that this particular period has been a time of great bereavement for many families across the world. People have lost family members. Of course, we've lost great people like Rabbi Sachs earlier this year. Rabbi Norman Lamb died, and other great rabbis of the Jewish world who have passed away, the Novominsker Rebbe, and various other great rabbis. Yesterday, I heard that Rabbi Aaron Chodosh, who was the Mashgiach of Mir Yeshiva, that he passed away. Tragic losses for the Jewish world during this COVID year, during this difficult, challenging year of COVID. And people go through the trauma of bereavement, whether it's personal or whether it's communal. What's your advice for them as a rabbi as to how they should cope with the loss of somebody who's near and dear to them? What should they be doing? How should they get through it? What is the message for the future?
Yeah, it's firstly, your point is well made. In fact, you know, as you referred to the Novominsker Rebbe, Rav David Feinstein, you know, the Posek Hador, who had such an impact in Psak Halacha and was a person of such personal majesty and humility, and you know, and I think there's so much to learn from that you know, one of the supreme Talmidei Chachamim, Torah scholars of our generation, who was a total master of halacha, was also a person of such profound humility, and really somebody who engaged with every human being and gave them honor and never held himself above anybody. You know, this profound equality which the Ramban, Rav Moshe ben Nachman, writes about in his letter to his son, where he says that humility is also about equality. It's about acknowledging that Hashem is the ultimate master of this universe and that we are all equals, you know, before Hashem. But I think this thing of that you raised, the issue of bereavement and sorrow and sadness, and even confronting disease, even those who didn't have to confront bereavement, to confront disease and not being well. These are very traumatic challenges, and I think that in dealing with it, there are no simple answers, and I think that's you know, that is step one, to acknowledge. I think another part of acknowledging is that God has created us in a way that our hearts can contain both sorrow and joy at the same time, and can contain, you know, fear and confidence. To be human is to be able to live with these paradoxes and dichotomies within us. But I think that when searching for comfort, part of it is faith in God, understanding that we don't understand why things happen, as we referred to earlier, that Moses, when he said Tzadik v'Ra, why is it that some righteous people suffer? And God said, Lo yirani adam b'chai, that we don't come with simplistic answers for these kinds of questions, but that we do know that God is looking after us and that he loves each and every single one of us, and that we are in his loving embrace, even when we don't understand what is happening. I think that is an important part of it. Another important part of it, and this is, I don't see this as advice as much as just sharing a stream of consciousness on it, because it's not the right place to sort of say, well, you know, I'm here to, you know, to deliver advice when people are in pain and suffering and trauma. That is a very profound experience, and it's glib for anyone delivering advice to someone who's in a different situation, different place. So whatever I share here, I share with deep humility, and it's just ideas which I share, suggestions, and people, can respond to it, as what resonates them with authenticity. But there's a lot of research on the scientific research, and it's something which comes out very profoundly from the writings of our sages, and that is when we are in pain and we reach out to others who also are in pain and help them and reach out with kindness and give, there is healing that comes from that. Nothing's going to magically take away the distress, but as human beings, Hashem has created us in his image, with a neshama, with a soul, and our soul was created by God to give, because God is the ultimate giver. And that's why the mitzvah of chesed, of loving kindness, is learned from the verse of imitating God, that it says, Mahu rachum afatarachum, says the Talmud, in the same way that he is compassionate, so too you shall be compassionate. And the source for all the mitzvahs of kindness, of visiting the sick, of comforting the mourners, these mitzvahs are learned from the conduct of God himself. So that there is something profoundly godly about kindness, because God has created our soul within us to be a reflection of his awesome greatness, but also his awesome compassion. And when we express that compassion, we are healed by that. It brings, because it allows us to transcend ourselves and to see others and to feel empathy and to be givers and to fulfill our calling and our mission. And the more that we can fulfill our calling and our mission in life, the more that we can find a way of redeeming our pain, not removing it, but redeeming it and lifting it. And it relates to something that we were discussing earlier. It is about taking the pain that one is experiencing and in a certain sense using it to become a better person. And I say using it because what Rav Soloveitchik writes about, he says, treat it as something that is there that you can use for your own purposes, and that one can go through this experience and grow from that experience, but at the same time we approach it with a deep sense of humility. But I think perhaps the most important thing is to realize that we are never alone, and that God is with us at every moment. As it says, I'm with you in your pain, God says. As David HaMelech, King David says, even when I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'm not afraid of anything, because ki ata imadi, because you are with me. And King David earned the right to compose those words, those magnificent words in Psalms, because he led a life of tremendous trauma and challenge. I mean, he was a person who was pursued by King Saul. He took the throne, and there were many antagonists to him. He even had to suffer the pain and the indignity of a coup led by his own son, who died in battle at the hands of his troops. What could be more traumatic, more painful, more humiliating, more difficult to cope with than a child who turns on his own father and stages a coup, and then who's killed in battle? So he loses a child and had to deal with the fact that his child turned on him. And there's that beautiful, painful verse, but probably the most, I mean, for me, one of the most painful verses in the whole of the Tanakh, when he says, B'ni, 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 my son, my son, my son. And there you see the love of a parent for a child, that it is heartbreaking. And he went through all of that, and yet he was the one who says in that psalm, no matter what I go through, God, I fear nothing, because you are with me. And he draws comfort from God's presence. So I think there's so much in the book of Psalms that is there as a source of comfort. And when reading those words and understanding those words, to realize they were composed by a person who was qualified to write them. Because a person who has not experienced that kind of suffering, to glibly say, no, don't worry, God is with you, fear no, don't worry about the future. Only someone like King David, was qualified to be able to write that, because he wrote that from personal experience, but he also wrote that with divine prophecy. He was a tremendous political leader, but he also had divine prophecy. Rabbi Dun, I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we must draw to a conclusion just to say how appreciative we are for your time, Rabbi Goldstein. And of course, we're doing all this for Amudim because we know that particularly in this time, people with mental health issues and other traumatic problems in their lives, that we want to do everything that we can to assist them, to help them, to keep them going and to support them. And Amudim is the perfect vehicle for that. And Rabbi Goldstein, we appreciate very much that you have participated in this broadcast, and we appreciate your time and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Welcome, everybody. We are here to celebrate Amudim. Amudim is an organization that is out there working for children at risk. And at a time like this, a time of COVID, crazy elections, everything else going on in the world, humor is the Jewish vaccine. It's the way to bring people together, and we brought a great group together today. We have Modi.
By the way, not to interrupt you, Rabbi, but calling it a Jewish vaccine, I don't know if you've seen Modi's act, but that's not going to cure anybody.
It's potentially designed to be a Jewish vaccine, and whatever happens, happens. But we do have Modi, who's a regular performer at the New York and Los Angeles comedy clubs, headlines across the country.
You did a Google search, huh? You couldn't just do it from your heart. You couldn't be just like a guy I watch, a guy I enjoy. You had to Google. You had to Google Modi. Born in Tel Aviv.
Okay, backtrack. Modi came out to Los Angeles to our school's trustee dinner. He killed it. I'm telling you, that place.
That's what you say.
They never had such an event.
That's from experience.
The whole place was riveted. People wanted to give to Jewish causes after that, and that's why Modi's here.
That's it.
Wait, then you got to go to his HBO crashing credit and the important stuff, not these Jewish gigs.
Nah, no one cares. When you do a Jewish audience, they're more. We saw you in Kutches. No one wants to hear about HBO. No one wants to hear. I saw you at my sister's Sheva Brachas. You remember? Took everything I had to forget that Sheva Brachas. Go ahead. Now do Elon's thing. Let me do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Elon Gold here, who's been quarantining for no reason, 7 months above everybody else. He has a sperm collection that was given to him as a bar mitzvah gift during his bar mitzvah. A bottle of wine when he did the Herzog dinner, and they said, here, this is a really expensive bottle of wine. You can have it on top of the $7 we paid you. And
Me and Spielberg?
Him and like Yitzhak Rabin or whoever the hell over there.
Spielberg. It's Spielberg.
Spielberg's sister. That's who he's connected with. Just so you know.
No, I always say, do you know who my biggest fan is? Steven Spielberg's mother. May she rest.
Oh.
Who do you have pictures of? You look like you're being held by the Taliban over there. What's your backdrop, Modi? That's awful. And also Ashley.
Ashley, known as UK's only Orthodox stand-up comedian, a jack of all trades, writing for TV, radio, and a producer at the same time. Ashley, we are honored to have you here as well. Everybody coming together once again for Amudim. I want to just introduce this conversation so we can get going, and we'll let it fly. The idea of Jewish humor, the idea of using comedy. The Gemara and the Medrash tells us, the teachings are that God goes through his full schedule. The Medrash goes through God's full schedule. And it says the last 3 hours, he's misachek im levyasan. He plays with the Leviathan. What does that mean? Says the Maral, this Medrash is trying to teach us that one of the most important values that God shares with us is fun, is joy, is humor, is laughter. Have a good time. It's right there in God's schedule. Misachek im levyasan, playing with the Leviathan. Today, we are all going to be playing with that proverbial Leviathan as we have some fun and we get going and we discuss.
By the way, not to interrupt you,
Rabbi,
but we talked about God's schedule. I just want to talk about Modi's schedule this week. It's 2 Sheva Brachas in the Chabad of Trenton. He'll be appearing at the holiday. You know, it's all about happiness, and I love that message of Judaism is about joy and happiness. I just don't like the part where you have to be miserable before you get to the happy. Like even Purim, a happy holiday, you have to earn the happy by starving yourself the day of Purim. And then once that's over at night, okay, now you're allowed to be happy. You have to earn happy. Why can't we just be happy? Can we just have one holiday where there's no, let's commemorate, let's not forget the persecution of our people. Even at your wedding, you're standing, it's the happiest time. Little do you know, it's the worst. But you're in for a 30 years of horror show.
You guys are all artists. And art, Da Vinci used to always paint on a black drop. Why? Black in the background. Because the contrast of the color off of that darkness, off of those tough times, are what makes that art pop, stand out. And that's why right now at this going on in history, you guys, people can't wait to see whatever comes out of your mouth. Like we could keep rechecking the Instagram to see Modi's next Yoeli post. We would keep checking. That's what people need now. You need the contrast to enjoy the humor.
I really hate when the rabbi speaks and Elon does that Tucker Carlson face.
Oh, man.
It's almost as infuriating as Ashley's headphones. It's just almost.
Oh my God.
Ugh.
Do you know? I've got to be honest. Actually, I'm not a fan of Purim. Do you like Purim, Elon? Modi? I hate it because the reason I hate it is because it's the day when everyone else tries to be funny. It's like other people are all trying to do our job.
Right.
It's like everyone has to now get up and do a terrible Purim spiel in shul and stuff.
Right.
It's not like you don't have a day of the year when everyone like mends their own car or something. You don't take the money away from the mechanic. Let the professionals do it, and you watch. That's enough. That's
Thank God I'm on this podcast.
I mean, you're right, Ashley. We have enough competition on this Zoom, let alone, everyone in shul trying to compete with us.
Hey,
I didn't need it.
The first theme that I want to share with you, as far as a major topic of Jewish humor, is the role of family. The Gemara tells us that the mitzvah of kibbud av v'em, which Dama ben Nasina, who was not Jewish, excelled at, and maybe why it's telling us he excelled at it is telling you it's so difficult to do. It's such a difficult mitzvah to honor your parents, to honor your family, to be good to your older siblings. And that's why families and the nature of the Jewish family became such fodder for Jewish humor.
I mean, are you kidding? Take my wife, please, is the most famous line.
It's a mother-in-law jokes. It's just the heart of the whole thing. Of course it is. Goyim, they don't worry that much about their parents. They don't even talk to them that often. They speak to them once. It's of course this is a big generalization here.
Generalizing,
right?
But we are constantly. Do you understand that Elon's mom moved into his bedroom March 15th and left? When did she leave?
July 19th.
2021.
Right.
You understand? What other person would have let that happen? Only Elon let his family in the house, and they made the best of it. They made the best of it. He had his show, and they were a part of the show, and it's a Heimische thing. Ashley's now in his bathroom.
His bathroom? What is that?
Ashley's the only guy who's doing the Zoom from the bathroom, and the embarrassing thing will be when he leaves the bathroom unknowingly, goes into the kitchen and starts doing the dishes. People will be like, oh my God, does he know his Zoom is still on?
So we talk about Jewish chachma is also intelligence, is also another major theme of comedy. The Gemara Nida has Rav Yirmiyah talking to Rav Zera about random questions about what a fetus looks like. And one of them, he says, look like a seahorse. And Rav Zera throws Rav Yirmiyah out of the base medrash, out of the study hall. And Rashi says, what was he doing with these crazy questions of this and that? He says he was trying to make everyone laugh. He was just trying to make everyone laugh. And the notion of using crazy questions, and the Talmud itself sometimes using questions that we would never think of, that itself seems to me to be a theme that I know you guys cover a lot, of Jewish intelligence or Jewish assumed intelligence.
First of all, I love that Devar Torah, and I love that you drop a Devar Torah with every question. This is so nice. Second of all, when you say, this sounds exactly like when Modi leaves the stage and he's asked, what was he doing up there? Oh, he was just trying to make everyone laugh. Oh.
Let me tell you what I took away from your whole speech now, is that when they said they compared it to a seahorse, So I'm just trying to imagine the rabbi reading it out, and I don't know how they say seahorse, susyam, how they call it?
Who's in Aramaic, but okay.
There's in Aramaic, it's a gavuchka, how do you say gavuchka? How do you say it? A seahorse. It's been 15 minutes in the Gemara class just to figure out how to say seahorse. How do you say seahorse?
I'm just watching this thinking comedians getting coffee with Jerry Seinfeld would be so much better if before every question Jerry cited a Gemara. I think it's so much better if he just said, so Ricky Gervais, it says in Tanis, Daf Kuf on the base, you know, I mean, I'm just learning a lot.
This is great.
I don't feel I have to go to my Daf Yomi this evening because I feel like I'm getting enough Torah here. I don't have to learn for a week. I'm pumped.
No, but the question is, why was he thrown out of the study hall? If at the end of the day, he was cheering everybody up and bringing laughter, why did they throw him out? Are they assuming that we're not supposed to laugh? It reminds me of Jackie Mason's line when a Jewish husband asked their wife, do we laugh now? Are we allowed to laugh now? Can we laugh? Or permission to laugh? Or feeling guilty? And all these...
Jewish audiences, I'm sure Elon and Modi will surely agree with me. They are the hardest audiences in the world, Jewish audiences. Actually, I find the more religious they are, the less they laugh. That's my experience. In fact, I actually just did a tour with a Muslim guy. We did a double act together. I know you, Elon and Modi, do a double act. I do a double act with a Muslim guy. And we played to like the very Orthodox Jews and the very Orthodox Muslims. They don't, and we've found the more religious they are, the less they laugh.
I'll show you how they laugh. I'll show you how they laugh. When you do a show for super Orthodox, I'm talking about black hats, the whole
thing. The proper.
When they laugh, they do this.
Yeah, because no one, you know why? No one wants to be
out loud laugh.
Yeah, you want to save up your enjoyment for the world to come. That's what it's
about. We're talking about this. Whenever you do a Chabad show, I don't know what it is, but Chabad women are super tznius. They will never laugh out loud. There's something about Chabad women. If you ever do a show at Chabad house, the wife is in the back, even though she's cracking up, she's in the back, like completely covering her mouth like this. Whereas the others are, I guess it's not very sneeze to just laugh out loud like a behemoth. But
about a year ago, I did a show. A friend of mine was in the audience. This is totally true. And he was in the audience, and he said he was sat next to this guy, this very, very frum guy, the big beard, the hat, everything. And he didn't laugh at all. But after every single joke, he leaned over to his wife and went, that was a good line. I like that line. That was a very good line. So that's what he did. That's how he verbalized it. He enjoyed it, at least.
I've always said that, like, Jewish audiences, just in general, and you're right, the more religious they are, it seems like laughter, like Modi was saying, is improper. It's not beneath them, but especially in a, let's say, a base midrash where people are learning levity and laughter and jokes. There's no place for that there. So that's what I think they were thinking in that situation. But all Jewish audiences, they're so different. I'll never forget doing a week of Jewish shows. And then, like, on a Sunday night, I just did it was a benefit, and it was all non-Jews. And my first joke, it just went boom. And I went, oh, that's how regular folk laugh. They actually just let it go, and they just boom. Jewish audiences, I've always said, this is how they laugh. They laugh, but it's always a short, quick, reserved laugh followed by thinking and planning. It's always like, you know, he'd be good for a fundraiser we're having next month. So they're already on to the next event. They're planning. They're not just sitting back and enjoying. They can't.
Well, they're also thinking, I could have done it better.
That's
I think
true.
All Jews think they can do anything better themselves.
Yeah, right. It reminds them of a joke. It reminds them of a joke, and and they feel like they have to tell it right then and there.
Yeah,
right then and there to tell them that joke.
That's why I want to play. I only want to play theaters. I don't really like doing the shuls, because in a theater you have a backstage, you have a dressing room, and I can hide in there until everyone's gone home. If you do a show at a shul or what have you, you immediately have a line of people trying to tell you their joke. Here's one for next time.
Sometimes they hide you in the rabbi's study, which is always interesting.
Yes.
I love that. I go through all his things. I write in his calendar.
Is that where you stole those from?
His calendar. We know we have a whole section of the Talmud and of the Shulchan Aruch, Choshen Mishpat, Baba Basra. We have Svarim called Pischei Choshen, all dedicated to business ethics. And the reason we have so much literature on business ethics is it's hard. And certainly for Jews throughout history, who have been locked out of so many different professions and told what they can and cannot do, the idea of staying yashar, of staying straight, of staying on the up and up in terms of business dealings was of utmost importance. And I do find that there's a whole range of Jewish jokes, whether what career or what profession the Jew is in, or whether you're talking about, in terms of insurance and taking down the building and collecting the insurance. There's a whole line of jokes just like that. Jokes around business ethics and Jews are a huge topic and often very sensitive, because often the crowds you guys speak to, we have people there who are a bit in trouble.
That's a good point. First of all, while you're bringing up business, Modi, are we getting paid for this?
No, we have for this.
I
Okay.
wondered that. I was wondering that as I said this.
We're not getting paid.
But the whole thing you got to at the end, so you're saying we do shows for people with the businesses? What was your?
No, the jokes regarding business. For example, Modi, one of my favorite jokes of yours, of the three that I like, is the one about you driving in a cab with the building.
Oh, yeah, I always do like this. This is the biggest one ever. When I do a show, for like somebody that a big company that owns nursing homes, like lots of nursing homes, crazy money. And so you have like a few tables of non-Jews. You have like the ones that are the social workers, the ones that order all the stuff and that run the whole place. And then happens to be the guy who owns it, has a few tables, and his daughter got married 4 days ago. So it's also a sheva bracha. So I'm performing at a tax deduction. This whole thing is one big tax deduction. And it literally just happened a few months ago, right? On a boat, I did a show for one of these companies. And I'm like, I realized, no. And then they go in the corner, they do the sheva brachas. The non-Jews have no idea what's going on. They just think that's what they do after they eat. And that's, yeah.
Did you whiten your teeth, Modi?
What?
Did you whiten your teeth?
They're white. They're very white.
I bleached the hell out of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love when you say that people knock the curtain on LL. I love that. That one gets me every time.
Knock the curtain?
Yeah, there's people knock the curtain. Because the crowds you're saying that to usually don't know that there are people knock the curtain.
I just can't believe of all the things on Modi's face, his teeth is what he fixed.
Oh, he's going there. Oh, yeah.
I have these glasses right here, and these glasses, I put them on, and if I put these on, it looks like the nose came with the glasses. that I couldn't fix. And you said, in the Gemara, they say comedy is chokhmah, right? It's like a chokhmah, but what is chokhmah? It's the koyach of ma, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right. Koach ma, it's chokhmah. Yeah.
Koach ma, it's the power of like what? Oh wow, I didn't realize that.
Well, there are
that, Elon.
There are we're going to be filming this plays live in a few weeks, but by that point you missed last week's parsha where you had 4 laughters. You had Sarah laughing that she's going to have a kid. You had Yishmael Mitzachek, he was laughing and playing around there. You have all these different laughters, and I thought to me it ties into how you define what laughter is. Some people say laughter is a feeling of superiority when you make someone feel low, and that to me seems like is not what we do or not what we believe is correct. But sometimes laughter is about, you didn't expect that. You were going one way and juxtaposition, right? That's another type of comedy. You're going to go one way and you went the other. And there's a third type of laughter, which is where you relieve tension. You're building up a stress. Where's he going? Where's he going with this? And then, you relieve the tension, right? That third one. And then the fourth, they say, is where you didn't realize that all along there was a direction here. There was a Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller destroy their whole trick the whole time. They're destroying it. What are they doing? And then you see the whole time they had you. And there's different formats of laughter. And I guess when the Torah says it's usur, it's forbidden to fill your mouth with laughter, it's the kind that hurts people. But the guys that you quoted, Modi Brilliant quoted the Gemara in Tanis 22a, of the guys laughing in the marketplace, the comedians, they're the ones who build people up. And that, I think, might be some distinction of how you guys use comedy and when it's okay and when you cross the line and when you don't cross the line.
Wow, I'm just blown away by that dissertation on
how many
the
books
type
does
of
this guy
comedy.
know? All those
Stop!
books
I'm
he
just
knows.
setting you up, hoping Yummy's going to cut this down.
We just want to listen to you.
No
one watching this right now wants to hear from any of the comedians on this.
They're watching it
No,
for
they're loving
one
the
reason.
rabbi, and they're all dying to know, is that Ashley's real wallpaper, or are you in your grandmother's house?
Oh, this is
What is
real
that wallpaper?
This is real wallpaper, and you know what? This is. I'm actually sitting in my.
Wait, let me spotlight the video. Oh, I can't spotlight. They're in control. I could just pin.
No, so I'm actually sitting in my sukkah. If I hold my laptop up here, you'll actually see this is my sukkah. So
oh my gosh, he's in his sukkah.
So this is in my sukkah. There's it's on pulleys, and the schach sits up there and opens up. So
let me show you. I'm sitting in my underwear. Chas v'chometz. Rabbi Einhorn is one of those rabbis like some guy who found out, no, he's a really good rabbi. He gets it. He's a really good rabbi. And you go to his class. He's going to his class. He's a really cool rabbi. He gets it.
He's very modern. He's very cool.
Modern, but he like, even though but he gets it. He's really cool. He doesn't care if you like. He's one of those rabbis. You're so that rabbi.
He's so good.
That rabbi.
Good. That rabbi.
If you would just take the bottom of the tie and push it down,
I did it.
The thing would close a little bit. It looks so much sharper, but we left that alone.
Your Tiger King thing was so good, Modi. It was so good.
Thank you.
I want to take a moment to talk to you about an organization called Amudim. If you haven't heard about them, it's not because you haven't benefited from them. In all likelihood, you or someone close to you has greatly benefited from Amudim. Amudim does things behind the scenes. They deal with things that nobody wants to talk about, no one wants to deal with, nobody knows how to deal with, but they do.
At You in the City, our brand is Kiddush Hashem, and we believe that it's an incredible Kiddush Hashem to talk about the problems in our community and face them, and that's exactly what Amudim does. They're personally helping our organization and helping Jews all over the world.
We all know we're living in unprecedented times. Unprecedented times calls for unprecedented action. Through thick and thin, through the highs and the lows of life, certain organizations really step forward and are there for everyone. Amudim has established itself as one of those organizations.
We have this ad campaign that said, when Klal Yisrael needs something, they call Aguda. But when Aguda needs something, I'll tell you, we call Amudim.
Please, as they step forward, we must step forward too. Reach deep down and help support Amudim as they continue their incredible, tireless, really below the radar work. Amudim is there for us. Let's be there for them. Thanks.
Back to our discussion. Yeah. So the first joke Rav Shams Raphael Hirsch says in the entire Torah is when the Jews are crossing the sea and they turn to each other and say, were there not enough graves in Egypt? You had to bring us out here to be killed. He says that's the first time we ever use self-loathing, deprecating, gallows humor, which I know is a major theme for the way you guys deliver comedy.
That is my favorite line in the Torah because it was the beginning of sarcasm. Right. And it was... Yeah, and it's just showed how as a people, we've got this amazing sense of humor. And it's also like the Torah is so filled. Modi and I have talked about this because I call myself the professional complainer because I realized one day the comedians are just complaining about everything. Their wives, their family, politics, religion. It's just complaining with jokes. That's all we do. And in the Torah, the Jewish people, in every chapter, they're complaining about something else and literally complaining with sarcasm and humor of like, oh, you took us out of, so we could die here. That is my favorite line because it's like, it just says everything about us and how we really think. Right, Modi?
It's so layered. It's not just he's saying you took us here to die. It happened after the man split the ocean, the sea. It happened after he destroyed an entire army. It happened after he took them out of this country of slavery, this Mitzrayim, and then they hit him with like that. So here's where we're gonna die. This is where you just
play. Did you just play a Staples? What's in your hand there? What do you?
Yeah, it's a bull clip. Yeah.
What are you doing with that?
It's clip papers.
What are you doing worried about? Is that what you're worried about?
I'm just like, who holds that in their hand while they're doing bits, sort of?
This is called a bit. You were doing bits. You tried to put your horrible act into this thing, and I'm just talking to the rabbi here.
I haven't done my act. If you want me to do my act, I will. So what I say is that as I say, comedians complain. So comedians are known to be the complainers, right? And we love to complain. That's why we love so many Jewish comedians. So many Jews are comedians. It's the best job to get paid to complain. Worst job is a therapist, because people complain to you, and you can't sit there and be like, oh, you think you have problems? Listen to this. You know what I mean? The worst job is to have people, one after the other, come into your office and complain about their stupid lives. Comedians are the opposite. We are flown all over the world to complain about our lives. So that's why there's so many Jewish comedians.
Well, but I think you guys
You'll be here all week. Please try the veal.
I think you guys really, are making fun or having a good time, but you guys do a great service of helping us relieve the tension of all of our lives collectively. And these jokes, they're only funny because they all resonate, and the truth of them all resonate with everything that we're dealing with. Does anybody here, do imitations? Do we do that? Is that still a thing, Ashley?
Yes, Elon does that stuff.
Impressions.
I don't want to say that I'm,
Oh, please, now, why couldn't you wait till I logged off? Now I got to watch this. This is the worst.
You want to hear, speaking of imitations, so this is one of my new favorite bits. It's called Religious Rodney. And if Rodney Dangerfield was an Orthodox Jewish comedian. Are you ready? Oh, I'll tell you, it was rough, Growing up, it was tough in my neighborhood, The shul, we couldn't afford a mechitza. The men, we would just close our right eye. I'll tell you, it was tough, and the holidays were tough too, I'll tell you, I remember a lot of people went off to a Pesach program. In my neighborhood, we had a Pesach pogrom.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah, are you kidding? One year the bank foreclosed on my sukkah.
Imitating is a question. The question is whether or not, the great Purim spiel, was that allowed or not? Can you mock the Rebbe? And in some institutions, that was seen as the gold standard. Mocking the Rebbe on Purim is, for sure, it's a mitzvah. It's
so interesting you say that, because I decided to definitely pursue comedy as a career in Yeshiva University High School at the Purim spiel, when I did a thing about this great Rabbi Cohen, who used to do all the interviews of people who would come in where you had to learn Gemara, and that was your...
I know him. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Rabbi Al Cohen?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. We'll do it offline afterwards.
Yeah, offline, because it'll be considered making fun, but it was a tribute. And you were allowed to do that on Purim. And I'll never forget, writing this sketch and then performing it in front of the entire school. It was like a few hundred kids. And it just went so well. And I went, this is the best thing I've ever done in my 15 years of life. I want to keep doing this, even if it means, making fun of people.
Did Ashley freeze again?
I'm just working your double act. I'm enjoying myself.
Okay, one other theme that we got, a major theme, is, you sort of have these theme of jokes of Jews who are trying to fit into the country club in Connecticut and pretend they're non-Jews. Where he introduces himself, I'm a goy. The idea of assimilation, of us blending in, so no one notices us. SCHACHTER, Jews thinking they're blending in when they, wear the fanny pack and the hat. That whole image and that whole persona, I think, is sort of a Jewish will to be part of the world. That on one hand, we're told, to be an or lagoyim, a light to the nations. Hein am levadod yishkan, you shall dwell alone. But nobody wants to be alone. We sometimes wonder, why do we want that role? Don't we want to be part of everybody else? And we just can't get there. It's like God reminds us it's not going to work. Love to hear something on that.
Let Ashley take this one, Modi. Shut your mouth for 1 minute.
Go ahead, Ashley.
This is yours.
I don't know. Honestly, I really enjoy. We were talking before about not enjoying performing for Orthodox Jews, Jews who like complaining, what have you. I love performing for non-Jews. That's what I like doing. But I like being, you talk about being a light to the nation. I don't have light to the nation, but I just want to perform for non-Jewish audiences. Like sometimes you perform. Do you ever find, like, Elon, like sometimes you stand up and it's like you've got like a whole room of Jews, and it's like you're a Jew telling a room of Jews what it's like to be a Jew. And there's something really special about actually telling a room of non-Jews what it's like to be a Jew. And that's actually what that's what I do, and that's what I'm interested in. That's genuinely
You're right. Two takeaways from that. One, that Ashley referred to me, Modi, because he knows I'm actually a real comedian that performs everywhere, not just at Sheva Brachas. Two is that you're so right that when you perform for Jews, it is different. But unlike what you think, my favorite audience, our Jewish audiences, because you get to connect to them and go so deep on a level of, as a comedian, no matter who's in front of you, you have to connect with the people just on a human level. That's your job, and we have to relate to each other. When you're just with a Jewish audience, you get to go so deep and you connect with them on such an incredible level that I don't experience it as I'm doing with non-Jews. That being said, non-Jews are so much better as an audience, so I have a better time, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm killing, this is amazing. But I'd rather be with my people, and you feel that, like, you don't get there's no comedians out there besides a few of us and a couple others outside of this that is doing, bits about Sukkos. And what
your bit about Gemara is incredible. I've seen that.
Thank you.
So good.
So I couldn't do that on Netflix in my 1 hour special. But Ashley, I've seen your act, and you have so many inside baseball references. How would you do that in front of non-Jews, or do you just skip that?
Oh, I have no. So the ideal material is the stuff that does both. My last off-Broadway show was called Goy Friendly, because I wanted to do a show that could have Jews and be Goy Friendly. That was the whole point. And the title came from my producer of my BBC show. Always says to me, oh, this bit's not Goy friendly. He's not Jewish, and he'd say, this bit, can you make it more Goy friendly? And yeah, it's frustrating when there's that lines that you kind of want to just, like a great, like I don't know, like your a brilliant Christmas tree routine's got bits that would just, unless you've learned Gemara, it's gonna go over your head. Even though I'm sure there are non-Jews that like it as well, but like the real inside stuff. There's something special about actually bringing something. For me, it's about demystification anyway. I actually think, you can really, we live in a time of rising anti-Semitism, and you actually can really help break down misunderstanding by actually, demystifying what we do. People know so little about Judaism. It's incredible how little people know. People have said to me before, "What, you believe in God?" They know nothing.
You're so right, and the whole demystifying thing is so right. I love to take stereotypes and just poke holes in them. And when I was on the James Corden show, Modi, that's a late night talk show that comedians do when.
It did a lot for your career. You're doing J&F this week. You're working worse gigs than me, and you're making fun of me. At least I'm walking away with a pecola. You're sitting there waiting for them to transfer $12 to you, and you send them back $4 for the tax deduction. Who are you kidding with your horrible gigs? Continue. You and Ashley, go ahead. We were going here, and both of you sank us right into the demystification. Give us some more demystification.
I'm not doing comedy for free. I'm sorry. I'm doing Modi. You can give it away for free. I'm not. I'm gonna sit here and I'm just gonna tell you dry.
Anything that comes out of my mouth is comedy. Don't you understand that? I'm gonna do a whole bit here about Rodney Dangerfield with a broken eye. Anything I do is anything that comes out of my mouth is comedy. Oh, now we can continue.
By the way, Modi, Ashley had an off-Broadway show. I know your next show is, what is it? Off Delancey. What is it? It's off,
I went nowhere.
Essex?
Ashley laughed for you to show, but anybody watching this is saying, why is Elon making fun of Modi, is what they're saying.
What people don't understand is that Elon and Modi go back to Boston University, and Elon and Modi performed together. We toured the Montreal Comedy Festival, and this isn't a love-hate relationship. It's a love-love relationship. But what comedians do is we just riff and rag on each other and roast each other. It's our language. We speak in a language of jokes and riffs and insults. That's our language. So anyone that thinks, oh, why are they so mean to each other? This is us showing love for each other. If I didn't love Modi, I wouldn't mock how horribly unfunny he is and how stupidly white his teeth are. I wouldn't mock that.
He's only look white because he's next to a British guy in the box.
No, I also have the light here is so good. I bought the really good one, Elon.
You got the ring.
Could you believe where we've come since March?
Oh
my God.
We really took this pandemic and decided, I don't know what you did, Ashley, I'd love to know what you did, because I started doing a daily show called My Funny Quarantine. Modi started doing these amazing characters like, Yoili and Nir, and we took Instagram, we just knew, and it wasn't like, let's take advantage of this situation, God forbid. The attitude was, people are home, people are miserable, they're staring at their phones. Let's provide them with fun content. And
Excellent.
we couldn't sit home with the comedy clubs closed. Modi and I were at the Cellar every night, all of a sudden shut down. So we're not just gonna sit home and watch TV, we're gonna create. And it really, did you find the last 7 months where you couldn't perform, Ashley, you were creating online bits, or did you do anything like that?
No, I did it online. I did online stuff, but not live. I haven't done any of these. Some people are doing like Zoom shows. You're doing those.
I did one Saturday night with Carol Leifer. It's the most awkward thing in the world.
Right. I just didn't fancy. I didn't fancy it at all. I have to be honest. So I'll pre-record. I've done some pre-recorded stuff, but I've actually got. The truth is, genuinely, to dull answer is, I have a new BBC series, and I've got to write that. So I'm trying to write that. And not do all that, because I just think, you know what, the funny thing is, again, I'm not, I'm quite happy to, I did the stuff without an audience, like the pre-recorded, and the show I was going to make was going to be an audience show. So like my first series was an audience show in a studio in front of an audience. I actually love performing without an audience so much. I said to them, I'm going to do this non-audience. So I'm now doing a non-audience show. It's actually changed how I want.
Volumes.
Yeah, I know. Why do you want to have an audience?
Volumes.
Modi, that's what happens when you believe in your material.
Yeah, I don't need an audience to tell me whether.
Just to sit there in a room and hear your own voice. I would jump on a knife right after. That's the worst. Did you hear what he just said? He said, I enjoy doing comedy so much more without an audience.
Talking to myself.
Definitely.
I hope someone gets that as a clip and do that as the advertisement for Amudim. Okay? I hope
which brings us back
around. I'll tell you what happened. Elon and I work. We are working comedians. We are schlepping between one place to the next, and we are working. So who the hell has time to go, hi, I'm having dinner at this place and doing the stupid stuff? Then this thing comes on. Then we have the pandemic. We're locked in the house. Elon, I'll tell you what happened. This is a very funny story. Elon found some crazy platform. He's like, I'm not going to do this on Instagram. He found this horrible platform. Modi, we got to do a show on this. It was, I can't explain to you what this platform is really used for, because we are on a kosher show. I don't want to mention what it was. We have a very holy rabbi here, and he doesn't
Anyway, we switched platforms and went to Instagram.
We went to Instagram, and we started just doing this stuff. I just said, I'm putting a joke out every day. So when someone hears a joke, they tell it to somebody else, and they tell them a joke. And instead of doing 12,000 died, 6,000 died, they're just telling jokes instead. And then the characters, and we're stuck at home, and then you start talking to your fans. And it was the best thing that ever happened.
That's amazing.
The best thing. We have they're so interactive, and they're so great, and they let you know right away what they think. They don't hold it back at all, right away what they think. And it's amazing, and the non-Jews that follow us, that's the best. So whenever I do a yoili or one of those things, my fans are they forward to the next person. So you see some guy like Christian, O'Brien forwarding to his friend, goes, why is our landlord doing comedy on Instagram?
That is amazing.
That's great.
That is amazing.
That idea of using social capital to bring everyone together and to have them in the conversation of comedy is exactly what Amudim is doing on its own level, which is Amudim is this organization. I said children at risk, but it's about mental health. It's about helping people who have gone through abuse, neglect, and addiction.
and trying to give them the support they need. What's happening here in this room now are people who, whether they realize it or not day to day, are dedicated to lifting people up and making them feel good and having a great time and being able to be supported. So we thank you, and we hope that you can support Amudim as well.
By the way, also, I'm all for supporting Amudim. Can we also do a little bit of fundraising for Modi's lower teeth? Because he didn't finish. He's got like white up here.
It comes as a plate. I'm drooling the whole night. I drool the whole night.
But here's what's happening. It's white up here. It's orange down there. You look like your mouth looks like a creamsicle. You need to do the bottom teeth also.
Let me ask you guys, when you guys are, honestly a question, when you guys ever get down and depressed, what do comedians do for that?
Well, you know, I'm sure Elon and Modi must have heard this story, famous story of a comedian, about a man who goes to a doctor in France around the turn of the 19th century, 20th century. Do you know this, Elon?
No.
Man goes to a doctor in the early 20th century and says to the doctor, I'm so depressed. Everything has gone wrong in my life. I can't really take any more. I'm close to ending it. And the doctor says, my friend, I have the answer for you. You need to go and see Grok the clown. And the man says, but doctor, I am Grok.
Wow.
And yeah, that's the old story told about a lot of comedians. So I don't know. Elon and Modi have got each other, so I can tell that. So that's
no, we do.
They never need to be down. They never need to be down.
Yeah, no, but we're down. Modi will tell you that. I gotta tell you that when I'm down, either I just stay in a depressed mode and can't really do anything, or I pick myself up and literally write jokes, and nothing gets you out of just feeling down and low than creating and writing, and especially when it's good, and then you get excited again and you're like, okay, you sometimes you forget why God put you here and why you have any sort of gifts of joke writing and joke telling, and then when you just start writing, you figure out your purpose, and it's also fun. You make yourself laugh. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes if I write something that's so good, I just stop and start laughing at what I just wrote. Now, usually when I read something that Modi wrote, I cry. But when I write something, it makes me laugh, and it brings me out of a depression. Unless you're that dark that you can't even work or write, but that helps.
We're not those type of comics that we're in depression and then
right. Yeah, like
artists, crazy artists. Clinical.
No, we're not and they have to have all the drugs, and they can't wake up in the morning, and they play video games until all hours of the night. We're not those comedians.
Right.
We
Modi's not depressed. He's just angry.
No, listen, we I think, on a serious note, as Jewish comedians, and doing shows for Amudim, we've seen the movie of what happens, of what they do, kids at risk, or this and that, and they're raising money for that, or whatever synagogue, or whatever. We know that it's there's something higher to what we're doing. So yes, you can be depressed, you think that comedian's doing this, and Ashley had an off-Broadway show.
Two off-Broadway shows, Modi.
They did nothing for you. They did nothing for you. You're sitting in a sukkah with Rabbi Einhorn on Zoom. It did nothing for you. You just shut up with your two Broadway shows. And let me finish my thought here. We know that it's a higher calling. Look, I don't want to give myself an iron heart, but you know that being depressed is just a big, big avera. It's a huge avera. And so you hop out of it, you get out of it, and
yeah. In all seriousness, I'm sure Modi and Elon would agree with me, and they must get messages like this. I get messages all the time by Facebook Messenger or whatever. People email me via my website and say, you should know, I've had a really hard time recently, and I watched a video of yours, and I saw something on Facebook, so I'll comment on a Facebook post of mine, they'll say, you cheered me up, I had the hardest day. And I'm sure people are seeing Yoli videos, or they're watching Elon's videos and going, And you know what? When you get those messages, however bad your life is, or however much you're thinking, oh, why haven't I got this and done this? That is the most amazing thing. What a feeling.
So just to, I mean, I know you were trying to do the closing monologue over there, Rabbi.
We'll cut and paste it after. It's fine. It's fine. We'll snip it over there. I had to throw it in there once.
So we do this thing called Cameo. I have this thing called Cameo.
Yeah, sure. We've used it for our family. We've used yours.
Now, don't forget, I'm Yisrael. We are not only on Instagram or this. It all goes into WhatsApp. It goes crazy into WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So the WhatsApp, people to find your numbers, 2 seconds. They go into 2 groups. I need Elon Gold's number. I need Modi's number. And in 2 seconds, 5 guys send you their number.
Yeah.
And then we get a text saying, my grandma just had her kishkas removed. She's in Mount Sinai Hospital. Could you send a video, make it funny? It just, a message like that just appears on my WhatsApp. So there's the cameos, and people tell me how, and they send me videos of them watching the cameos, and it's
great.
We have a connection to our audience that I don't think other comedians have, and it's very special. It's very, very special.
I agree.
I think there's I mean, I certainly agree with that, and I also think, I'm sure you find this as well, is that the audience is rooting for you in a way that they're not like, so when like I'm on TV, for example, like the community is so excited. It's like, a Jew is on TV. There's a Jew on TV. And, you know, people get so, they shep nachas. They shep nachas from seeing one of their own doing well. So I think that's a real, and for sure, you don't get that if you're just from the general populace.
And I know that in Elon's head, I could see in Elon's big forehead that he's saying like this. He's saying this Ashley just dropped a TV line. It's some show on BBC that you have to plug in your toaster with an antenna.
It's the potato radio.
And then after keeping up appearances, right? Then you plug that together.
Can I, by the way, can I end with my impression of Modi?
Please, let's close with that and let's go.
Anyway, listen, the important thing about comedy is as follows. What are you holding in your hand the whole time with those?
What do you want? He also has scissors.
All right, guys, thank you. This was a great time.
Thank you, Rabbi. You're amazing.
Thank you, Rabbi. You're great. You're absolutely
guys.
Great to finally do something with you, Ashley. Really pleasure to
meet you. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Take care, everybody. Take care,
guys.
Modi, you stink.
Hey everybody, my name is Liel Leibowitz. I am an editor-at-large for Tablet Magazine and the co-host of the Unorthodox podcast. I am delighted to be here today for Amudim, which is an organization that does God's work, helping fight abuse and stigma and helping people who really need it the most. And no pun intended, but since we are speaking about abuse, the topic we will discuss today is one that many of us, I'm sure, have thought about quite often, which is why is it that it seems to so many of us that Israel is singled out for abuse in the international media, that so often the stories that we read about Israel seem to us so one-sided, so unfair, so biased. To help me make sense of that very, very difficult, thorny, and long-standing question are two of my favorite people, two of the smartest thinkers and writers who I know, and I'll introduce them. They're both coming to us from the holy city of Jerusalem, right? Lav, you live in Jerusalem?
I'm in Tel Aviv, actually.
Well, one of them is coming from the holy city of Jerusalem, and the other has made different life choices. I am also from Tel Aviv.
The other lives by the beach.
Our first guest is Lav Levin.
Yeah, Livy is my married name. I write under Harkov, so yeah.
She is a columnist for the Jerusalem Post and one of the smartest commentators, for my money, about Israeli politics, Israeli culture, and all things that go on in our beloved country. Lav, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, and thank you for all of that praise. I'm really happy to be here with you.
It's well earned. Dani, I'm going to praise you too now. Dani Seaman, the former Director General of the Israel Government Press Office and a long-time Israeli thinker, Israeli media thinker, executive, operative, and really someone who's devoted much of his life to sort of fighting in the front lines of this war of what we call Israeli hasbara, the effort to make Israel's point of view heard. Dani, thank you so much for being our guest.
My pleasure. Anytime you ask for anything, I'm there.
I'm delighted to hear. I hope that is still the case even after we're done talking today, because I want to start off by saddling both of you with a sort of a patently, ridiculously unfair question, which is to have both of you really take a little bit of time and help kind of orient us. It seems to many of us on this call, certainly to me, even as I'm someone who's followed this story, semi-professionally for a few decades, that there really is something uncanny going on, that there really is a kind of strong tendency in the American media and international media in general to really go out of one's way to tell Israel's story as unfairly, as inaccurately, as grossly, unjust as is humanly possible. And I wonder, first of all, if it's just me and my feverish imagination, and if not, if you could work towards some kind of attempt at explaining why this happens. Is this just bad luck? Is this just, lack of fundamental understanding of what goes on in Israel? Is it some kind of nefarious ideological connection? Lav, maybe you would like to go first.
Yeah, I think that you've picked up on something that a lot of people have noticed, and certainly as someone who sort of works in the media environment in Israel, I write for an Israeli publication, but I write in English, and so I often get to meet a lot of the sort of foreign correspondents coming into Israel, and without naming names, it's clear that many of them come in with certain biases, and points of view that most Israelis would find to be anathema or would find very difficult to hear. In some ways, I think it reflects trends in media more broadly, and in some ways, I think it's a specific Israeli or a specific issue with Israel. Right? Broadly, media is sort of a profession that a lot of liberals are drawn to for whatever reason. And the mainstream media in, most of the West is liberal. And so, as the left sort of worldwide gets further and further away from Israel and more hostile to Israel, then that's sort of reflected in the people who are in the media. if we look at the story more specifically, I mean, in a way it's specific, and in a way it's not. I think, you know, people have these sort of like frameworks that they want to see stories in. You know, they want to see the sort of David and Goliath, the good guy and the bad guy, the weak and the strong, or the colonialist and the native, and they want to fit Israel into these boxes that, you know, Israel is actually a unique and very special story that doesn't fit so easily into the boxes that people are used to. You know, the fact that we are an indigenous people to Israel, but then we were, you know, kicked out, and then we came back after 2,000 years. I mean, there was always some Jews here, but overwhelmingly came back after 2,000 years. That's not really a story that's happened to anyone else. There's nothing really to compare it to. The fact that we are probably the strongest military power in the Middle East. Just yesterday, a Saudi prince said we are at a regional conference. So, you know, if the Saudis say so, who am I to disagree? You know, but at the same time, our civilian population is often under attack from people who are, you know, if you're going to compare military might, are much weaker than we are. You know, so all of these things sort of complicate the stereotypes or the preconceived notions that people might have about the world. Another thing that is, again, not specific to Israel, but sort of ends up especially bad in Israel, is that you have people who move from country to country every 3 years, these international reporters, you know, that they were first in Brussels and now they're in Jerusalem, or they were in Lebanon and now they're in Jerusalem. And they're not experts on any of these places. Maybe by the end of the 3 years, they really understand them well. But these sort of frameworks, these sort of archetypes and ideas that I was talking about, you know, that they rely on it so much because they're not, you know, scholars of the Israel-Palestinian conflict. And they also look at what other people are doing. I can say, like, as someone who works in media and, you know, who's reporting every day, there is a level of pressure to get in line with what other people are doing. Because they're like, why does that newspaper or that website have that story and I don't? You know, and I think I try very hard not to give into that pressure, in the sense of, you know, I want to verify things. I want to see if I have sort of an added value I can bring to a story before publishing it. But I think generally, I think everybody feels that pressure. And there's almost like a peer pressure, because not all, but a lot of the foreign correspondents, they're all friends. They all meet in the same places, maybe not during coronavirus, but in general. And they're all looking to each other, and their work is modeled on each other's work. So all of these sort of different factors come together to create a situation that's not great for, you know, international news coverage of Israel.
Thank you, Lav. Danny, I want to hear from you, but I sort of want want you to start by addressing some of the things Lav said. Lav said that in her experience, you know, foreign correspondents come to Israel almost with this preconceived notion sort of baked in, ready to serve this kind of narrative. You were really very much on the front lines as a director of the government press office, often the first point of contact for these journalists, someone who really got to see virtually all of them up close and personal, got to see their reporting, and as someone who also doesn't hold back, got to critique the reporting in a way that some found very prickly. Tell us, I'd like you to start by addressing this notion. Do people really come with preconceived notions, and then kind of tell us what it is that happens if and when they do?
Of course they do, because everybody has preconceived notions. I want to put this a bit in perspective. I've been dealing with the foreign media professionally way back till 1983, when I began working in the Israeli consulate in New York. I came back to Israel after living in New York for a few years and began working with the government press office, and climbed up the ropes and I had contact with the older generation, and then the generation that were there during my period, and there's a whole new generation today. And you can see a change over the years in basically the profession. I would call it the professional standards, or the adherence, for objective reasons and for subjective reasons. I would say the objective reasons were quite simply the change in the way media was being done over the years. If back in the 60s, 70s, and perhaps the late 80s, you had a 24-hour news cycle in which you could prepare and as Lav mentioned, check and verify things. you ran into very quickly this 24-hour news cycle, this immediate news cycle where you had to report and constantly report, and you didn't have time to verify, which journalists should do, and there should be no excuse. But when you're constantly, and again, Lav referred to this, when you're referring to what the 24-hour news, the media that exists at this time, it wasn't you published a newspaper or you had your news at 8 o'clock in the evening or 7 o'clock in the evening when it was in the States. There's constant reporting and immediate, and you have to constantly address the news that is coming out, and there's not always time for that. So you can say that that's objective reasons. The subjective reasons was when people started putting in their own personal opinions, and they stopped being these objective journalists and becoming more subjective and bringing in their political views into this. You're aware of this, Liel, that I have the book that's in waiting, and for me, the COVID-19 came in at a bad time because now everything's delayed. But the name for this book, which I detail the history of the coverage of the state of Israel, I call it the cradle of fake news, because everything we're experiencing today with the fake news phenomena, it all started here. And that it basically occurred with the breakdown of professional standards of journalists. Again, there may be objective reasons for it, but I think most of it and much of it is subjective reasons. Now, Israel, over the years, its position in the international press changed. Back in the 1940s, 50s, we were sort of like the darling of the world. This was the post-Holocaust, of course. We were a young country. Hollywood was very supportive of Israel. We were portrayed in a very positive light. People liked what was happening here. Americans identified with the pioneer spirit of the state of Israel. We were sort of the underdog in many cases. And again, Lav referred to the fact of the David versus Goliath. They could put us neatly into this David character, which drew sympathy from the media. In 1967, a lot of things changed, unfortunately for the media. Fortunately for Israel, we didn't become Goliath, we became the David that stood up and defended itself. And these parameters have not changed. That's what people seem to forget. Israel is still a small country surrounded by over 1 billion Muslims who had been, up until recent years, I'm not talking 25 years now, mind you, I'm talking about just what happened in the recent year alone. If there's one positive thing that has happened in 2020 is the fact that Arabs suddenly realized that Israel is no longer their enemy. It's a shame that Europe and the UN and other countries aren't understanding this major shift that has occurred. And they're going on with the same story of the past, which is now defunct, basically. And here you have a new Middle East emerging. And so Israel became this sort of, in the eyes, because we were able to defend ourselves and because we were able to protect ourselves. Then you had the 73 war, and then you had a change in Israel itself. Israel shifted from being a one-party country, the Labor Party and the Socialists. We became basically two parties when you had the Likud taking over. And there was, those who were critical of Israel also had the ability and the legitimacy to criticize Israel from internal criticism happening. I came to meet with the journalists towards the end of the 1980s, after the war in Lebanon, and in the 1990s here in Israel, when there was a lot of criticism directed towards the government of Israel by forces inside of Israel, and it made it legitimate for others to say, you know, I'm not anti-Israeli, I'm not critical of Israel, I'm repeating what Israelis are saying about it, which is fine. It's legitimate if they want to criticize Israel. So the question is, where is that criticism going? And how are they conveying that to the public? If you're giving just one side without perspective, without giving the broader pictures of things, and obviously you can't with every news story give the whole history of the Middle East, but you have to be able to put things in perspective. And that wasn't happening. To make a very long story short, in the past decade, things have changed. Israel stopped being the center of the story in the Middle East. Other things suddenly happened because it all seemed to be an Arab-Israeli conflict, or then it became the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which put Israel as, or was no longer the underdog in this scenario, and the underdog were the Palestinians. Now it's sort of shifted, I think, during the Arab Spring, when they saw that there are other stories happening, and the other stories are affecting life in Europe with the huge wave of migration going on, some of it very deliberate, done by Turkey. The story became far more complex, and journalists were moved out. Israel was, to a large degree, I would say you had per capita And at least per square kilometer, you had the largest foreign press contingent covering us on the largest basis for the longest period of time. And that shifted about a decade ago. And other stories became more interesting, and Israel became sort of a side story. And only from time to time they go back when something happens here and things flare up. Unfortunately, you don't see the peace treaty that is happening now, which is tectonic as far as the change that is going on in the Middle East. That's not becoming the center of the story. But anytime that you have the assassination of a military nuclear physicist of Iranians who Iran is a country that has threatened Israel with annihilation. That isn't the story, but the annihilation of this military physicist becomes a story when they point the finger at Israel, and we're accused of violating international law. And again, using that terminology, they're using these terms and throwing out things that they don't understand. If the journalists that came here, 60s, 70s, and 80s, were experienced, were knowledgeable, had background, unfortunately, what is happening today, you have to a large degree, a level of journalism that I think doesn't respect the readers and the viewers, because these are people who have really very little knowledge of the historical facts and the background, and they're influenced by politicians, by people, their surroundings, whether it's their colleagues or people that they identify with politically. And that's what you're dealing with today here in the Middle East. There is no comparison between what is being reported, and this has been going on for a very long time, and between what the realities are.
So this is fascinating, and you've both given, there's enough in both of your answers to write several, lengthy, thoughtful dissertations for the benefit of those listening to us who had made far wiser life choices than all three of us on this call today, and went into professions that are not our own. I'd like you to give brief anecdotes just so they could see this in action, so they could feel this kind of bad faith reporting going on. Just a brief, couple of sentences of an anecdote that stuck with you, of someone who's supposed to do their job professionally and clearly let, distinct bias take over the ship. Lahav.
Okay, so I have a story. I'm going to start it with a caveat that it's about Barry Weiss's fiance, and I imagine that she has learned a few things about Israel since this story happened. But this woman wrote an article about fake news and like conspiracies and things like that. And she opened her article with there being a right-wing conspiracy theory that the Palestinian Authority pays terrorists a monthly salary, and that they paid $400 million to terrorists the previous year, but that this is fake news and a conspiracy theory. Now, I had been reporting very extensively on the efforts in the Knesset to pass a law where Israel would freeze certain funds that it transfers to the Palestinian Authority equal to the amount of money that they had been paying terrorists each year. So I actually knew in a lot of detail and had seen documentation of this actual policy where they pay the family of terrorists who were killed while committing acts of terror, or the families of terrorists who are in prison. It's nicknamed Pay for Slay, so those of you who are not familiar, you can Google this. So I was a bit outraged and shocked to see that article. I started sort of in social media uproar about it. I'm not going to totally take credit, but I think that uproar sort of reverberated. The New York Times had to then correct it, and they admitted that their own reporting had mentioned this as a true policy and that it is not a fake news conspiracy. Now, I think something like this could happen because even if somebody doesn't have an anti-Israel bias, a lot of the mainstream press isn't reporting on, or at least isn't focusing on it, because the Times clearly did report on it, but it wasn't, top, page one news. And it just sounds so outlandish, right? That the supposed moderates of the Fatah and the Palestinian Authority would be paying terrorists, but didn't Abbas say that, he's given up on armed conflict against Israel or whatever? So I could see why someone would think that that's a crazy story. But on the other hand, they could have searched in the New York Times and found that it was true. So that was one of the crazier things. It's not really about a foreign correspondent in Israel, but a lot of times the things that come up in the media are not people who are experts in Israel. It could be somebody who's, you know, an anecdote that's in a story about fake news and conspiracy theories.
I will say, Lahav, and this goes to anyone watching us who is in dire need of some very, very, very hopeful news and something to really kind of glom onto. As someone who joined your campaign online in this specific case, I could report now, since the journalist in question, Nellie Bowles, has become since then one of my dearest friends, and I think is one of the finest working journalists, and also, you know, one of the most fair when it comes to reporting on these issues. There are happy endings. Sometimes you just reach out and the smart, thoughtful, courageous person at the other end of the line, instead of just digging down, says, you know what, I'm going to listen and open my heart and grow. And that is a testament to Nellie's greatness. But Danny, bring us back into the mud, please. Give us the worst of the worst.
I don't think we have enough time for all the stories I can share with you. And I sometimes say, if the Israeli public knew a lot of what I had experienced with these journalists, they wouldn't be as patient as I was. And I was not patient at all, because it's just outrageous, the things that we dealt with. We're now marking the 20th anniversary of the Oslo War, the violence that erupted here in Israel following the Oslo Accords. They call it the Intifada. It's, again, the adaptation of watered down terms is one way of seeing the bias. That period of time, we saw the complete, there were so many instances in which, because the violence that erupted didn't fit in with the narrative that they had adopted, that peace is good and peace is happening because Israel and the Palestinians have signed a peace treaty. So the Palestinians, as Lahav said, they said that they're the moderates. You know, it's all relative. And if they're the moderates, and then the Israeli government headed by, at that time, Ariel Sharon, when he came to power, Ariel Sharon is an extremist. But our extremist is far more moderate than the moderate they have. Any extremist, it doesn't even come close. And yet people don't know this, but the need to fit in to sort of categories so people can understand the story is detrimental to the presentation of the facts here. So around that time we had horrible stories, but I think the biggest one is called the Al-Dura case, if you want to look it up. This is perhaps the incident that launched the violence that erupted. Now, this was something, the violence that erupted was planned in advance by Yasser Arafat. They were just looking for the opportune time. They accused Ariel Sharon of visiting the Temple Mount as being the thing that instigated the violence. It had nothing to do with it. By the way, unlike journalists, I looked into it. The amount of violence that erupted after Ariel Sharon visited the Temple Mount the few days before Rosh Hashanah in the year 2000, was very similar to things that happen anytime they're unpleased about something and they go on this tantrum. The violence really erupted the Sunday afterwards when a child was filmed by French television. Actually, it was done by an Arab photographer in the Gaza Strip. Now, this is one of the things that happens, that the media employ locals to work for them. And I had this debate with them over their employment of Palestinians. And Reuters, for example, would say to me that they are sure that their Palestinian employees and their Arab employees adhere to every one of their criteria and principles of Western journalism. Well, it's nice that they think that way. But when I had conversations with the Arab journalists, and some of them very prominent, some of them, by the way, some of them are exemplary in their ability and their work. And they would say to me, look, with all due respect, the most that will happen with the Israelis is we may not get a press card. But I don't know who's going to be waiting for me in my home if I don't report what they want. And it doesn't matter what the heads of Reuters or AP or CNN or anybody says to me to get. I'm going to be doing what, because it's a question of life and death. And I understand that. But what you had here was a Palestinian photographer, and instead of being cautious with their employees understanding what is happening there, they gave them total credibility. So you had this photographer filming an incident, supposedly, an incident in which they claimed that Israeli soldiers were firing at an intersection at a father and a son who were behind a barrel, and the Israelis killed the 12-year-old boy. To be honest, when it first came out, Israel took responsibility for it, because I'm not saying that we're free of any responsibility, but they've taught us that crisis management 101 is to take responsibility. Yes, but you do that when you are responsible. Here you had, one of the reasons we took responsibility was that the film was then, I say, pimped by the journalists of the foreign media. I give credit to CNN. Their correspondent here at the time refused to take it because he asked the right questions. And the questions were, where is this happening? Where do you see the Israeli shooting? Where do we see the boy killed? You don't see any of that. None of that is on tape. All of this is editorializing provided by a French journalist who took the footage and then tried to give it and gave it out to everybody from France Television, France 2. Charles Underlin, and I use his name because there was a whole court case about this, and Charles Underlin was not on location. At that day, he was in Ramallah and not even in Gaza. But he took this photographer at face value, and he then had been a reservist for the IDF spokesman unit and well respected by the commanders there because he trained them in media, in appearing before the media. And he said to them, listen, this is verified, this is true. Don't try to denounce it, you're not going to look good. A very long investigation into this ensued years later when it was first reported to us by Israelis working in the foreign media who said, look, there's a lot of questions about this. You guys cannot just take this at face value. You have Palestinian photographers who are constantly staging incidents and staging events there, and you have to be aware of this. And then an investigation conducted into it brought up several things. I'm giving you, this took over 7 years, just so you know the problems that we have. You're already accused of this incident, a modern day blood libel, and it takes 7 years to at least present the questions. And the questions were, the Israelis could not fire from the position that they were accused of firing from in the direction of the intersection because they were under sniper fire in that position there, and they had to take refuge on the opposite side of the Israeli position. So there was not Israelis firing there. Second, we have testimony by others that were present, and only Arabs, by the way, were present that day at that intersection, and they said that there was fire coming from positions next to the photographer. He was having people fire in the direction of the father. The father could walk away like other people had done. When you look at the footage from the next day, there was no blood on the location. They said that the boy was shot in the head. There was no blood on the location. The father said that he was shot in the arm. Well, when he later, a few months later, showed the injuries, an Israeli doctor said that he had treated the father. These are not bullet wounds, but wounds from a machete that the father had suffered from Hamas a few years earlier, that the Israeli doctor treated in an Israeli hospital. So you had all this gathering of this information that proved that unfortunately, France 2 did not adhere to professional principles and released this information and accused Israel with this blood libel of the murder of a child. Now that is the most extreme case, but you go through this whole period of the Intifada and almost day after day. And the terrible thing is that the weight of false information and falsified accusations is nearly 100% against Israel. Very seldomly do you have an accusation or something that is brought up by Israel that is later found to be inaccurate or incorrect. And to be honest, I don't even remember such an incident. So when the media reports this, it's usually very one-sided, very much against Israel, and I say by sheer volume of negativity. And there have been investigations and polls conducted that about 90%, for example, of New York Times reports are negative against Israel, and the same is for other media organizations. But when you have this sheer volume of negativity against Israel, people most likely don't follow the news just by what they constantly hear and are barraged with. They tend to think that Israel is in the wrong in the general story.
Right. So Lahab, before we move on, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, in 2014 in Operation Protective Edge, I was a Knesset reporter at the time, and I had to be sort of moved over to part of the war effort, so to speak, because there's not that much going on, not that much politics happen when you have these big military operations. And I found the whole topic of international media coverage of this conflict to be interesting, and I wrote quite a bit about it. And I managed to interview someone who was a freelance journalist that Vice News had sent to Gaza to cover what was going on. And he was Jewish, but his name, I believe it was Christian, or maybe it was Christopher. It was something that didn't sound Jewish, and he had told me, and he was going into Gaza, and he had told me he hid that he was Jewish, and, you know, Hamas gave him his press credentials, and they let him in, and that he was just, you know, sort of shocked and not prepared for what the situation was for journalists there. I mean, it was a war zone, and he had covered war zones before, but basically that, you know, Hamas really directed and told them what they can or can't write. Otherwise, you're just kicked out of Gaza. I was not surprised to hear this, but I felt very lucky to have found someone who would tell me this on the record with his name. But basically, you know, he said all the foreign reporters that were in Gaza could see clear as day that they were shooting rockets out of hospitals and schools and just residential buildings, but they couldn't actually write it, because if they were writing that in their stories while they were still in Gaza, they would be kicked out, and then they couldn't cover the news at all anymore. And that's, you know, one of the reasons why when, you know, things heat up in Gaza, you only see the Palestinians who are getting hurt in the conflict, and you don't see really what the Palestinians, you know, or Hamas is doing to Israel. And I had said that he was on record under his name and everything, and he was at the time, but I will say if someone tries to look for this story, his name is no longer there, because he went to cover news. He later covered ISIS, and he was threatened because of that story, so we agreed to take his name out of it. So it's not exclusive to Israel, these issues.
Right, and this leads me to my next question, because both of you are not only very astute observers of the Israeli media and the media coverage of Israel, but also media in general. You have written in publications and on social media about some of the phenomena that you see with American media covering the United States. And it seems to me that a lot of the phenomena that you are describing, the sort of the partisan loyalty above loyalty to facts, the kind of preconceived notions and narratives, are things that we're beginning to see here, or if you're a particularly careful observer, have been seeing here in the United States for quite a bit. It sounds almost like what happened in Israel was sort of the canary in the coal mine to the death of the notion of professional journalism. Am I being hyperbolic again, Danny?
Exactly what I said before, that's why I called the book The Cradle of Fake News, because everything began here. When they started, and there was no price to pay for it, and they knew they could get away with it. Again, I refer to Lav when she said that journalists experiencing things that were going on. You have an imbalanced playing field when you have Israel, a very open, accessible society where they can roam around freely. You know, they had a hard time with me because I was critical. I never threatened them, or if they were a bona fide journalist, the most I could do was reprimand them by criticizing their professionalism. There wasn't much more we could do, and they're also defended by the Supreme Court here. And then on the contrary, on the Palestinian side, and if you take Lebanon, for example, the Hezbollah, they have the same thing. And in other Arab countries, even those who are not necessarily in conflict with Israel, they know that they're in a place of danger. They know that they have to be careful. But the story became the Arab side or the Palestinian side when it comes to Israel. If in the beginning the source of the story was the young Jewish society developing here in the land of Israel, the return and this wonderful pioneer spirit, it shifted after the Oslo agreement, it shifted to the Palestinians, and they needed to be, and I say that they were embedded with everything that means. You know, the Americans came up with this great concept of embedding after Vietnam War, when they went to war in the Gulf, they embedded media with the soldiers, because this gave them the ability to identify. It was no longer Billy Bob and G.I. Jane that they had no understanding of, but these were people that they had sat in the mess hall with, and they knew personally. So this embedding, this concept of embedding, became very much in Israel. While they were in the hotels and in restaurants in Tel Aviv or in Jerusalem, and they would spend the entire day in Palestinian society. They got to know them. They got to be in their homes. And for them, the differences in our societies was quite quaint. You know, the fact that, oh, the wife is coming down, she can't say a word, and she's giving them food, and then she's going away, or they have in the backyard, tied in the backyard, they have their son who is mentally challenged. Those are quite quaint things. Those are interesting. They were never critical of the things that they witnessed in that society. And I'm talking on the day-to-day issues. So when it came to a period of conflict and they needed to be present there in order, you had this competition, and media, when it comes down to it, is a business. And they needed to beat the competition. They can't afford to have their holier-than-thou journalists standing there and being kicked out of the Palestinian area and not capable of covering what everybody else is covering. So you have that situation where Israel, the fact that we're a democracy, not only does it work to our advantage, it is very much a disadvantage in this case because it creates an imbalanced playing field.
Lahav?
Yeah, I mean, I think we see from polls and also just from the way the things people have been writing in a lot of the media and certainly in more left-wing media is that free speech is not as valued today as it was before. I mean, I think there's been recent polls that like a majority of millennials don't think free speech is important, something like that. Don't quote me exactly, but you know, so the fact that Israel has free speech, it doesn't matter to them, you know, it's the narrative matters. You know, I think when you're talking about sort of broader examples and not just about Israel, you know, in recent months, we've seen really senior, experienced, prominent journalists, you know, leave their news outlets because of quote unquote wrongthink, you know, and in many cases, these are people who are quite liberal, but because they don't have the sort of exact ideology of the majority of the newsroom, they get sort of bullied out of their jobs. I don't know a specific case where that's happened with Israel coverage. Maybe Danny knows. But I know, for example, the journalist Mati Friedman was a reporter for AP, and he talked about, he wrote an essay that I think it was 5-6 years ago already about, you know, just how, you know, as someone who's really a Zionist, you know, he moved to Israel out of, you know, loving Israel and wanting to be here. Over time it became, and also as a veteran of the IDF, over time it just became sort of more and more untenable for him to be in a situation where he knew that the way stories were being twisted, that they just weren't true, and that it became sort of harder and harder over time. You know, and I know a lot of the sort of Israelis who work in the news bureaus of big international outlets, because usually you'll have the bureau chief will be someone who's sort of flown in. Well, it depends. Some outlets, they can't afford to have a whole staff, and so they just have, you know, like one person. But some of the bigger outlets, they'll have the bureau chief, which is someone who's flown in from the States or from Europe or from wherever, and then they hire a couple of locals. They'll often try to hire sort of one Israeli, one Palestinian. And a lot of the Israelis are people who, you know, they actually are people who made Aliyah from whichever country, which is why they can speak and write the language fluently. So they are people who, you know, live here because they love the country. And they have to find ways to either hide it or they get really slammed. I just, you know, another example, Ruth Eglash wrote for the Washington Post for years. And her husband worked for pro-Israel organizations in the US. He was like their Israeli representative. And she got slammed in like pro-Palestinian websites. And it's like very awkward when these things happen, you know, and it becomes this like, you know, difficult environment. And I give Ruth Eglash all the credit because I think that she wasn't biased and she wrote some very interesting and wonderful stories about Israel. So this isn't a criticism of her. It's more to just explain the kind of environment these people operate in. And I do think it's very much, in many ways, comparable to, you know, some of the phenomena we've been seeing in the U.S. in recent years, where sometimes you have to be brave just to tell the truth. That so many people are so sort of stuck in their ideology or their prejudices that, you know, just bringing the facts, which is what we're supposed to be doing professionally, becomes brave.
Amen, Selah. So we have only a few more minutes left. I want to leave you with one final unfair question. In 30 seconds or so, suppose Suppose Israel had a prime minister that actually lasted more than a few months before election came again. Suppose that prime minister came to you and said, you now have my complete trust and an unlimited budget to fight all these terrible phenomena that you have just described in 30 seconds or so. What would you do? Danny, let's start with you.
I actually had that proposal. It's not a 30-second answer. Basically, I would be less concerned about it today. I think there are other venues and avenues that you can use. There's basically nothing that we're going to be able to do that would be able to affect what is going on with the media today. They're no longer the fair and balanced and trying to get the truth and trying to get the news, all the Clark Kent and Lois Lanes that we grew up with. So they shouldn't be our goal. We should try to reach directly to the public around the world. Basically, I call it the 30%, 70%. There's 30% people who are involved in what's going on in the Middle East. 10% care about Israel, 20% care about and support the Arabs. We're trying to affect the 70%. And the 70% who aren't influenced, you're not going to do it by convincing the media that you're okay. You have to reach out to them directly and affect them, and that's where we should be putting our efforts.
Inshallah. Love?
I don't think there's a quick fix. Since we're talking about endless amounts of money, I think it would be helpful for Israel if we endowed some chairs in Middle East studies departments in some of the prominent big colleges in Israel. That would be helpful because they're often endowed by, like, you know, the Saudis and, you know, people who are not so friendly to us. But what's a lot cheaper, I think, is to work better on social media, to hire people who actually speak English as a first language to do that social media. I think that Israel's gotten a lot better at that in recent years. But also for the IDF to not let 18-year-olds run its social media, that would also be really helpful. The IDF spokesman called me out at APAC earlier this year. We were both speaking at like a Shabbat lunch, and it was like one after the other. It wasn't a panel, but it became a back and forth because he actually called me out for criticizing the IDF's Twitter account so much. Don't let 18-year-olds run your Twitter. You know, then those are fixes that I think are relatively simple that Israel can do quickly. I think that social media just has such a huge impact these days. That's very helpful. And I guess another thing that isn't about spending endless amounts of money is to try to find better ways to work with American Jews. You know, this is beyond the scope of this conversation because we could talk hours about it, but there are some sort of difficult tensions between Israel and American Jews. And I think it's good that Israel stands its ground, but I also think that Israelis and also the leadership of Israel should show sort of greater willingness to hear American Jews out, even when they have differences with Israel, to give that sort of feeling of we are all one family, even if we aren't all on the same track all the time. And I think that would help.
Lav Arkov, Danny Seaman, I could not be more grateful for your wisdom, for your humor, for your heart, and for everyone listening out there. I hope you have a chance to go to amudim.org, check out the godly work that they're doing, and help support their very important mission. Thank you so much, friends.